We'll do it
live.
live.
Fuck it.
Do it live.
Okay. Okay, it's gone live now. Okay, so now where is my link?
Oh man, I almost forgot to mention Transformers. Oh my gosh, Transformers.
Yeah, there was a
so many things.
Transformers trailer. Where
Yes,
there
it's
we go.
honestly when I saw that I was like,
Do it
Live.
live.
Fuck
don't look terrible, but
Okay.
I just lost interest. I'm in that
It's gone
apathetic
live
stage.
now. Okay.
Well,
I
along with
mean,
so many other
if I have a positive to say about it, it's oh man, look, a G1. It took you guys so how long?
There you go. You can listen to that real quick and see how that sounds. Maybe it sounds good. Maybe it doesn't sound bad.
Let's see how it sounds down here in
Sure.
Australia.
You're gonna see how it sounds. Yeah. Just need to see if I need to pick someone up or lower you down. Now, where is
which sounds fine.
my
Oh
link?
man, I almost forgot to mention Transformers. Oh my god.
Sounds good.
Transformers.
Yeah, there was a
so many things.
Transformers trailer. Yeah, I seem to sound good.
Dream sounds good.
Sweet. Okay, I don't need to pick up anyone else. Now what we need to do is we need to edit it to go from unlisted to public. And once
Oh
I
my
do that, then we will be
god.
live to the rest of the planet. 3,
Yay.
2, 1. There we go.
Mom, get the camera. Get the camera.
We are now public, allegedly.
Oh my
Maybe,
god.
potentially.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Turn on the TV. They hit the Pentagon.
Yeah. So.
Thanks. Open up.
Yeah, why not? Open up with a Zach Hadel joke.
Just gonna planet fresh that.
Are you a tourist?
Come on.
Earned viewers. That should be. Yeah, it's public. Notification should have gone out, so we will potentially be getting people in here soon-ish. But yeah, what were you guys talking about again? Just because we're gonna have to just.
about Transformers or something.
Oh yeah,
Cyberpunk
the
things.
Transformers trailer.
Oh yeah, that
came out
too.
recently.
And Indiana Jones. So I found out something interesting about that Indiana Jones movie from Critical Drinker. Excuse me. Apparently there were leaks that had gone out before that trailer dropped, and I didn't know about it. And people read it, and they went, "Oh man, these leaks are so bad. There's no way any of this is real." And a lot of those leaks are apparently just in that trailer. And people are going, "Oh no, the leaks are real." And I thought, well, how bad are they? The leaks involve fucking time travel.
I mean, it is called what was it, the Dial of Destiny or something.
The Dial
like
of
that?
Destiny. And if the leaks are anything to
thought that was
go by,
flashbacks.
that's what I thought. That's what I thought they were going to be too. But they might be time travel, and supposedly, according to the leaks, it will end with Indiana Jones being wiped from existence. Like his younger self will be killed, and his older self will cease to be.
That is a very interesting choice to make. I hope
It-
it does, because I've seen something like that done well beforehand in a few different time travel shows. In the X-Men movies, I thought that the time travel was handled there pretty well, and in
Days of
another
Future Past.
X-Men related piece of content, Legion. I don't know if you guys have seen Legion, but they have a
Nope.
very similar plot thread for season 3, and I thought that was done pretty well.
Wait. Legion is an X-Men show?
Yeah, well, not really. It has mutants, and Charles Xavier is a character in the universe, but it doesn't have other X-Men related characters like Wolverine or Cyclops or the
Damn.
X-Men. It's kind of like its own self-contained story involving a whole bunch of characters that aren't directly tied to the X-Men. Also, Mr. Ty Cobb says meme isn't here, false advertising. Meme is
He will be here. He's caught up in the rematch between him and the emus.
Yes, and when he returns from his rematch with the emus, he will proceed to join us for the following episode of TNP, because saying the full thing out loud in the actual heading is too damn long, and YouTube does not like it when something is too long.
Oh yeah? What's so long about the Nuthouse podcast number 4, The Problem with Cyberpunk, with DB-DU5L, the aspiring writer, and at the meme repository? What's so long about that?
Your damn names, that's
when you put it like that, You've got a point. It's not that long.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Yeah. I'm Ron Burgundy, and I approve of this message.
But does Ron Burgundy approve this message?
I don't know. I want Ron Burgundy to run for president.
I don't even know who that is, so I agree. He should run for president.
Anchorman.
Oh, right, yeah, I haven't seen that movie in ages, so I completely
Oh,
forgot
oh
about that.
man, Anchorman's so good.
Yeah,
The
yeah,
second one's, eh.
I find the second one very interesting because I know that at the end of the movie, Kanye West shows up with like a horde of music artists and proceeds to beat everyone up with like fucking golf clubs. It's quite funny.
What was he? He was a MT. What was he? MTV or TMZ? I cannot remember what.
MTV.
By the way, DB, were you going to advertise the stream in the writing server, or am I doing that?
Uh, you can probably do it.
It's your stream. It's your
your
show.
stream.
Yeah, but it's his server.
His.
It's well,
It's his shared server. He is
yeah,
co-owner.
Our
better way of
server,
putting it.
comrade. I mean, what? No.
Kamarag.
Have you seen Cocaine Bear? I have not seen Cocaine Bear. What
I
is
don't
the
even
Cocaine
think
Bear?
Cocaine Bear is out yet. I think it's just the trailer.
Yeah, that's what he's asking. I'm sorry. He's
I
asking about
have
the
seen the
trailer.
trailer and it looks like a lot of fun. It reminds me
I-
of that Nick Cage movie, Willy's Wonderland.
I haven't seen that, but I saw a clip of that movie where he's just in a room covered in blood with no pants, drinking alcohol and
Yeah,
screaming.
and it's great.
Okay, what the hell is Cocaine Bear? I have never
Cocaine
heard
Bear
of this.
is a film based on the real world, real life actions of a bear who snorted about a kilogram or like 2 pounds of cocaine that fell out of the sky, and for a brief period of time became the most dangerous apex predator on the planet. The
That
movie
sounds
is a
badass.
loose adaptation of this real world event.
That is hilarious.
That is.
It is
I mean,
pretty fucking
it's
funny.
funny until the true story says, and then he killed this many people, and you go, oh, it's not funny anymore.
I don't think he actually killed anyone in real life, but since this is a loose adaptation or based on
Somebody's got to die.
yeah,
We got to have a massacre.
Well, they had to find out he was the apex predator somehow.
they had to find. Yeah, true. They had to find out he was the most dangerous creature somehow. So they had to follow the bodies, and the bodies led them to the cocaine bear.
The Cocaine Bear strikes again.
But yeah, no. If you
Cyberpunk
guys,
Edgerunners more like
I'm
Cyberpunk
not saying,
Good
I don't
Job.
know. Maybe I have to look at his kill count if it's worse than Gustav the crocodile.
oh yeah, wasn't that like a giant like 20
Oh,
foot
massive
crocodile or
crocodile
something?
in the Nile.
Yeah, I've heard of. I've
You
heard
big
of
ass
him.
boy.
That thing murdered so many people.
The Gundam.
People
killed-
don't even know if he's alive to this day.
I
Is
think
he?
hippos
We'll never
killed more
know.
people. To be honest, I'm pretty sure there's a hippo out there who's killed more people.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure squirrels have killed more people. Yeah.
True! We are mass murderers. We are so terrifying that even Rick Sanchez is scared of us. And that dude blows up planets for fun.
Mm.
Well, asteroids. Oh, he blows up something.
He's
I don't remember.
he's also cringe.
He is
I haven't
very
seen that in so long.
I've
I
been
haven't seen
watching season
it's
5. Or was it season 6 now? I can't remember. It's the most recent
5.
season.
No, there's
Oh.
6 now. I think. Is
Yeah,
there 6?
so
There's 6 seasons out now.
yeah.
It's going on for too long.
I'm watching season 6 now. I've enjoyed most of it. I think some of it is very cringe. They have a fucking strange fascination with incest and self-cest because spoilers for people who haven't seen Rick and Morty
Rick and
season
Morty.
6 if you don't care for it.
I knew about this, and I was like,
There's an
oh, the
episode where
showrunner is a
Beth
freak.
and a clone of Beth, who was introduced in
Fuck.
season 4, are attracted to each other and they fuck. And apparently Jerry is really into that, so they have a threesome at the end of the episode.
Dan Harmon must have went through something during that divorce.
Dan Harmon went through some shit, and then he decided, you know what, guys? What if I put all of my personal interests into this comedy show?
It's weird.
All right, sir. We wrote the self-cest scene like you asked. What's the joke?
That is a joke. There is no punchline.
There's no punchline. I just really like it.
It kind of reminds me of that Stone Toss comics where they're trying to advertise burgers and then they're like, surely this will sell a crap ton of burgers. I can't remember what the the thing they were using to advertise it was, and then the final panel of the Stone Toes comics is like burgers question mark because he just wanted to like bring attention to some of the other uh thing. I think it was gay pride or something like that. I can't remember.
Oh, good.
Yeah, and then he was like, "Why am I?" Well, the joke is, "What makes you think I'm doing this to try and sell burgers?" It reminds me of that. So
I
yeah,
uh I think can't remember the last time that show actually made me laugh, and I think the one joke that comes to mind is the dog going, "Where are my testicles, Summer?"
that's like
Oh,
season
that's
one,
season
episode
one. That is
two.
season one.
That is
Yeah,
that is episode two of season one. That is a while
yeah.
back.
That's like when I try to think of moments from that show I like, that's one of the ones that comes up, and I struggle to think of others.
Season one and season
Uh,
two is some pretty
yeah,
good stuff.
yeah. Season
Here's
three had some things I liked.
I didn't get that far.
I'm trying to remember.
I think a big reason for why a lot of people don't watch Rick and Morty anymore is because of the cultural impact that it had, and people just being like, "Yeah, no, I'm not a real big fan of the cringe associated with the show." Because I remember when season three was coming out, and you had things like the Szechuan sauce episode, and people were like
Uh,
going into McDonald's and like screaming at the top of their sorry, at the top of their
you mean
lungs,
the guy
"I'm
who
Pickle
climbed
Rick,
up on the counter
Rick!"
and screamed, "I'm Pickle Rick," and then
Yes,
put his shirt over his head and started reeing while
yes,
spazzing out on the floor?
yeah.
I don't
For
understand.
those
How could that possibly give a show a bad reception?
those, those
I don't.
workers, those poor workers, man.
Situations like that was so unbearably cringe that a lot of people just tapped out of the show because they're like, oh,
Mm.
if the show's attracting morons like this, then it must just be awful. Meantime, it
And
just has
then
a
there's
loyal
Well,
the
fan
meme.
base
Then
that
there's the meme that spawned from that show because of that one subcategory fan base. That, oh, you don't like Rick and Morty? Well, you're not smart enough to get it. It's like,
you don't have a, no, no, you
oh,
don't have a high enough IQ level. That, yeah, you're right.
yes. You have to have a
to be fair,
high
you
IQ
have
to
to have very
understand
high
Rick and
IQ
Morty.
to understand the self-cessed episode of Rick and Morty season 6.
Yeah.
Just admit it's just admit that it's not that good of a show and just enjoy it. Like, just
Yeah.
whatever.
The show's no good.
I mean,
Um,
I'm willing to believe that there's quite a lot of, good material in there. I just don't find it very funny. I've tapped out of Rick and Morty ages ago. I just watch it out of pure interest by this point. I'm not particularly invested. Like when a new episode comes out, I'm not like frothing at the mouth waiting for my next dosage of Szechuan sauce.
I
I
mean,
just
the whole idea originally was, haha, it's like a parody of Doc Brown and Marty McFly, and they're going on wacky different adventures every week.
I just I just
And now
found
they're
that it
trying to
was
build this big ass, serious, not funny narrative, and you go, what are you doing?
I just found like the whole problem with the narcissism of Rick and Morty, where like it didn't replace it with anything. It was just deconstructed, and it's just like, okay, so you deconstructed all these kind of ideas. Now what? What's the point of this show if you're not going to at least even ask questions? If just tear things down.
Remember the Captain Planet lady? I remember.
Is that
that's a
from the was that the superhero one?
that's a season 5
Or season
episode.
three?
Is
I
it
thought that
really?
was,
I just remember seeing bits of that and being
I
like,
thought that was
oh,
season three,
this
like with the
used to
not
be a very
Avengers.
No, no, no. He's talking
that
about the
that
Captain
was not
Planet
Power
one.
Rangers. I'm talking about Captain Planet. They did a parody of Captain Planet, and it was a lady, and Morty and her did things.
Huh.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
then the end of the episode has Morty like getting the powers of the Captain Planet kids, and he goes on like a murder spree.
Is it at least funny?
Yeah, I enjoyed it. I thought it was fun. It was a pretty heartfelt episode. I thought it was one of the better ones of that season. Season
Mm.
5 more or less was kind of forgettable for me. I didn't really remember much. The one episode that stuck out to me was probably the first one, I think. Uh,
Mm.
when I don't know if it's the first one. It's the one where you have the Aquaman dude or the Namor dude who like floods an
They did an
army from like an
Aquaman one too?
off.
Fuck.
Yeah, yeah. And his entire thing is that he's attracted to or that he's like
Sea animals?
no, he's like bisexual, so he just fucks everyone that he sees, and he invites both Beth and Jerry to have like a mutually agreed threesome, and they agree to it
Alright,
because
Dan Harmon, calm down.
they need to spice up their marriage. Can we talk
All right,
about
Dan
Edgerunners
Harmon,
now? So
calm
Tycon,
down.
we're currently just waiting for Meme Repository to show up. He should be
You know
here
what?
soon
While we wait,
enough. So while
while we
we
wait,
wait,
we should talk about Edgerunners.
oh yeah, I mean yeah, I guess we could talk about some stuff relating to Edgerunners.
This is
So
this is the
this is going
Cyberpunk
to
stream.
be a spoiler chat.
Filled.
Yeah, spoiler filled. We'll be talking a shit ton about Edgerunners, so if anyone has any particular interest in Cyberpunk the video game or Cyberpunk the show, and you would like to remain spoiler free, then leave, come back later when you're done watching or done playing. We'll still be here chatting shit until the moon
Yes.
dies.
If you have an interest in the Cyberpunk universe, or particularly this one, I'm not talking about not the genre, but this universe, I would
The
recommend
CD
watching the
Project
show.
Red
Yes, I would recommend
cinematic
watching the
universe.
show,
Or
and
play
then
the
when you
tabletop
finish the
game.
show, or play the tabletop game, watch the show, and then when you're done with the show, look at 2077 in the digital store, give it a good stare, then look at that price tag, and then think about it for a bit, and then say to yourself, "I'll wait till it's on sale."
Yeah, I've been waiting. Well, that's not true. It's been on sale several times, and at one point I think it was like 50% off for like
Although,
2 months straight.
granted, the show did what a few other adaptations did. It made people go back to play a shitty game.
I wouldn't
Like,
say it's
No, I
shitty.
think the idea that it's a shitty game is long past overdue. I think most people agree that it's a pretty
I
okay
felt
game now, but it's just missing a few features that are
writer,
slowly but surely getting added in. It's kind of like a No
writer.
Man's Sky situation where the game came
I
out.
wouldn't compare it to No Man's Sky though. No Man's Sky, they really redeemed themselves.
Well, I
Cyberpunk
mean,
2077, they haven't really. They just kind of fixed a broken game, but they
no,
haven't
what I'm saying is
added the
that
features that were
No Man's
promised.
Sky came out in a completely broken condition, and then over
Sure.
time they added in stuff and made the game better over time. So if you buy it now,
Playable, yes.
it's actually really good. And the same thing
Mhm.
seems to be happening to Cyberpunk, where it came out in a really broken condition, and then they started fixing it over time, adding in new features, changing all the ones that people thought were kind of shitty, and the
Yeah.
game seems to be doing much better now.
It's all right now, but still, this is
Not what
coming
they
from
promised it would be.
this is coming from a guy who's been a fan of Cyberpunk 2020 and like the tabletop games for years, and I felt like I was getting stabbed in the chest again because I was like playing 2077. I was just getting flashbacks to Mass Effect Andromeda, like just dying in my seat playing this fucking game.
Yeah. But this is not a 2077 discussion. Tyken's got a point. We should talk at least a little bit about Edgerunners before
And
Meme
I
gets
think the
here.
best way to do that is to give some general thoughts, like
All right, DB, you first.
we'll go from left to right. DB, what did you think of the show as a whole?
That was pretty good. Granted, there are some flaws in there. I think the pacing could maybe use a bit ironing out, but like what made people really like the show was the characters. The characters are really good in the show, and plus they actually really got the themes of like the cyberpunk world, whether or not it's the cyberpsychosis, the corporatism, all that stuff was pretty like even from a fan of the cyberpunk world, it was adapted pretty well. Anything else?
Is that all?
Like Night City. The Night City itself was really good. Like the just how like a piece of shit this city looked. Just the grime, the people there. Like I think Ryder, when you and me were watching it, we were making fun of the trauma team and their how terrible they were.
Not making fun, just being blown away by
How
how
apathetic, I guess
how
they could be.
almost dystopian the trauma team is and how they respond to certain situations. I found it really fascinating. And this show, I guess we're moving on to my thoughts. um,
Yeah,
Sure, go ahead.
I'll go last, even though it's canonically second, but it's fine.
oh, I apologize. You can go ahead.
No, the floor's yours.
All right. Um, not it wasn't just the trauma team. The world itself felt alive, like the city. Uh, because at night, whenever they show it, it looks gorgeous. You see the pretty lights, the distracting colors, and then during the day, you see the reality. There's just people sleeping in the streets. There's garbage everywhere. There's at one point a guy in the first episode
Just
who's
jacking it on
just,
one of those VR machines.
yeah, he's just got
Yeah.
a VR machine just going at it, and then they imply when David leaves and when David comes back, he's still there, so he's just been doing that all day.
What else did he
And
do in that city? It's either that or just be shot and randomly because of the amount of shootouts in this damn city.
exactly, and that's just that's the thing with Cyberpunk where it's high tech, low life. Like the quality of life is not great, but the quality of the technology is just astronomical. It's fantastical,
Yeah, it's
and
downright ludicrous. Like, the first episode has David going to school, and instead of like having a standard classroom where there's a teacher in front of a whiteboard and, or maybe like a computer and a projector, it's just kids sitting
mhm,
down in a chair, putting on VR headsets, and they just go into like cyberspace to learn.
Oh,
mhm.
that's another thing I was so happy they did with the brain dancing,
The
the
brain
representation of
dancing,
that.
I feel the brain dancing
Is
is
brain dancing a
really,
thing from the games? Also, before we
yes.
Yeah.
continue, Half Day Meme Repository messaged me a little while ago saying he is going to be a bit late because he is currently giving a tour of his house so that someone can babysit his cat. He will be back momentarily. He is going as
Mhm.
quickly as he can, but naturally, as you would assume, it is quite important to him that he has a way of making sure that his cat is well looked after. Kiwi best girl. Yeah, Kiwi is a character in the show who is there. She does things. But before we do, I think I'm going to give my own take on the show. I think it's fine. I think it's pretty cool. I quite liked it a lot. In terms of video game adaptations, I don't really watch a lot. I think I've seen Castlevania, Arcane, and this. I tried watching Halo, gave up 10 minutes into the
Oh,
first
fuck
episode.
me.
I have never been interested in watching the Sonic movies. I watched one or two of the Resident Evil movies and I gave up on those ones too because they fucking sucked. Uh, I don't know. Has there been anything else Uncharted? I saw the trailer for that. I saw that Sully was
Yeah.
played by Marky Mark and I instantly gave up, so I did not bother watching that.
It
Um,
was it was boring, but I don't know. It wasn't good. It
You
wasn't
know
good.
that
but
at
Can't
one
call it
point
good.
in the, you know how in the games they're like, "Oh man, this secret treasure, we found it by solving this puzzle that we could only solve using this clue, and it's in this ancient tomb that no one else has discovered before." In the movie, they discover a secret thing that no one has ever found before in the back of a fucking Pizza Hut.
as you do, Pizza Hut is the founder of our reality. We all know this. It's in everyone's code of conduct. You're given it on the day of your birth and you're expected to read it. If you don't
Hey,
know where it is, I would check the back of your birth certificate.
if we want to get back on this, continue your
Yes,
thoughts on
back
this.
on
Back on
Edgerunners.
back on cyber. Yeah, so I think that it's a pretty fine show. It doesn't do anything substantially wrong. I think there's a few funny flisms in between the episodes that could use a bit of ironing out, but as is, there's nothing that's like, this is an entirely broken concept and it foundationally fucking fractures There's nothing like that. This is a perfectly fine show. You can put it on, you can enjoy it. It's only 4 hours long, so if you're into binging, then you can crack this out in an afternoon, which is not what I did. I watched the first 6 episodes in a day, and then like 2 weeks later, I finished the last four. Um, when it comes to the show, I think the thing that it does wrong is quite an interesting thing. It makes me want more out of it, which is not something that I can say for a lot of stuff that I've been watching recently. But this show is very, very short, and that is a detriment because there's a lot of stuff that could use fleshing out. Characters like Maine, like David's mom, like even QE to an extent. I think these are all characters that could use more fleshing out. I think these are characters who could use more time to develop their relationships with each other, with their relationships with David, especially Maine. I think Maine is a character who was pretty cool as a concept. He was David's mentor. He was the leader of this band of cyberpunks who are like Night City mercenary groups who go around doing odd jobs for the corpos who don't want to get their hands dirty. So they hire these cyberpunks to go and do it for them. They're called Edgerunners. And yeah, I watched the first 6 episodes. Episode 6 ends in a pretty fantastical way where everything just goes up in smoke, and there were quite a few sad philisms that I was feeling, but it was one of those things where it's like I could definitely have gotten more out of this if I'd spent more time with these characters and if I cared about them more. I cared about them, but I wanted to care about them more. I wanted to get some backstory for Maine and the reason why he goes full chrome, why he doesn't give up, why he doesn't like tone down, because they established it in episode 5 or episode 4 that cyberpsychosis is a thing. We're
Mhm.
introduced to
Not even that
cyberpsychosis.
point. That was like the first thing you
It's in
see.
the
No, no,
first
no, 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 no,
episode.
no, no. We're shown cyberpsychosis in the first episode, but if you aren't familiar with the story, which I wasn't, then you won't know what that means. It could just be one of the situations where it's just a rogue guy going on a killing spree, but they actually establish what cyberpsychosis is like in the fourth episode, I think. So you understand what it means, and you understand that Main knows what it means, and you think to yourself, okay, this dude probably doesn't want to get cyberpsychosis, so I would have appreciated it if we got a reason for why he keeps chroming up and why he doesn't reduce his tech. That would have been something I'd like to see. And when we look at the later episodes, especially the finale, I think it was just done way too quickly. The show was basically non-stop action at one point. I would have appreciated moments where we just slowed down and focused on more character stuff or more world-centric stuff. How David's actions is affecting the wider community of Night City and not just the corpos. That would have been
I
cool
think
to
that's like
see.
kind of. I think that's kind of what makes episode 6 stand out amongst the rest. Because like that one was really slow and just like even the visuals to that, just going down, like having Maine just break down like that.
Yeah, yeah. I
Yeah.
mean,
Wasn't even
I,
much action
as
until the
much as
end.
I think that's what he's talking about is in the end they don't slow down. Like once it starts, they just keep going.
I think that was another criticism. That was a similar criticism a friend of ours had. We showed him the first episode, and he thought the pacing was just way off. Like he even like just killing his mom off in like the first 20 minutes,
yeah, I would have
maybe
appreciated at
15.
least like one, maybe two more episodes with David just going about his life in Night City. So, this is actually a criticism that I have for a lot of media in this genre. One that stands out to me that I think about is a show called Altered Carbon, which is also on Netflix, and it does a lot of the same stuff that Cyberpunk does. It's a dystopian world, hyper advanced technology, people are split between the super rich and the super poor. It's a lot of really similar stuff. But the thing that really bugged me about that show is that it focused more on the hyper like elements of the world, like technology that's used to transplant people's minds into different bodies. That's a very big focus, but they don't focus on a lot of the other small elements that you might not really think about, like how does vehicle transportation work? How does the police function? How does public school work? What does a museum in this place
I
look like?
mean,
Just like the more grounded stuff that makes a city a city. There wasn't
well,
really
that's not
much
what the
of focus.
story was about. It was about him joining these group of edge runners,
Yeah, I know,
and I
but
don't
what
think
I'm
the edge
saying
runners would
is
ever have had the
that
time to.
if you had a revised version of the show where it was longer, I would have liked to see David going about his day to day and seeing some elements of his life that is a part of Night City. Just flesh out the world a little bit. How does he spend his free time? What does he do to get some money to help his mom out? Does he have any friends outside of school that he likes to hang out with, or is he just a complete loner all the time? Just something like that. Maybe
Kind of got
seeing
the
maybe seeing
We
some
get some
stuff
of
with
that.
his mom and how she manages to get all this technology, like this military grade Sandevestein, how she managed to sneak that away from the public eye and try and sell that over to Maine. Just stuff like that. That would have been pretty cool to see.
Like
And then
how she did it.
how she did it, how she maybe came into contact with Maine, just stuff like that. Because I mean, that's
It sounds
something
like
that
she's been. I
bugs
thought it was
me.
like implied that she's been doing that for a while. She's been like leeching off like
Selling
dead
stuff to
corpses
them.
for
Yeah, yeah,
Cyber.
no. So that what I was saying there was like a kind of two-way thing. I wanted more info on her relationship with Maine and how that maybe started, and then the other thing was how exactly did she sneak away that Sandevestein from the crime scene because it's a high piece of military-grade tech that's known about by both Militech and Arasaka.
Arasaka.
Yeah,
It would
so it's
make
like
sense it's a high priority device, so the question of, man, how did you do that? It
yeah,
does come to mind.
yeah, that would have been something I'd like to see. Maybe they leave it vague just so that they don't have to worry about it, which is fine, especially in a show that's only 10 episodes long at 20-minute episode lengths. So yeah, obviously they had to skip over some stuff, but I would have just liked some more fleshing out, spending more time
Hmm
with these people, spending more time in Night City, seeing what's cool about it during the day, seeing what's cool about it at night. Because I mean, while I do agree that the city is quite lively and there's a lot of stuff in there that implies that it's a lived in, breathed in environment, I would like to have seen more of that. Like maybe in
hmm
later episodes, them going to concerts or to pubs or to like, I don't know, strip clubs, because the show is
The
very
We kind
saucy.
of got that in a bit of the
we got
montage,
yeah.
Yeah,
I
but
think that's
instead of
another
having
thing. A
it in
lot of it's
montage,
going
just
to Moxie's,
montage.
yeah,
like going to Moxie's.
instead of having that in the montage, I would like to see that in just casual day to day stuff. It
That
would have
was
been
that was
neat.
one of my complaints as well. That I feel like, man, those montages are great and all, but man, I do wish we'd gotten a little more than a montage. I know that they're trying to tell a specific story,
Yeah.
but I agree that I would like to have seen a little more of them just hanging around
The thing I
town.
like about the show is that it's very focused.
Uh-huh.
It doesn't spend its time like uh diverging its focus between a whole bunch of unnecessary stuff like what they did in the little bit that I saw of the Halo show or what they do in a lot of the Marvel
Oh,
shows that come out nowadays. The show is very focused on David, very focused on Tanaka and his relationship with Militech and Arasaka because he's the main antagonist, and I like that. I think that's pretty neat.
hmm
I really appreciate that they had a very clear focus and a really clear goal on how they wanted these characters to go. But at the same time, I would have preferred more light to be shown on the other characters, like Main, like
hmm I
Kiwi.
we
thought
we barely gave anything. Gave at least personally, I didn't give two shits about Dory or Peeler.
I
I didn't
cared about
either.
Maine and I wanted more with him. And when they showed the opening to that episode where he finally goes Cyber Psycho, I thought that was going to be the main episode. That was going to be the delving into his backstory.
I don't even
And
know it's just implied with like the image of him like
mhm,
always wanting to run, like to
him
just the
running
image.
and not being strong enough to go as far as he wants
Like, okay,
is the
like,
image we're given. And then later he is obsessed with chroming himself up because he doesn't want to stop and he wants to keep going,
yeah, but then
push past his limit.
the question that occurs to you, like, why does he do that? Like, is just to keep running, just to be on top of the game, just to always
Yeah,
be on top, I guess.
I
The
was
life of an edge
watching
runner, I guess.
I was watching Metal Commander and Meme Repository talk about this on Metal's podcast, and one of the things that
it's
they
bored.
mentioned that I thought was quite interesting was a lot of the development that seemed like it was meant for Main kind of went to David in the last four episodes. Like, for example, the reason why David continues to chrome out even though he sees what it's done to Maine is because Maine told him that the only way he can protect the people that he cares about is if he's chromed up because flesh and bone
Keep
can
running.
only take him so far that he needs to keep running in order to get stronger in order to protect what's his. And I really like that. I really like that piece of character. It makes sense entirely for why David keeps doing it because he's already lost his mentor, he's lost his mother, he's now in charge of looking after the rest of his people. So and he also believes that he's special. So he thinks that he can go further than Maine did because he can use the Sandevestein without any problems. He's got just high levels of endurance and tenacity. So I think that's fine. Whatever character development's meant to go for Maine went to David, so that was cool. But again, I would have appreciated some love going towards Maine because I think he was a really cool character and I wanted to see more of him.
that him thinking he's special, um, they don't do too much with it, but I liked it. But upon thinking about it, I think I liked it because of the meta and what I know about the Cyberpunk universe is when people come to Night City, they do it with these big expectations. They do it because they think no one else can make it, but I'm gonna be the one that makes it, and then the city just
Eats
eats
them
them and
up.
chews them, spits them out,
Yeah, you
and it
see a little
happens
bit
to
of that in
everyone.
episode 7 where the rookie that
Yeah,
is with David, he wants to like become the next big edge runner. He wants to become the next Cyberpunk under David
And
because he's
then
a big fan. And then the episode just has him walking into a trip mine and then fucking splattering across the walls,
yeah.
turning it to a
let's
big
also
red
not
paste.
let's not forget about Faraday and how his ambitions just collapse on top of him.
Yeah, that man was all about his ambitions were too much for him.
Friday,
Oh,
I thought was a
Arasaka's gonna love me by the time we're through with this. Oh,
Friday was a
I'll be on the
pretty cool
talking.
antagonist because, yeah, he was very ambitious, but the thing I liked about him for the first 9 episodes was that he was cold, he was calculating, he was intelligent, he was several steps ahead of our characters, he was several steps ahead of Arasaka, but then the moment Arasaka caught wind of him, they just used their advantage in being a mega corporation with a shit ton more money, a shit ton more resources, a shit ton more assets, like with Adam
It's always
Smasher.
someone higher up on the ladder.
Yeah,
There's always somebody.
higher up in the food chain, and you just see his ambitions crumble because his plan didn't work with David. Arasaka were like, okay, you either die or you work for us, and he's like, you know what? That's a good idea. I could probably still get a promotion out of this. And even when he's like caught red-handed, he still tries to use it towards his benefit, and I really like that. Also, voiced by what was his name? The voice of Gus from Breaking Bad, because I watched
I
the
do
English
not recall
version.
his name, but I like his voice and his performance was pretty good. I will say, uh, when he does not like a 180, but when he's no longer the, I guess, antagonist, you could say, where he has a higher up person that's in charge of him.
He's
Uh,
he's commanding
the
threat.
meta for me was, oh man, I really like this guy's voice, but I like it when he's the guy who's in charge of everything.
I just love even the fact that he thinks he's so big, ordering around Adam Smasher. Smasher's like, "Who the fuck are
Who
you?"
the fuck are you?
Giancarlo Esposito. Yes, that is his name. Thank you. He's
Ah,
also
yes,
the
Giancarlo Despacito, of course.
fair enough. He's also the main antagonist from The Mandalorian, if anyone cares for that.
Yeah,
Manda who?
I'm not a particularly big fan of Star Wars, so I don't care much
yeah.
to watch that.
I
Except
used
for
to be a
Andor,
fan of
I've
Star
been
Wars.
told some pretty good things about Andor, so I'm probably going to end up watching that
Andor's
at some point.
Me and Ryder are halfway through. We're on episode 6, and it's actually pretty good so
it's
far.
actually pretty good.
Sweet.
So
Yeah.
but it's very typical that, oh man, a new Star Wars thing came out and we're actually enjoying it. What are the ratings like? Oh,
It's very slow pace though. Like it's the pacing is like it's like build up, payoff, build up, payoff. At least in terms of episode.
mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, I think we're slowly settling down on the actual conversation. So I think what we can do, since Meme did say that we could start without him, I'm not going to play the big videos because I actually have 4 videos uh, lined up for
Woof.
us to watch. But the thing is, one of them is less than a minute long. One of
Is it
them
not
is
short?
no, it's not a short. It's a proper YouTube video, and I think you guys will enjoy it quite a lot. He makes a very outlandish statement that I think is very funny, even though it's less than a minute long.
Do you just want to play it in full? I guess. Just
Uh,
play the whole thing.
yeah, I'll probably end up playing it in full just so you guys can absorb it and just really mellow on it.
Absorb it into
There's
myself.
2 videos from the same creator who is
Mm.
he made one video criticizing the first episode of Cyberpunk, and then he's like, I don't like it. I'm not gonna keep watching it. And then he got shat on by the wider community. So it's like, okay, let me
Yeah,
actually
of course you did.
explain why I don't like the show, why I think it's bad. And he made another longer video talking about the show in whole, show as a whole. And
Hmm.
All
then
right.
and then there's the 22-minute video that I wanted to look at that was actually recommended by Meme in another server that I'm in, and he actually wanted Ecom to cover it. This guy, unfortunately, has not seen Cyberpunk, and from what I understand, she has no real interest in watching it. So I was like, you know what? She doesn't want to do it. I think I'll give it a try. I asked Meme if he wanted to do it. He's like, sweet, yes, very much so. I'd like to give these people a piece of my mind. So we're waiting for
Oh
him to show
boy.
up so he can give
I
them a
get to
piece of
hear
his
meme
purple mind.
repository give someone shit in the flesh?
As close, you get to see him
As
giving
close
them
as in
shit
the flesh as you can get
in the Chrome. Yes,
in the Chrome.
in the Chrome.
Is it
Anomaly 2.0. Oh no.
I don't think it will be
even
that bad, but
Pill
I
bullet.
could be wrong.
Never forget.
on a side note, like I actually really do appreciate the dub of Cyberpunk Edgerunners because like it actually brings across the slang you hear in the world of Cyberpunk, like
And yeah,
Chrome, Tumba, Nova, all those kind of phrases like you would hear in that world that just means something else.
a unique
Great,
slang to this universe.
I like it when they make unique
Well,
slang
speaking
for.
of slang, I found it really funny when they started using modern day speaking terms like simp, like built different. And moment I heard those phrases being used in the show, I was like, "Oh, okay, this is dialogue
I
made by a
laughed.
person." I didn't.
I
I
laughed.
A part of me died. I'm not gonna lie. A part of me died when I heard that. I was not happy. I was
Now hold on. I didn't laugh because it was good.
oh,
I laughed because I was like so shocked when the first time I heard someone say simp. I was like, oh,
one of them
okay.
nervous
I
laughs,
did,
was it?
however, think the built different thing was funny, but that's just because I find the built different joke funny anywhere.
I think in the context of how David was saying it, it was fine because he had already been
Simply built
implanted with
different.
the Sandeverstein. So you could see it from that kind of like lens, but knowing the connotations of that phrase and how it works, I was kind of like, yeah. But
Someone in chat says at least thank God the dub wasn't Squid Game levels of bad. You know, I've never actually seen
It's horrible.
any of that.
neither have I. I've not seen Squid Games.
I've also never seen Squid Games. I hear that the dub is the worst thing put
I don't
out.
recommend it at all. Anyway, you get the show on the road, I guess.
Yeah,
After
Get
so the first
get the run on the show.
video that I'll be looking at is a video called Edgerunners is Proof That Anime Fans Are Degenerates.
Wait, I'm gonna make a prediction. It's gonna have everything to do with Rebecca, isn't it?
no, you're play it, Shandy. I know the one you're talking about.
Okay, hold on.
All right, let's
First, I
see.
need to just pop it up here. Where is TNP? There we go. Okay, let us
We play
get
the
that
waiting
up
game now.
here.
How's it going, assholes? My name is Stellar J.
Oh
my
God!
god, who is playing? Okay, stop. I still need to put it on stream for the chat to see. So, this is a video by a fella named the Stellar J, and let us just transition over so everyone can see that. There we go. You all get to see this lovely individual. So,
Did they see
again,
it?
his video is titled Edgerunners as Proof That Anime Fans Are Degenerates. And it's only a 50-second episode, or 50-second video, sorry. I'm on Edgerunners terms. And I found it funny.
Built different.
I think you guys will find it funny too. So let us just play it in all of its glory for everyone to see.
And
Yeah.
You're
holy
gonna enjoy
shit,
this,
the
Ryder.
cyber.
You're
How's
gonna
it going,
enjoy
asshole?
it.
I just need to change the volume because, oh my god, is that loud? There we go.
Is it?
It's loud on my end, so maybe I just need to turn down my volume. There we go. Cool.
Here we go.
Let us go.
My name is Stellar J, and holy shit, the Cyberpunk anime looks fucking sick. Human brains were not designed to comprehend the absolutely insane animation quality shown in the trailer alone. Like, what the fuck is this shit? Oh my god. As I finished the trailer, I was naturally curious about what the most replayed portion of the video was.
What do you guys think the most replayed portion?
I already know what it is, Ryder. You
Is
take
it?
your
Is
guess.
it? It's gonna be the bit where Lucy is riding the hospital gurney down the highway.
Oh, you innocent fool! You innocent
Wait, no,
fool.
hold on, Ryder.
Wait,
have
no,
you
no, 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 wait. It's either gonna be
This-
that or it's gonna be like the 1 second clip of those naked ladies on top of
Okay.
that guy.
This is the
squirting
red
their
band
juices.
trailer. This is the red band trailer.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be that then. It's gonna be the naked lady squirting their juices. Oh god, that was
Fucking
a foul way
phrasing.
of putting it. Fuck.
Yeah, no, that's pretty rank, but yeah.
Was it that
Oh,
awesome
why
quote
did I
about
say that?
Cyberpunks? Was it that insane punching clip that probably took like 10 months to animate and another 10 for the editor to sync with the music? Nope, it's neither of those. It's these two little bumps at the beginning and the end. I wonder what they are. It's the fucking porn clips.
Yep.
Anime fans, this is why nobody likes us.
He's got a point. He's got a point.
Yeah, he's got a point there. That was no.
So I was kind of hoping no one here saw that because I thought the clickbait rage bait that was associated with the title Edgerunners has
Mhm.
proved that
Oh, no,
anime degenerates would have been funny, and then people would have been like, "Oh, I'm not a degenerate. I only watch quality anime like Chainsaw Man." And some
Yeah.
shit like that.
It got my interest when I first saw the video. I was like, oh, I wonder what his argument is in less than a minute video. And then I see,
Oh yeah, it's the red band trail. No, I think we're all gonna agree with this one.
See, the funny thing is that a lot of people immediately got angry at this video because if you have a look at the likes, it's got like 15,000 likes and 5,000 dislikes.
Who?
People were not happy with this
Hey.
minute-long video.
They were angry because he told the truth.
They could not handle it.
Tyken in the chat, best video covered on Nuthouse so far.
It's the second video covered on Nuthouse so far, so you're technically right.
Yeah, 1 minute video. That's it. Show's over.
Show's over,
wish.
folks. But no,
Oh.
I'm gonna just transition here real quickly, and we're going to move on to the next video. This is a 2-minute 45-second video, and holy shit! Hopefully my what's it called? My extension is working properly because according to what I'm seeing here, this video has 763 likes for a channel with 15,000 subscribers, which is
Okay.
it's not great.
753,000, you said?
No,
753.
763, just 763, 763. There's no zeros attached.
Okay. Okay.
And 13,000 dislikes.
I do believe the word ratioed is the thing that's used here.
Yeah. Ratio would be the word that is used here because that is foul. That is a very, very bad ratio. So
That is horrid.
going to put that in there.
You know,
Going to just press pause on that.
Oh,
and
this is gonna be a treat, isn't it? Oh
It's gonna
no.
be quite entertaining. So chat,
Oh boy.
let us get ready for this video. It's titled "Why Netflix's Cyberpunk Edgerunners Sucks," and it's less than 3 minutes long. So we should be in
Oh
for
man.
some hard hitting statements.
You know what my favorite thing is, Shandy? My favorite thing is when someone is going to critique like a show or maybe even a movie. How long is a critique? Like 2
minute.
minutes? Maybe
2
3?
Not
minutes.
even five. Not even
It's a
five.
TikTok.
I hate that shit. I hate it.
It's
you
it's a
can't-
180 character tweet.
What are you saying in the... You know what? I guess we're going to find out. But what could you possibly say about that
you've
show
got people
within
like
less than
Cosmonauts
3
who
minutes?
make 20-minute videos talking about entire trilogies that it's like 6 hours worth of content, and he's got millions of subs, millions of views.
Well,
so-
nothing is more lazy than Ralph the Movie Maker, where at one point he was like, all right, I'm going to do a marathon of reviewing DC films. And then he just skips through movies. And then at one point he goes, yeah, well, everyone knows this movie's bad. And I'm not even going to explain why. So I'm just going to skip this one. It's like, why the fuck are you even doing the marathon then?
Anyway,
Yeah, that's my gripe on lazy reviews.
Well, you're gonna be griping a little bit further in 3, 2, 1.
Okay.
I could make a whole channel just making fun of Netflix. In fact, it'd be more popular than what I'm doing right now. But you gotta admire their ability to find those hidden gems at the bottom of the barrel.
the hidden gems at the
Okay.
bottom of the barrel. So this is a guy who I'm assuming has watched a lot of Netflix content. And if he has, then he has probably seen shows like Big Mouth. He's probably seen shows like Castlevania Season 3 and Season 4. He's probably seen movies like Tall Girl. You know, this really icky, yucky stuff that's typically associated with like Netflix's worst content. Cuties is also a Netflix original, so let's keep that in
Oh
mind.
God.
Hopefully he's not referring to that, but he seems to think that with all those things in mind, Edgerunners is associated with stuff at the bottom of the barrel.
That's insane to me.
That's a yikes, my dude.
Like even with criticisms, people out there, even if you have a
Valid
lot of more
criticisms.
criticism of this show than we do, you cannot say this is bottom of the barrel
It's
at
not.
What?
Netflix.
Hey, Ryder, let's put them on the shelf next to Winks. How would that look?
Oh God, fucking Winks.
Oh, joy.
Oh.
I'm
No,
assuming Winx is bad. I've never heard of the show in my life.
Oh,
So, you ever heard? I don't think anybody's heard of it, but there was an old cartoon, I guess, for little girls called Winx Club about fairies, and then Netflix did a gritty live-action reboot of that.
A gritty
And it became-
live-action reboot of a teenage girl cartoon.
yes.
Little girl cartoon.
I think it's like
Little girl-
Riverdale,
so
pretty
like
much.
7, 8-year-old girl cartoon.
Yes, and also there's
my.
lots of sex in it now.
Oh my!
And
That's,
by the way, the
that's a
characters
choice.
having it, not legal age.
Ugh.
Well, no, like the characters, the actors, of course. But I'm
The
like, yeah.
actors are, but my problem is the show is like, oh my gosh, look at these
I would
teenagers,
I would
and you
caution
go,
language here just so we
"Right."
don't get struck down, please.
Oh, I'm sorry, Susan. No, it's perfect. It's great.
No, we can talk about it. Just try and be a little bit more vague on this subject material because
All
good
right.
lord, that does not sound like fun.
Yeah, Winx is terra bad.
So yeah, if this person
We loved every minute
is
of it.
aware of Winx and he still says this, then that is a yikes. But let us continue.
Just introverted robot. It's not for kids. That show. It is not. It is very clearly geared towards adults, which makes it extra strange.
So cuties again, but for kid. Well, wasn't that what cuties was? It was.
Oh
it was
no.
Oh, right.
director
Oh,
was-
God, you're right.
Oh man, it's like the director of She-Hulk going, I wanted to make a sex positive show, but for kids. And then everyone responded with, why did you say that?
Back to the video.
What
Back to
do
the
you
video,
mean by
yeah.
this?
Just
What
when
does
you
she
think
mean
it
by-
can't
what
get
does
any
she mean by
worse,
this?
here comes Cyberpunk.
If you thought nothing could
Wait!
get any worse, here comes Cyberpunk
Nothing-
Edgerunners.
We
Oh
we were
my.
just okay. I don't even want to go over cute. I don't even want to go over
We
cuties
don't
or
even
Yeah,
get
Winx
to
no.
list
again.
it again.
It-
It's just
It goes without saying.
yep, goes without saying.
Edgerunners. Before we get into it, I want to give a quick mention.
Oh my God!
Edgerunners is based on that god
Sorry, I couldn't remember if that was an ad or not, so I skipped it.
Okay.
I hope it was an ad and not. All right, here I get the lotion.
awful 2020 video game Cyberpunk 2077.
Hey.
So yeah, we
Hey.
spoke about this a little earlier on. I think the hate this game gets at this point is a little overdone. I don't
Yes.
think the game is nearly as bad as it was at launch. They fixed a whole bunch. Even people who got the game at launch said that I know that there were a lot of people who didn't suffer any sort of bugs or any sort of glitches. They were mostly just complaining about the lack of content, which you know is
Yes.
still a pretty decent gripe. But yeah, I think this game is one of those you guys are just hating on it for the meme kind of thing. But
It runs
It's either,
fine now.
it's either
It
that,
runs
'cause
fine.
I mean, granted, CD Projekt Red and also the fans, but both of them are guilty of overhyping this thing to an insane degree. Even after the release of Witcher 3, they were at the top of the world.
I think a thing that contributed to the hate towards the game also was when there were still problems with the game, and then they went, "You fuckers excited for Witcher 4?" And
oh yeah, they pulled
that-
a Blizzard. They pulled a Blizzard maneuver where they're like in really hot water, so they try and entice people with something
Mhm.
that they know a lot of people like. So in
they're
this
like,
case,
okay, guys.
Cyberpunk was just a floating carcass in the middle of the sea. And And like, oh, how do we distract people from this? Let's show them this one thing that we did once that people really liked. Let's just make that
Yeah.
again.
And most people did turn around for 2077 after Edgerunners because it encouraged them to replay the game and the game was actually playable.
Yeah. Enough time had passed that when they went back to
But
it,
the funny thing
they
with
went, huh.
2077 is, even in the year that it released, it was still one of the most well-sold, well-performing games of that year. It still made enough to warrant a sequel. Like they're making a Cyberpunk 2077 2, I guess. It's coming. They are making another
Yes,
one.
they've announced they're making a sequel. The DLC isn't out yet. They've also announced like a new Witcher trilogy. Is that what they said?
Yeah, but I think
No,
maybe a
Witcher
Witcher
4 and a
trilogy is
remake.
Witcher
of the
4,
first.
a Witcher remake. And then
Gwent
Witcher
2.
3 next. Gwent 2. Witcher 3 is getting like a next gen update. I hope it's optional because
It's completely like I've looked at some of the things. Like my Witcher 3 on mods looks just as good, if not better, than what they're selling.
yeah. Also, hey, you know it's a good idea, CD Projekt Red? Maybe not advertising Netflix appearance in the trailer for your next gen update. That is real.
What? A Netflix
In the
appearance?
trailer for the next gen update, they're like, "Hey guys, look at the stuff we're adding. Stuff from the Netflix show."
I cringed so hard when I saw the redesign for Dandelion. Of like the Yaskier look for him. I was like, oh god.
And by the way, the Netflix stuff isn't just for Geralt's armor and it isn't just for Dandelion. It transfers over to the Nilfgaardian armor as well.
Oh, the
So yes,
testicle armor.
the
No.
shitty
Yeah.
testicle trash bag armor is going to be in the game.
Hopefully that's optional because I quite like my Nilfgaardian armor the way
There,
it is.
I would hope so too, because even on the original Witcher 3, like you have options to
Surely
turn
it's
on DLC
optional
shoots.
because I know.
Surely.
Yeah, surely. But I think we're kind of like distracting everyone again. Let's just carry on with this
Yeah.
2-minute video.
Yeah.
No one gives a shit about this man's opinion.
To be fair, it is relevant. He's talking about a game from CD Projekt Red. We were talking about their handling of the game.
Yep.
Yeah.
And they are currently implementing resources from a Netflix adaptation of their video game, which is in line with what we were talking about with The Witcher. So, we were technically on topic, so it's fine. Yeah.
Though it's an anime series, it certainly is jerky enough to capture that Xbox One version of the game. Story concerns D. Yeah, in the game you play as V, so this is D.
David.
His name is David.
Did anyone ever refer to him as David? Or
His
DM?
mom, and that was it.
Oh, right.
Keep in
No
mind
one
that
else
this is
called
a
him that ever
review-
again.
This is a review of the first episode.
Okay. Alright.
Though
This
they do say
episode
his
1.
name's David. And guess what? He's a teenage son to a single mom. And in the first episode, which was all I could stomach, I immediately picked up that this seems a little familiar, doesn't it? Like, didn't we just see the same plot play out like a week ago with Tekken Blood?
Who gives a
would
shit?
not
Anyone
say that
watch
because
Tekken
I've
Blood?
never. No, I was just about to say I completely forgot that the Tekken Bloodlines TV show was a thing. Like, I've not seen any marketing for the show. I've not seen any YouTube clips for the show popping up. Like, I've seen YouTube clips popping up on my feed for the Mortal Kombat Sub-Zero movie that recently came out, the animated one. I've seen clips for that popping up. That was more popular than Tekken Bloodlines.
I didn't know Tekken Bloodlines was a thing. I forgot.
Neither.
This is the first I've heard of it.
My first time hearing about the show was actually from Sherp in our Discord server. That was like my first exposure to this, which was odd, but yeah.
Line. Oh, single mom gets wiped out. The son's a douchebag. He's bullied by classmates, and he's got nowhere to go.
Wait, the son is a douchebag?
He he's a little stubborn in the first episode.
He's stubborn. He's a bit of a shit. I wouldn't say he's a douchebag. He's just a typical kid.
Well, I mean, David's in a completely understandable situation. He's
Yeah.
the only broke boy in the school. His mom's
Mhm.
single. She's trying to provide for him going to this Arasaka school,
Mhm.
and she's trying to pay for rent, and she's trying to buy food, and she's trying to buy clothes, and she's trying to all these fucking single mom stuff.
Mhm.
So
And
yeah,
not only that, They're doing all of this while living in the poor neighborhood of Night City.
He's just a douchebag. He's just a douchebag who
Okay.
gets beaten up by
Okay.
bullies.
Carry on. Carry on.
And you sure
Wait, meantime, isn't the main character from Tekken like supposed to be like super rich because his dad and his
I
granddad are
never
like
played Tekken.
multi-billionaires or something?
I don't know.
I think the entire
I-
point
I-
of the Tekken games is that the main character's granddad hosts a Tekken tournament to like find the king of fighters or something. I don't know. I'm mixing games here, but
I have
think
never
that's more or less the plot.
looked into
Tekken's the
Tekken at
one
all.
where Sub-Zero punches Ryu in the balls.
Can someone in chat please confirm or deny what I said to be true?
Yeah.
I've not played more than like a
I've
few hours
never
of
played
Tekken.
Tekken.
It was
Yeah,
mostly
what's
just to
t-
beat
what's
up
a
my brother
Tekken?
who kept on spamming the same shit as that fucking panda character.
This is the part where I whip out an Anchorman joke, and when someone says, "What's Tekken?" I respond with, "It sounds like a venereal disease."
That would be an Anchorman joke. You are correct.
there are some differences? Like in the case of Edgerunners, the bullies have downloaded Kenshiro. Oh, but Dee's mom was hiding this tech. It looks like a spinal cord, and he wants his Ripper Doc buddy, whose name I don't even think we've really gotten around to talking about. He wants him to install it, and this is gonna make all the difference, right? Because he's the poor kid who is looking to drop out of his rich kid school. His mom.
So that was like 30 seconds of uninterrupted footage or
I
him
don't.
talking.
I
He's
don't know what to
basically
say
just
to this.
doing an anomaly and giving a plot synopsis. He's not added anything. We're a minute and
Oh, it's
40
one of
into this
these.
2 minute and 44 second video, and
It's much more
besides
concise than Anomaly, at least.
saying that this
Hmm.
is bottom of the barrel Netflix commentary or Netflix content, and saying that this is the same plot as Tekken Bloodlines, he hasn't said anything of substance yet.
He
So
hasn't. He's going through the plot
honestly,
as if that's an argument.
even if they are the same plot, even in like just an opening or like just
At
an
a
opening, like
superficial
who?
level.
Even it's so superficial. Like, what does it even matter? Like they're both the same. Am I gonna judge Bug's life and ants? I don't know. They're so
Yes.
superficial. It's not even worth bothering.
It's an underrated comparison you just made. Nobody's ever made that comparison before.
It's the first one that came to mind. I'm not thinking right now.
Bugs and
I'm on
ants.
autopilot.
Had dreams of him becoming a corpo, and these are things that will really only make sense to you if you played through that game.
I disagree.
Oh,
No?
I've
as
never
someone who
played.
didn't play the game, Shandy, tell us.
I have not played the game. I've not played the board game. I think there's a book or something based on Cyberpunk. I didn't read that book. I knew nothing about this universe going in besides a little bit of the marketing that I saw. I understood the first episode completely. In fact, I wanted them to delve more into it, not because I didn't understand any of it, but just because I wanted to see more of Cyberpunk's world, which is what I said at the start of the stream. Um,
Yes.
so if this guy is like, "Oh, you wouldn't have understood any of this unless you played the game," Um, I'm not sure if he's saying that as someone who played the game or if he's just saying that as someone who didn't pay attention to the episode and then just chalked up everything that happened as, oh, I'd probably get this if I actually played the game. I'm willing to go with the second one because if you paid attention to what was going on instead of snorting whatever line of glue was in your house at that time, you probably wouldn't have made this video, but that's just me.
It's crazy to think that in a
Yeah.
world where we push nostalgia to get you interested in a new product to watch, why remind you of the worst gaming experience you ever had?
It wasn't the worst gaming experience I ever had. The worst gaming experience I ever had was Aliens Colonial Marines.
But I don't even understand this point. How is Cyberpunk Edgerunners pushing nostalgia as a factor to get people into watching the show?
Oh, it's not.
No,
But it's
it's
the
not.
only thing he can come up with. He's like, okay, people criticize nostalgia. I need to criticize nostalgia. It's nostalgia for the game.
I mean, I could just show anyone who's never even heard of 2077 and put this in front of them, and they could still get something out of it.
It's
Still
a
understand it.
well-animated show from a studio that's well known for making well-animated shows like Gurren Lagann and Kill la Kill. They went ahead and made something set in a universe that would get most people interested because cyberpunk dystopian environments are quite popular in movies and in TV shows and in games, especially in games, because you've got the things like the Deus Ex games, you've got Cyberpunk, you've got the Fallout games to an extent. It's a pretty popular genre, so I don't see why they would market to nostalgia and not just the general market that already exists, catered specifically to people who like this stuff. Seems like an odd thing to say, but who knows? Maybe I'll give an explanation in the next 30 seconds that this video has.
I guess.
Oh yes,
Wait, does he
nostalgia
have a
for a
does he
two-year-old
have
game.
an
I agree, Tycon. Quite nostalgic.
does he have an end card thing that these style YouTubers have where
I
the
don't know.
ending of the video is like a full couple seconds of nothing but click on these other videos.
We'll have to wait and see.
Click
Give
the
you an
subscribe button and
incredibly
ring the bell.
unlikable, moody protagonist who just talks in obnoxious lingo, choom, nova, terrible music, confusing visual.
Terrible music.
Okay.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but besides the intro music that plays at the start of every episode, I think all the music in the show is directly from the game, right?
I think there's like one or two other originals, but yeah, most of the soundtrack from the show is from the game.
And if it wasn't from the game, it's in the game now.
No,
Yeah.
not even. Actually, that's even another thing. Like the music, the show actually gave a lot more meaning to some of the songs. Like the one plays like when David's walking through town at the beginning, or I can't wait to stay at your house. No, I really want to stay at your house. That one has a whole new meaning. Like the fucking memes on that one were heartbreaking. To say the
Yeah,
least.
this is just coming because he hasn't said anything substantial, even with regards to his taste in the music. It just seems like one of those things where he just doesn't like it, which is fine. If it's not for you, then it's not for you. You can go back to listening to skank rock or whatever the fuck you like.
That's these days.
But yeah, I mean, I thought the music in the show was quite phenomenal. It matched a lot of the tone. It matched a lot of the visuals. The visuals made the music have a lot more extra meaning, which was always nice. Especially the intro song, "I'm Gonna Burn the City." Hearing things like "There's fire in your eyes" or something like that. I can't remember the lyrics entirely. And then you see just David with like these red fiery eyes walking towards Night City as he wants to fist fight it or something. And
I do find it interesting. Even during that song, they cut out the lyrics. I'm gonna burn this city because he doesn't.
yeah, it
He
would be
doesn't burn
false
this.
advertising. It would be incorrect information.
I'm gonna
Yeah.
rise up. I'm gonna make a Oh.
Oh, just the ending of that intro. I just like just having it be a man made of skyscrapers just shooting him in the head.
By the way, the only reason why I'm showing this video, because I'm willing to bet that there would be some people like, why are you showing this 3-minute video? This is nothing. This is an appetizer because this person did make another video where he goes into more detail explaining his opinions. I thought that this would just be a good way of getting us into his mindset of what he felt before we get into that video. Abila asks, "Who are you guys covering?" So this
Von
person
Jock
is
Vlog.
called give
Von
me
Jog Vlog.
Von Jog Vlog.
Von Jog Vlog.
Von Jog Vlog. Yeah, this person
No,
is called Von
Von
Jog
Jog
Vlog.
Vlog.
Gavlan Deal.
Hey chat, say that 3 times fast. Von
Yeah,
Jog
basically
Vlog.
some random. I'll look up his actual name soon. I think it should be in the description. Let me have a look here quickly. I did put it there. Yeah, Von Jog Vlog. Yeah, it's in the description. You can see it there. That's who we are currently covering. But in general, we're just covering people who say stinky things about the Cyberpunk Edgerunners TV show. And we're going to be finishing this one up before we move on to the next one. So let us go.
And no discernible reason to continue other than to make videos about it on YouTube. I mean, if I had to take a stab in the dark, I think that D's gonna run across some hot chick who knows everything and teaches him how to edge run. But I'm sure you got better things to be doing, like watching Rings of Woke and Feminist Hulk.
If you appreciate
He said that would be a better use of your time. Also, wow, I predicted it. The remainder of this video is just a end card being like, guys, watch my other stuff.
15 seconds of it.
Wow. That's, oh boy.
So yeah, that video was basically a load of nothing, and it got a lot of people quite angry. Like I said, it had something like 17,000 dislikes. Let me just double check here real quick.
People were
No,
mulging.
sorry. 763 likes, 13,000 dislikes. Yeah, people were quite upset by that video.
And
And
I'm sure
for
he's
good
gonna write it
reasons.
off as, oh, anime fans mad I don't like thing. No, I think people just disliked your criticisms because they were non-existent.
This next video of his is 7 minutes and 30 seconds long, and apparently this covers the entirety of the show. So he's going to be giving some more
In 7
substantial
minutes.
arguments. Yeah, in 7 minutes. He's
How do
going
you
to do
cover
it.
the show in 7 minutes?
I don't know, but he's going to do it. He will be the one to do it.
Last week,
He will be the one to crack the code. In terms of statistics for this one, he's got 121 likes for a video with 7.5 thousand views. And
Okay.
unless my extension is bugging, this has 940 dislikes. So significantly less than
I'm
the
saying the
first
same
one.
thing too.
But the thing with this video is that it had a lot less engagement. Like, I think the algorithm just didn't pick up on this video as much as it did with the first one.
Oh
Oh
my
my
gosh.
god,
Guys,
I know
guys.
this guy
Obello
is.
in the chat. I know who this guy is. He's the same guy who reviewed Elden Ring while admitting to have never played it. Why do these people... Oh. Why is that such a common trend recently?
Is he?
This game is pretty bad. Did you play it?
I'm
No.
gonna go through his catalog of videos here real quick to see if that is actually the case. Let us find out.
Oh my gosh. Wait.
Also, hi, meme.
Mom, get the camera. Meme repository's
Writer
here.
shot.
Oh my
Oh my
good
goodness.
lord! Is that the purple boy?
Yeah. I swear everything was conspiring for me to be as late as possible today.
Mhm.
Like even when because I had a friend. So for those for those at home, the reason I was late was because I just had to. I had someone coming over. I have someone coming over to house sit next week, and I had to. This was the only time that they could come over to just look at all the routines and everything I needed them to do. Very, very important stuff. And then they were running late at work, which, fair enough. It's the Christmas season. And then they arrived, and they sent me a message, but the message took 20 minutes to send for some reason. And they tried calling me, but the call didn't go through either. It took 20 minutes for my phone to be spammed with a bunch of missed call notifications. So long story short, the universe really, really wanted me to have the most unbelievable sense of dramatic timing possible for this.
Well, you've actually joined at a pretty good time because we're covering our third video of the day. So just for a bit of context, maybe since you're just joining, as you know, we will be discussing the Cyberpunk Edgerunners TV show, and we'll be discussing people who are covering it. We gave our own opinions on the show earlier on, and I'll ask you for yours in a moment. But the first video that we covered was a person who was trying to convince the world that Cyberpunk Edgerunners is proof that anime fans are degenerates. It was
Oh,
a
good God.
48-second video going over the trailer, and the entire gist of that video was the most played segment of the Red Band trailer was the 1 second porn segment. And you know what? In all honesty, I'm fine with that view he has. I think it's quite accurate, especially since
To be
funny.
fair, to be fair, Shandy, he made more of a point in that 1 minute than the 3-minute video we watched next.
True.
Oh, God.
True. That is very true. Because the next video that we watched was a 3-minute video of a person saying that Cyberpunk Edgerunners, or at least the first episode, because he couldn't be bothered watching more, was quote unquote bottom of the barrel Netflix content and some of the worst that they had on offer. Now, this is made post Big Mouth. This is made post Castlevania Season 3 and Season 4. This is made post Torgal. And arguably the worst one, this is made post Cuties.
Oh,
And this
God.
is- and he says in the video, and just when you think it can't get any worse, here comes Edgerunners.
So the good faith interpretation of this person would be to assume that he has not seen Cuties and he is not making a direct comparison. However, when you make a broad statement like that, I kind of need to take a guess at what you're talking about, especially since he doesn't spend a lot of time giving examples of what this is worse than or better than. So you're just left with a very nebulous thing to talk about.
He
Also,
spent
Bello,
didn't he
I'm
spend like
currently looking for his Elden Ring review. I don't see anyone, so maybe it's a different person, or maybe he took
A
it
good
down.
video for another time.
Yeah.
I think he even spent like half of that 3 minutes, like just a minute and a half of just explaining the plot of the first episode.
Mm-hmm.
Yes,
Just
that is
explaining
true.
it.
He spent a minute and a half of a 2 minutes and 44-second video explaining the plot of the first episode, and 15 seconds at the end was an ad for the rest of his content.
What a
No.
waste of time.
It
It
is a
was
waste
a
of time,
massive
but the
waste of
only
time.
reason I played that video was because he went ahead and made a second video where he's like, okay, I kind of got dunked on a lot. I got 13,000 dislikes and 900 or 700 likes. Maybe I should try and explain myself a bit better. So he made a second video, which is 7 minutes and 30 seconds long, and he's going to try and explain why the entire show as a whole is a stinker.
In
Instead
7
of
minutes. In
in 7
7.
minutes, yes.
Chat's already heard my tangent. I don't like. Hey, this is a lot of content I need to review. I'm gonna do it in like 7 minutes. I'm gonna do it in like 5 minutes. It'll be good. Like,
Yeah, and would I be mistaken in saying that there's also like a much longer video
There
also in
is,
the
yes.
pipeline?
I was saving that specifically for when you arrived here, but the chat was getting angsty. We were running out of things to talk about, so I was like, okay, you know what? Let's just start this up until Meme gets here. Let's look at the shorter videos first, have a bit of a goofy time. And
Mhm.
thankfully,
Yeah.
it worked. You managed to get here just in the nick of time before chat died entirely. But before we continue, Meme,
Fantastic.
I think it would be good if you gave the chat a general overview on your thoughts of the show. I don't know if you've watched it since your appearance on Metal's podcast or not, but I think it would just be good just to give a general summary. It's what we did at the start, so might as well.
Yeah, sure. So yeah, my opinion is basically the same. I haven't had quite the chance to rewatch it since, but my opinion can be summarized as I really like a lot of it. Like on a purely subjective level, I really, I like the ideas for a lot of the characters. I like the overall like story they're going for. I just think it needed to be about 3 to 4 times longer for what they were trying to do with it. I felt like it was a very rushed. So it was a lot of my investment was my investment in the idea of what was going on more than it was the execution. But at the same time, I don't remember there being anything like ultra inconsistent about it. It was more just I easily could have done like 3 or 4 seasons just with the story they told with the first season alone. Like things just being a little bit more decompressed, allowing things to unfold a little bit more slowly, and allowing things to marinate a bit more. That's so yeah, I like it overall. I just wish there was it's probably like the best backhanded compliment or backhanded forward-handed insult. What's the opposite of a backhanded compliment? I don't know. But like,
I almost wouldn't
was
even
that?
consider that insult. It's like, hey, I want more of this stuff. Even considering
Mhm.
how successful this show was, it still hasn't been renewed for season 2.
Yeah, like I get the feeling that they didn't expect quite it to resonate as well as it did, for whatever reason. But yeah, I think I easily could have done everything that happened in all the events of the first season. I could have happily stretched that out into 4 seasons, and it would have been, I think, it would have been like, I think that would be the right amount of pacing. It's that or double the length of the episodes or double the episode count in the season itself, like whatever works. But yeah, like I like the story. I just wish it had more time to breathe.
Yeah.
It had more
One thing
room
we
to
spent a lot of time talking about and mentioning was side characters and how they could have had more time to explore personal backstory, relationships with each other, relationships with David. My primary targeted character was Maine, or you could say he was the main point of interest. I know that's Metal's joke, but I thought it was so good I had to use it twice.
Oh yes.
And yeah, it's something that you guys mentioned on your own stream that he was quite an interesting person, and a lot of his development went to David in the later episodes. I kind of shared the same sentiments, especially watching it to the end earlier this week. I just
hmm
I don't think there's anything wrong with the writing necessarily. There's a few hiccups here and there, especially when they were trying to get into Arasaka at the end of the episode. I feel like that was just a little bit too easy.
Yeah.
When you hear the word mega corporation, you think, oh, these people have like a crap ton of resources, a crap ton of power and wealth. Their security should probably just be a lot more tight than just one dude in an exoskeleton. But irrespective, it worked for what they were trying to do. Um, it's one of those situations where I actively wish I could watch more of it. Where if I watch something like Doctor Strange, Multiverse of Madness, I wish it was an hour shorter, just so I could go home sooner. Not the case here. I wish it was an hour longer, just so I could keep watching it and keep getting more information from these characters. So
I mean,
yeah,
Yeah.
considering like the mega corporation, that they threw a lot of cars at them. They threw a lot at them in that
those
final
were
chase.
from
No,
Militech.
they blew up Militech. The Militech like crew got blown up. When they made it into the Night City, that was all Arasaka's.
Was it?
Yeah, that was Arasaka's, wasn't it?
Okay, well,
Because
fair enough.
when you get the exoskeleton, he crushes Militech, and then Arasaka was supposed to move in to get the exoskeleton after he was supposed to die there.
I don't know. I just felt like it was a little bit kind of out there because you have someone like Adam Smasher saying that the technology in question is a child's toy,
To
and
him.
to him, yeah, but you would think that there would be more people who shared a similar sentiment, or at least were confident enough in their own resources to be like, yeah, it's a powerful piece of technology, but we can overwhelm it. I would have preferred something like that. Because the entire point of this gravity technology is that it's supposed to be used as a field test to sell to a wider audience, to be the leading tech dealer in Night City, at least in comparison to their competition, who is Militech.
Militech.
Yeah, so I would have preferred a little bit more like that, but with what they were going for, I think it's fine. You know, it's this really rush, really hyper aggressive finale. It matches the rest of the show, but yeah, I would have preferred more of a slower burn. But yeah,
And where was that Adam Smasher in the fucking game? Like,
Right.
I took him out. I took him out in a
know.
bikini with a shotgun. That was how I defeated Adam Smasher. Meanwhile, here he's like, I'm going to just rip every organ individually from your body. Oh, I'm gonna
he was
fuck.
awesome.
Say the line, DB. Say the line.
None leave the slaughterhouse, not alive.
Good line.
that's
My
true.
Oh, good.
I don't know
I
what's
think I'm
funnier,
the only
that
person here who
or
hasn't played the game. I think everyone else besides me has played the game.
oh.
Yeah, it's just oh man, the amount of people that just went back just to shit on Adam Smasher after what he did in that show.
Yeah.
Like I know, I saw a meme like someone drew a picture of a waiting line to the final boss room. Everyone just getting like
It's that scene from Airplane where all the people are lining up to slap the lady that's going crazy. Those are all the people lining up
And it
to
just
just
gets
Oh.
progressively
Adam
more and more
Smasher.
violent. You get people with like
Yes.
knuckle dusters.
Oh, they
and
beat him with a
baseball bats
dildo.
and
They
golf
beat them with
clubs.
the dildo bat.
Oh, I know. The fucking not San Andreas, Saints Row 3 dildo bat. That would be great.
Mm.
Yeah, you can mod that in if it isn't already
it's in the game. It's in.
Oh, it's
already
in the game. Good, good. Like,
There's
it had to. They took it out of the reboot of Saints Row, so it had to go somewhere.
I mean, there's a Blade Runner jacket you can find in that game too.
Ooh, nice.
It's not even
Andomi
in Night
says
City.
I'm a
It's
bit
outside
quiet.
Night
I've
City.
brought my mic a bit closer to my mouth, so hopefully that makes me sound a little bit louder.
Oh,
Mm,
a quiet boy, I see.
quite quiet. But yeah,
Yeah.
I
We're gonna
think
get
it
on
would
with the
be
cringe.
cool. yes, it would be cool to carry on with the cringe. That way I can go back to playing Devil May Cry 2 and drinking absinthe.
Why would you play Devil May Cry 2?
It gives me an excuse to drink absinthe.
Uh,
Not that I need one, but I need something to get me through the game. I
I
wanna.
think this meme here sums it up for the Adam Smasher stuff. Just
Who the fuck are you? Adam in the anime.
Oh
Adam.
yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think I need to show
It's
this in
sad.
chat. They would quite enjoy that. So hold on, let me just copy the message
It's
link.
sad.
There we go.
It's sad but true.
It's sad but true, yeah.
what's the term for it where like the narrative and the gameplay don't line up?
Something
cognitive-
dissonance.
Yeah, that.
Ludonarrative. That's it.
Ludonarrative dissonance, there it is.
Yeah, because Adam Smasher is built up just as much in the game as he is in the show, but the problem is they clearly ran out of time to actually refine that boss fight into something that was worthy of the build up. So you get that Ludo narrative dissonance
chat,
there.
This is what meme has shared with us. Adam Smasher in the anime, big
It's
spooky,
way in the
scary
bottom.
guy, and then you've got Adam in the game, who is, if I'm not mistaken, the meme here is the little girl hiding from the Terminator. I think it's the same meme format that's used there.
Yeah.
What even is the origin of that?
I don't know. I think it's just someone watched the Terminator and they wanted that in there. But yeah, no,
Funny though.
I'm going to have to take their word on this. I've not played the game, so I agree
not a great
wholeheartedly that this is entirely accurate. Absolutely. But yeah, I think that
Introverted
Oops.
robot has a good point, Shandy. Devil May Cry 2, you're better than this.
I've played a lot of crap that I'm
Oh,
not
so
too
you've played
fond
you've
of.
played a lot of crap. So have you played a lot of David Cage games?
No.
You do not know true pain.
This one's pretty accurate too.
Adam Smasher in gameplay, cutscenes, lore. In the yeah, that's about right.
We get all this Adam Smasher stuff, and we don't get anything on Morgan Blackhand. Fuck you.
But I think that's enough le meme. While we're watching this, I'm going to think of crappy games that I've played beforehand, and I'm going to mention them instead of actually talking about this. I'll leave you to you three now with the addition of the purple boy to mold over this. So are we all inside to watch together?
Right.
I see 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes. So we all good to go?
Yep.
Cool.
4.
Sweet. Let's go.
Week I caught the
Open your Monster Energy drinks. Let's game.
Who's pausing and playing? You cretin.
Last
I'm
week
not-
I caught
I'm
the
not
first
touching
episode of
anything.
Cyberpunk
I have played for
Edgerunners,
you.
put out a video of my disgust, and the ultra-friendly YouTube
Blame for
community
me.
was quick to politely
Let me
inform me
refresh.
that I rushed to judgment. So you know what? I quickly put out a...
So is it playing for
obviously-
you guys?
Yeah, it's
Okay,
playing.
yeah,
for
I
me.
see it now. All right, there we go. I'm at,
was
I'm
it
at
not
13
playing
seconds
for
right
you?
now.
It was playing for me. Yeah, I was just making sure because it
It wasn't
was I
playing
was
for me,
sounding.
it
I was getting mixed
was-
messages.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
Mixed
So
signals, you could
yeah,
say.
this
We're at
person
13
is,
seconds, right?
we're at 13 seconds.
Okay.
Same here.
13 seconds.
So this person is currently molding over the fact that after he released his last Cyberpunk video, he quite quickly got given a piece of YouTube's mind as a collective. They all thought that he rushed to judgment and that he was quite wrong. So he's like, okay, I heard you. I'll give Cyberpunk Edgerunners another chance. Where was this outcry when I
didn't-
trashed Tekken Bloodline, a show literally no one has seen nor cared about? I've got a lot of content I have to finish before a funeral. Okay.
Okay.
I'll get to watching the rest of the season this weekend. Alright? Top priorities.
What am I supposed to feel reading this?
I feel like he's trying to be sassy. The winking emoji at the end makes me feel this way. But yeah,
But the funeral mention.
Is it? It's probably for himself, maybe. If anything, if he's like winking, I don't know.
I don't know.
I really don't know.
Yeah, the overall sentiment that he's given so far is just that he's very snarky, very sarcastic, so not meant to be taken too seriously. But let us proceed.
statement that I would watch the rest over the weekend. I gave the show a second shot, and are you going to do the same for my channel? I doubt it, Chum. And you know what? Maybe Cyberpunk Edgerunners doesn't completely suck, but it has problems. Though it has stayed on my mind for days, I feel like this anime limited series comes up a little short.
I think we can all kind of
Okay.
agree
Agree.
with that statement. We all gave
yeah.
our own personal grievances a
Uh-huh.
little while ago.
I feel
Yeah.
like it's gonna be. I feel like it's gonna be one of those statements. Where I agree with your conclusion. I disagree completely with how you got there.
It could be.
In a
could be.
vacuum, your statement is agreeable.
Mm.
It's certainly an improvement from his last video, so I'll give him that.
Sounds a bit more open-minded. And we'll see how if he sticks the
Oh,
landing on that.
He's now moved
Mhm.
past the first episode. He's watched the entire show, so he's already,
He put in the effort.
2 steps forward, not quite 1 step back yet. So
Good.
Someone needs to explain why. Don't worry, I'm not one of those hacks who pads videos with filler to game the algorithm. Oh, before you can even skip it, check out my buddies at CaleraLab.com, makers of the Icon, the latest in skincare for men. Use my promo code FRY15 to save 15% at checkout. Maybe I didn't best articulate my points regarding...
That was quick. That was quick and easy on ads. Just
Well,
get
I
out of
was
the way.
gonna say, is the code Fry15 because he speaks with a vocal fry?
Or is it because he dresses kind of like Fry from Futurama, only with a yellow shirt
Oh.
and a hood?
I don't know. I don't know what you mean. I don't know what you mean. What could he possibly be referencing? I don't understand.
I don't care. I just want to hear his points.
Fair enough.
DB, I
Maybe it's
thought
an
you
in
would
joke
have,
for his channel or something.
Maybe.
I thought you of all people would have appreciated what Meme was trying to do there.
No, I did. I did.
Yeah, fine, fair enough. I guess I just can't read a room.
the first episode, but it's by far the worst, putting the show in a weird situation from the start. In the first episode of Cyberpunk Edgerunners, we're introduced to our protagonist, David Martinez, teenage son of a single mom who works as an EMT to put him through a corpo academy.
I don't think I would agree that it's the worst episode of the show. That I don't actually know what I.
Worst one.
To be honest, I think I would kind of give the finale the worst episode of the show, just because there was a lot riding on what was going on there, and I kind of think they fumbled it a little bit. I still like it, but I think it could have been handled a lot better.
I think the worst one may have been like the one with the brain dancer guy. I think, if anything, that could be my lowest one.
Nah, I think that one still has a lot more redeeming qualities compared to the finale. The finale
I think
is the definition of rushed. Like, it's so much shit happening quickly. But yeah, that's just me.
Mom is zeroed during a hit between gonks, leaving David alone and evidently unmotivated to seek revenge. And maybe I could have done a better job communicating this, but David just floating around without any purpose, especially when gifted motivation from his mom's death, really pissed me off, and thus I checked out. But alas, the wonderful community of YouTube...
What? I'm confused. I'm very
David being
confused.
traumatized by his mother's death.
Motivation and his lack of purpose made him annoyed because there's nothing for him to do. Keep in
What?
mind that this character is now currently trying to figure out a way to continue living because his main source of finance is now gone. He's now left with a house that he can't pay for. Just ignoring the fact that his mom died, I'm just looking at like more of the things that he has now got to live with day to day that he's obviously going to be thinking about.
His world just exploded.
Literally in a car crash, it literally just exploded. Yeah. So yeah, without purpose. Yeah, I probably would agree. He's without purpose. He's a little bit depressed. I would be too in this situation if I was living in Night fucking City and I had no money. That might be one of the scariest situations I can possibly imagine because fucking everything cost money in that place, including your fucking laundry machine in your own house.
Premium healthcare.
He doesn't even have enough money. His mom doesn't even have enough money to warrant the fucking visiting package. He can't even visit his mom in the hospital.
But hey, Shandy, that cremation package is top notch. Okay, it was
top notch. Look, we
top
even
notch
put a little
cremation chrome.
Look, you can even look at her ashes in high definition, David.
So yeah, bit of an odd thing to complain about, but yeah, personal preference.
It is a very odd thing to complain about. This kid who's, like Meme said, his whole world was just turned upside down. And you expect him to be just fine?
I just thank God we didn't get another origin story for the Joker. Just
God.
all it takes is one bad day, and he had one hell of a bad. Maybe
Mhm.
what was the first day span, like 2 days at most, 2 or 3
The
At
days,
first
most.
episode was like 2 days, 2-3 days, I guess.
and all that.
Yeah, a
shit
period
happened to
between
him.
24 and 72 hours, definitely.
I'm the
Oh.
Joker, baby.
All that shit would just break. He almost did anyway.
Well, it
Yeah.
did break him. That's why he went to go
But-
and use the Sandy, and the first thing he did
I-
after he
I
got the
don't know,
Sandy
I-
was beat up his bully.
Yeah, that's why I just kind of just okay. I like the scene until it cuts to the Ripper Doc just jerking off, but like with the ending song mixed with him like his anxiety tapping the foot, I just really like that detail.
It's good.
It is quite.
can't-
It just all of a sudden
amazing.
stops as soon as he realizes he can do something.
This is giving me vibes of you're mourning your mom, pussy.
I would never cry as a teenager.
Never ever. You just watched a bunch of paramedics show up to the scene, look at your mom, and go, "This bitch doesn't have Reddit gold," and then left.
Not to mention, I think that there's actually an in-universe explanation for why David isn't
There is.
outwardly emotional, and it's probably because he spends a lot of his time in the brain dance machinery, where he gets to experience people like living their last final moments and dying. So I think he's quite
Well, it's not even like the-
desensitized to death by this point. Or at
It's
least
not even like
enough
the
to,
main
like,
purpose
not
of a
be
brain.
too upset.
Like the main purpose of a brain dance is to like try to experience life that isn't yours. Like you can show up to like Moxie's and just order a brain dance to be a rock star or porn star, whatever the fuck you want, and live your dream for a price, of course.
Can a brain dance simulate mental illness? That's something that just occurred to me. Like if you brain dance someone with
I never
autism,
thought-
you get autism while you're in the brain dance.
Huh.
I never thought about that.
It
Something that
gets-
just came into my brain.
Kids,
I
don't-
imagine it
don't
would
get no brain
simulate it,
dance.
but I don't.
I mean,
I
yeah,
don't think it would be
I
able
wouldn't say
like-
no to that because like I would actually say no to that because like he's experiencing cyber psychos and he doesn't go cyber psycho.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, like, I don't mean like he like once you leave, your brain, of course, like it reverts to its normal state. But do you experience the sensations of
Oh,
the
when you're
mental
inside
health?
of it, yes.
Would that
Yes.
depend on the editor? Maybe like they're
That's
like
also
even
true.
I may have
Yes.
dragged it from 2077, but like they do go in a bit in depth on the brain dancing in there, where editors go in and try to spice things up or whether or not cut back or amplify emotions.
You
They
just get
amplify
a
emotions or
video
feelings.
that's a dude just spending like 24 hours going through Reddit posts and looking for specific pictures of cats that he can add to a fucking catalog that he has in his drive.
So why not make it a brain dance? Why not?
Brain dance.
Might as well. You get
Give
to
the brain
experience
dances
24
podcast
hours
on
in 20 minutes. It's gonna be great.
Now I'm just imagining someone selling panic attacks for like $5 a piece.
Well, I think they go into that.
Is
not
your
too
life a
much,
little too mundane?
unfortunately.
Do you need a little spice in your life? Behold, the instant panic attack.
Are you happy? Are you comfortable with your life? Do you find yourself making it really easy to
Do you want to know
choose
what
between
divorce
things
is
without
like?
getting nervous? You want to know what it's like to doubt yourself, huh?
Do you want
We
to
live your
experience the
childhood and brain
sensation
dance
of
with someone who
erectile
didn't.
dysfunction?
You want to know what it's like to have your parents abuse you?
Do
You want to know what it's
Try
like
this
to have
brain
not
dance.
studied for the test on the day of the test?
Oh no, that's the worst one.
Guess what? Guess what, gamer? That day's today.
Guess what, gamer? We're now introducing Panic Attack 2, Electric Boogaloo. Now, instead of failing the test you didn't study for, now you get rejected by the girl you asked to the school dance on the night of the dance. The worst of fates.
The day after you fail the test and you haven't told your parents.
They get to see your report card when you come back home, and you've told them the entire year that you've passed every test. Now the proof is in the pudding, or should I say, the report card.
Sir, can I get a refund on this brain dance? I asked for a heart racing good time, not this.
Panic attack.
Your heart's racing, isn't it? That's in the contract. It's all
Well,
that
you
was in the
know,
the
contract.
fine
sir,
print, bitch.
I can't argue with that. You know.
Now you're just making me wonder
Oh.
if a person can experience not just mental illness, but like physical illness like diabetes or AIDS or something. Like, what would
Well, if
that
they can
feel like?
experience death,
There'd
Sir,
have to
can
be so many
I feel
rules
like death
placed
would
on
be a
brain.
little bit easier to program into a system like this than AIDS would be, because I mean, all you need to do is basically just make them
Hello,
make all of the
welcome to-
neurons like just fire up, make them feel physical pain,
Oh,
and then shut it
nasty.
down immediately. That seems like a pretty easy way to create death. But how the fuck do you create AIDS?
Welcome to Brain Dances or Us. How may I help you? I want to know what it. I want to have a one where I'm intimate with woman. Yes.
I
Anything
would like
else
to
in
be
specific?
Freddie
I want her.
Mercury for a
I
day,
want
please.
her. I want her to hurt me. All right, here you go. And he plugs in the brain dance, and it's just a woman
Oh.
sitting in a chair going, "You'll never amount to anything." Sir, when I want a
Emotional.
refund. When I asked, were you
It's
hurt? Did she hurt you?
emotional
Yes.
damage.
Well, I mean, yeah, but this isn't what I wanted, sir.
Maybe this explains why Adam Smasher is the way he is in the game. He just got too many of these fucking brain dance things, and he's just like a boiled potato for the rest of his life. Doesn't want to do much else.
That's what you
He's
do when you go
seen,
full
he's
Chrome.
felt
We can
the
dig that
full
stuff.
breath. He's felt the full depth of the human experience, and it left him wanting.
Adam
so bored
Smasher
by
is what
everything.
happens when you plug yourself into the AIDS brain dance.
He's so bored about everything. He experienced all the pain. He just wants some excitement.
He just sees a
I have
random woman
AIDS.
in a miniskirt and a shotgun running up towards him, and is like, you know what? I accept my fate. I've seen too much of this world. But yeah, I think we've gone on for long enough.
It was pretty fun though. It was fun.
That was a fun one.
Let's see what
you-
more mental gymnastics we can create for ourselves, so we don't have to keep watching this.
Enemy, what the fuck? In chat, I have AIDS. Quote, Liam Neeson.
That's from a Ricky Gervais sketch.
Oh, is it?
It's a classic where Liam Neeson walks into the office, and he's like, "Yeah, I got some real ideas for comedy," and then he just keeps listing this horrific shit. Like they improvise a sketch, and he's like, "Oh, hello, I'm your doctor. What do you want?" She's like, "I've got AIDS." "Oh, I got it from an African prostitute. The country is riddled with poverty, and it's the only way that she could support her children." It's just like, Liam, that's not funny. It's just like it's
not funny,
hilarious.
Liam.
I'm a funny guy.
Liam,
Anyway,
you're scaring everyone.
I'm only reminded of the Liam Neeson joke from the Ted movie where he goes to buy cereal and then he hides it in his fucking lab coat or his his
Because
trench coat or
tricks are
whatever
for
it's called.
kids.
But
You are
yes,
aware that I am an adult. I can see that, yes. I won't be followed.
We are now
No, we don't have the
looking
budget
at
for that.
Seth MacFarlane jokes. I think we've reached the peak of comedy.
We've
Let's
reached
move on.
peak comedy.
I wonder what it's like to be Seth MacFarlane and just being able to manifest Liam Neeson on a whim. Like that's got to feel
know.
good.
There must be a brain dance episode for that exact experience.
I think
Summon
so.
Liam Neeson.
Yeah.
Cyberpunk needs to add that
$39.99.
as exclusive meme repository DLC for the video game. They made that specifically for you.
I'd play that. Also, is
Dude,
chat
comment.
dead? I can't see chat anymore.
No, chat's still there. They're just waiting for us to watch the thing they came here to see.
I see.
They're waiting for you to get AIDS.
Oh
Liam
god.
Neeson AIDS.
Yeah.
Episode 2 picks up with David taking a military-grade implant his mom was hiding to a Ripper dock and having it installed while awake without anesthesia. David also strictly sports
Badass.
mom's high-vis jacket going forward and is now ready for revenge on a kid from school that punched
Those
him.
are big nipples, I
Jesus
agree.
Christ.
They
Do
were.
you not want to do something about the goons who killed your mom?
Oh,
They're on the
At this
list.
point-
Calm down.
what would
At
the
this
point
point in
be?
the story, I think David assumes those people are out of his reach.
You start with the bullies, then you work your way up to the revenge.
Yeah.
Well,
I just
different
wanna-
kinds of revenge, really.
I
This
just
is
want to
also the
point
first
out
time he's
that
ever used it.
I just want to point out that one reason why he went to the bully was because during the montage of people sending their condolences, he sent a video to him like, you know what, I would feel bad for you if your mom wasn't a whore who sold things illegally. She probably
Oh,
deserved it, to be
God.
honest, and so do you, you fucking loser. And he's like, oh, bet, about to fucking run my fate on this man. And he literally does. He fades into a blur and then shoves his ass, or his hand up his ass into a wall. It's great. But yeah, as Meme pointed out, he's probably working his way up to it. I personally didn't really get the vibe that he cared too much for fighting them. I think it was just one of those things where he recognizes
This is
that his
also
mom.
Night. This is
Yeah.
Night City. Like people die by the truckloads in this place
Yeah.
daily.
I always just saw
Like,
it
it's
as
more him
him
taking control,
recognizing.
right?
What?
And
It's more him taking control over his life. Like that guy bullied him and used his augments, and so he's starting with the place where he felt the most out of control recently, right?
Yeah, pretty
right.
much. He's slowly trying to get his life back in order, and he starts with something small, like a bully that beats him up for being
Yeah.
too poor to be in Arasaka school.
It's also it's just I can't get to those guys who did it, but you know what? I'll work my way there, but you first, motherfucker.
Yeah, and then once he gets a taste of that, and he walks around aimlessly for a little bit, then he meets Lucy, and then Lucy introduces him to the idea of edge running, and then he meets Maine, and it carries on from there. And then what could have been a potential goal for him ends up fading away as he realizes that he can actually make a life in Night City now. Now that he's been introduced to all these people who have similar interests to him and who appreciate his unique talent of not dying when he uses the Sandy. So he
there was like an attempt with some themes for him where like what is he living for? Where like they always mention like what is his dream? His dream was his mom's or Maine's, and then by the end he figures out his main purpose in life was to make Lucy's dream come true.
Well, that's a consistent theme or consistent character trait with David. He doesn't actually have anything of his own, and it's something he mentions to Lucy before he dies. That besides her, there's nothing else going on in his life that he can really work for. That his entire purpose has just been to fulfill other people's dreams, whether they be his mom's, whether they be Maine's, or whether they be Lucy's. So he dedicates the remainder of his life to making sure that Lucy's dream comes true.
I mean, he was actually able to accomplish all three when you really get down to it.
Yeah, he got to the
By
top
the
of
way-
Arasaka, he got chromed out of his mind, and he got Lucy to the
No,
moon.
like he went down as a legend because even in 2077, now you can buy the David Martinez drink in the afterlife, which is a place in the world where for you to be named for a drink to be named after you, you have to go down in a blaze of glory.
I also remember Meme and Mootle talking about that in their stream, and that the drink is carbonated, which is funny to think about. So,
Yes.
That's pretty funny.
but yeah, no, this is
Is
an
there
odd
one
thing to complain about from this person.
Someone in chat also named this video, and I looked it up, and someone's right. He did make a Elden Ring video, and guess what? It's shorter than this video we're watching right now.
But okay.
Oh, Bello, was that a
And-
meme video, or was he being serious?
Someone in the chat says that,
I know,
earlier they
it's-
said that he reviews the game without having played it.
Oh. So
He
I
watched a
can ignore it.
playthrough of it and is basing it on that.
That's
Love it.
That's worse than what I said earlier on about God of War Ragnarok. That's significantly worse. I just said I have no interest in playing it based on what I've
Yeah.
seen, and this guy's like, I have no interest in playing it, and I think it's bad, which is a double whammy.
You don't get to do that. You don't get to unless
do it.
Actually, no, it's a triple
Yeah, no,
whammy
no-
because he said that, and then he made a video saying that. So, ugh.
Oh, why? He does that. I'm noticing a trend where he says he can't be asked to like finish something or to play something, but he feels compelled to make the video anyway.
His argumentation for that is that he isn't a YouTuber who buffers out their videos to boost his spot in the algorithm. He gets straight to the point. He doesn't. What did he say? He doesn't.
He's not padding it.
Yeah, he's not padding.
No padding.
Straight
know
to
what
the
Well, there's no
He's padding, my
content
man.
either, so I don't know what he's.
raw dogging it. No
Wow.
rubber. He's straight in there.
Pro
Well-
tip to all you aspiring people who want to make a critique of a thing you don't like, or maybe a praise of a thing you like. Watch it in full.
Yeah.
Play it if it's a game in its entirety, so
Yeah,
you
that way,
know
if
what
you
you're
still
talking about.
If you still hate it, then you at least can hate it with an educated reasoning.
Yes.
Unless it's She-Hulk, in which case watch 10 minutes of it and crap on it forever. You'll actually just
Me and
do
TB
that.
watched it in its entirety.
It was painful.
You need
was
to buy the
painful. I edited
Blu-ray
it.
of that movie or that TV show, throw it in your dishwasher, and then watch it.
I'm editing our coverage of that.
It was.
Do what I did and just have like Metal recap all the episodes live on his podcast
You know what,
and just have me react in horror.
I did that for Ryder for me watching Loki. This was She-Hulk was payback. It was,
Because he made me fucking sit and watch Loki with him, and I was like, this fucking sucks. And then
I watched the episodes and I dragged your ass to like for me to vent about it.
Oh yeah, and then I went, dude, you gotta look at this, and it just kept getting worse.
We should talk about back to Edgerunners. I like Edgerunners. I want to talk about good
The only
things.
time I can think of a person who actually watched like one episode or something and then reviewed it, but did it well, was ER when he watched the first episode of Halo and is like, this episode shit, and I don't want to watch anymore because I'm not
Well,
expecting
you see,
anything good out of it.
he's making a critique of that singular episode.
Yeah, this person
Yeah.
did the exact,
this
the
isn't very
exact same
good, and it
thing
didn't
for
leave a very
Cyberpunk,
good
though,
impression.
and you're not giving him.
But he did it
the due
poorly.
credit. Yeah, true. Maybe that's the reason why you're not giving him credit. It's because he sucks.
And he
Could
didn't
be
Yeah,
say
that-
anything
anything
really.
You know that thing people say about Mueller that isn't true, where they go, he just says nothing. He just says the same thing over and over. And he just summarizes the thing.
I thought you were gonna say that he's
That's-
Welsh.
And that his
Yeah.
videos are low effort.
Oh my god, meme. Okay, no, that's another tangent. No, I was gonna go on another tangent, but we gotta focus on this cringe.
Let us focus on the cringe at hand.
Now kicked out of school, as I predicted, David meets a hot chick who knows everything. Lucy is an edge runner, which
Doesn't
I
know
guess just means
everything.
merc who pulls jobs
Just a lot
for
of
fixers, not unlike
Remind me if I'm wrong on this one, or correct me if I'm wrong. Doesn't she take particular interest in David because she sees him using the Sandy?
Yes.
And she knows
Yeah.
that that's tech that Maine is
Specifically
after?
because he uses it that she pulls him to the side.
Yeah.
Because she was the only one that was able to catch her doing the thing and then actually stop her from doing. The only one that was able
I can
to
make
avoid
use of
getting
this guy.
pickpocketed. Yeah.
That's how it starts, is, oh, this guy could be useful.
That's how it starts. The anger,
Yeah.
the fear,
Oh, I was gonna make the same speech!
The rage.
the feeling of
Turn-
Turns good,
powerlessness.
man.
Cruel.
Cruel. Shut the
like
fuck
your
up,
role
Alfred.
as V in Cyberpunk 2077. But at the same time, it's weird how characters say cyberpunk like it's an
Get
occupation.
into a better movie,
You don't see a
Alfred.
sheriff
As it
refer
is.
to an outlaw as a western. David's implant.
It
What?
is.
Wait, what did you
though.
say?
What
Wait,
the fuck?
Yeah, the idea of a
So
cyberpunk
I'll go
being
back a little
occupation.
bit, but his complaint here is that he finds it weird that cyberpunk is an in-universe term.
Yeah.
I'll play it again.
Uh-huh.
David meets a hot chick who knows everything. Lucy is an edge runner, which I guess just means merc who pulls jobs for fixers, not unlike your role as V in Cyberpunk
That is literally like
2077. But
what
at the same
it
time, it's
is.
weird how characters
Even-
say cyberpunk like it's an occupation. You don't see a sheriff refer to an outlaw
That-
as a western.
But
That's
it-
not the same
That's
thing,
not
man.
the same thing. You're getting
Even-
confused.
No, but like that's why it's called Edge Runners. Like that is the whole point. Even in the tabletop game, your character is is called an Edge Runner.
No, he's referring to when she calls him a cyberpunk. Or she says the word cyberpunk, which it still makes sense in universe. In this
We call
particular
people
cyberpunk
punks.
universe.
You know?
Yeah.
We call-
Oh, there's so
I
many
can't-
punks in this. Like that's the idea of it. Like
I just
punk
find
rock.
it really odd that Spider-Man is an in-universe term that's used to specifically for that character.
What? That's
You don't see people
crazy.
looking at police officers and then going, cop man, do you? It's quite odd.
It was really weird that
Mm.
Return of the Jedi, Star Wars Episode 6 was an in-universe term.
Oh my god.
My favorite part about that movie was when Luke says, I am the Return of the Jedi like my father before me.
Oh my god.
Your empire struck back, but I am the new hope. Your Sith will no longer have revenge, and your clones' attacks have failed, Phantom Menace.
I am the rise of Skywalker again.
And the Force awakens within the Last Jedi.
Yeah, there we
I am the
go.
Last Jedi like my father before me. Oh no.
And then fucking Kevin Feige's in the corner and he's late to the party. He just mumbles, Mandalorian.
I find it really weird that Mandalorian is an in-universe term when it is
my
also the title of the show.
It's weird that.
We can go on forever. We can go on forever with
We
these.
could,
Honestly,
Yep.
David's implant gives him super speed that impresses Lucy, and thus their romance starts up. I had commented that the music sucks, and
If I had to see that
Oh.
frame out of context of what it looked like,
yeah.
I think we all know where I'm going
Yeah.
with this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ew.
Yeah.
I think that's like for the joke for newcomers who don't have no idea what a brain dance is.
It's funny because
David
you see it
was
and
a
you go, "Oh
newcomer.
my god, did they?" Oh wait, no.
David was a newcomer. Oh no. True.
No, okay, I'm not even gonna apologize for that phrase, and that's your dirty mind at work, Shandy.
That
I
wasn't
didn't
me,
even
that was
hear what he
me. It's what he just said.
I didn't even
He is a
hear-
newcomer, you know? That's
He
it
is
is
a
factual.
newcomer. That's true.
I'm not gonna apologize for that phrasing. I'm not gonna apologize.
Don't. It's fine. You're on the Nuthouse.
It's okay. I'm the one who distorted it
We
into
share
something
nuts
beautiful.
here
Yeah.
freely between friends. It's
Yeah.
okay.
You know what?
What's a
That's
newcome between friends, you know?
It's newcomer between friends. Yes.
A milky nut.
though the
Ah!
main sequence song, I Really Want to Stay at Your House, is one of the better examples.
Also, just a quick point of praise. I really like that this is a song that can be played on YouTube without copyright being a complete pain about it, which is quite
Oh, thank
nice.
Christ.
No.
Because it's an
Thank you for
in-game
video game
song.
soundtracks.
Yes, video game soundtracks are peak. Let's just keep it that way. From now on, all future music needs to come out in a video game first. That way, it's all fine to use.
Why do
on
you think
YouTube.
Persona 5 soundtracks are everywhere in video game essays? Why do you think that?
I wouldn't be able
Unless
to
you're The
tell you
Last
because
of
I
Us
don't
Part
actually know what
2.
Persona 5 soundtrack sounds like.
Oh, you'll know. You will know if you see enough video essays. You will
Well,
know.
they
Maybe.
invented jazz, didn't you know?
I typically use
Yes.
Devil May Cry 5 and Doom in my videos, so.
Halo
After
is a good
minute,
choice
it
as well.
devolves into
Microsoft really lets
dubstep
you
nuts.
use their stuff.
Yeah,
Mhm.
I've used a few Halo tracks as well, especially Moon of something Mombasa. It's the one from Halo 2. Moon over
New
Mombasa. I
Mombasa.
think.
The streets of New Mombasa.
Yeah, that's a very popular one, I think, for good reason.
Because ODST is fucking amazing.
Yeah.
ODST is quite pogging. I will agree. Need to replay
Mm.
that again, maybe with some peepos.
Yeah.
Could probably do a stream playing ODST. It would be quite fun. But let us finish this.
Yeah.
first.
But it's not all smooth sailing for David. Far from it. He's jumped by Lucy's crew who want his tech, but is able to earn their trust. I
That is a very creepy image of Maine, and I quite appreciate seeing that again.
suppose if you hadn't played
Yes.
the game,
It's
this
done on
brings the
purpose.
viewer into the underworld of Night City. But if you have played the game, you're going to recognize the shrewd use of familiar locations, and
Shrewd?
even some familiar faces.
Why wouldn't they go to Afterlife? Like, it's just...
Wait, is
they're
this a
in Night City, and they go to Afterlife, one of the most popular bars in the
I
city.
will say
And that's
I
where the
don't think
fixers
this is
hang
a
out.
criticism. I think he's just pointing out how the place looks like a shithole.
I definitely hope it's not a criticism because I thought that was cool as fuck that it was all recognizable.
Well, I hate to say it, but could you rewind a little bit? Because I think he calls it a shrewd use of familiar scenery or something like
What
that.
does he mean by shrewd, though?
I have no idea.
It's a shrubbery.
Shrubberies.
A shrewd bush.
For David, far from it, he's jumped by Lucy's crew who want his tech, but is able to earn their trust. I suppose if you hadn't played the game, this brings the viewer into the underworld of Night City, but if you have played the game, you're going to recognize the shrewd use of familiar locations, and even some familiar
Okay, so he does call the use of these locations shrewd, and not that the
Yeah,
locations
he is
themselves
criticizing
are
the use of
shrewd.
them.
I would just
But
even...
shrewd means smart.
It's even to the point, like, just the amount of places they use that are in the game are kind of pretty funny. Like, how many people were... I saw so many videos of people crying outside of Rebecca's apartment, for the love of God. It was
Alright, that's
hilarious.
I was quite
No,
surprised
like,
to
they're-
see
like-
that you could actually go inside Rebecca's apartment in-game, and that's like a fully detailed environment that you can explore, and it looks the exact same as it does in the show. I thought that
Yeah.
was fucking
Even
cool.
Kiwi's. You can visit Kiwi's apartment, too.
I didn't even know you could visit Kiwi's, but that's again really fucking cool. Then again,
You know,
if I
if
had to look
Rebecca
at
has a
something like-
boyfriend, I hope he's called Beck Wrecker.
Hey,
I hope he's
there
called
it
Bed
is.
Wrecker.
your faces. And then the cyber psycho problem comes into play. One of the crew is killed by some junkie, and David is warned that abusing cyber.
Ah, yes, the piss goblin of the show.
Oh yeah, he's warned in this episode apparently what psychosis is.
It's like but that's more for like the audience because cyberpsychosis is a common
It's
knowledge
an
in this
in-universe
world.
thing. Yeah, there's an entire police department dedicated to cyberpsychosis. So
Max Tech, yeah, so much more threatening in the show than they are in the game too.
Well, in the game, here's what Max Tech does: they show up in the opening, and then they're gone.
No, they're in one side quest. That's it.
Do they fight you?
No, they interrogate you over a crime of cyberpsychosis.
Did you
Can
do
you
this
have
crime?
sex with them?
no, me.
I think you can piss
Get
them
your
off.
dick out of
I
the
don't remember.
exhaust. Do
Never.
do not put it inside the cyberpsychosis exhaust. It does not belong
And
there.
then there's a ratio of cyberpsychosis to heart that I think we need to obey here.
Yes, the higher the cyberpsychosis, the warmer it gets.
The
and that's
higher
just
the
because-
reward.
The higher the reward.
Higher the reward. There it is.
If you can survive to tell the tale, then you shall truly be a man of legend.
Yeah, man.
Leads down this path. And this, folks, is the biggest problem with Cyberpunk Edgerunners. With only 10 episodes of roughly 25 minutes apiece, this fateful tale ramps towards a tearful conclusion, but doesn't quite earn the payoff. The character die-offs come so quick, the audience doesn't build a relationship with them, let alone.
This might be the only thing he said so far that I can actually agree with.
Depends on which character. Depends on which
say-
character.
I wouldn't say that the show doesn't earn it. I do think the show does earn it, but it could have done more to increase
could have
the
had
impact
more time.
that these moments had. Instead of me going,
Need more meat on the bone.
Yeah, like it depends on. Like I said, it depends on which characters maybe you're talking about. Because I did not give a shit about Dorio or Peeler.
Yeah, but that's the
at
point that
all.
we're saying, that if there was more time
Yeah.
to explore these characters, then you would have cared more about them when they died.
Yeah,
That's the point.
yeah,
So I agree. Good job, Mr.
yeah. But
Vlog.
yeah, but there's also like things like Rebecca or even Maine. Granted, you could have even had more, but it's still that's quite a subjective take on
what
that.
is there is enough to make you
Earn.
feel the sad flisms, but you wish that there was more, so that instead of going, "Oh, this sucks," you'd be, "Oh, this sucks. Why?" You know, one of those.
I don't know. That is something. I don't know. It's like some sort of moment you have to actually work towards.
We're asking them
yeah.
to add that moment in there. We're
I
asking
know.
them to add the work. But yeah, what is there? It works. So
I don't have an answer for that.
Learn their names. I'm quick to point out when a series is padding the story with empty episodes, but you can't get people to care about deaths when they're not invested in the characters. Cyberpunk Edgerunners could have easily accommodated twice the episodes, giving us a robust look at various jobs and actually meet the multiple fixers, and give the crew opportunities to show their different sides of character. But no, it's thick Harley Quinn gun nut Becca and her gropey brother, whose name I didn't pick up. Kiwi sticks around long enough for us to see that she has a spider.
This man's put on more booba than Metal did, and that's something I can commemorate, even if there's blocks in front. But yeah, no, he hasn't said anything I disagree with so far. Maybe the thing he mentions about Becca just basically being cyber Harley Quinn, I don't agree with that. I think Becca has a lot more personality than a lot of interpretations I've seen of Harley Quinn recently. Maybe with the exception of like the Suicide Squad movie and some of the Justice League stuff that I saw from the cartoons, but that's about it.
I did see one comment somewhere, I can't remember who, but it was a joke saying like DC spent millions of dollars in 20 years trying to make Harley Quinn iconic. This show only had to just show Rebecca, and yes, she was all over the place.
Yeah, you had one scene with Rebecca and everyone fell in love with her. Meanwhile, DC's been trying to push Harley Quinn for so long. I hate to break it to you, DC. Unless you're Bruce Timm, you're not gonna pull off Harley Quinn. I'm sorry.
Well, here's the thing, right? The way you make Harley iconic is you stop trying to make her iconic and you just let her be Harley. That's kind of the mistake they keep making.
Yeah. And don't
think-
make a Family Guy-esque show with Harley Quinn. Don't do that.
Even the thing with like a character like Rebecca was almost taken away from us because CD Projekt Red just didn't like her design.
They didn't like her. They wanted her removed
The
from
lolly
the show.
stays.
Is that a real quote? Because I see that passed around. That apparently that was a
No,
quote. from
that
Trigger.
was a quote. I don't know if Trigger said it, but even
I
it was
think
like
that's a
one,
paraphrase of what they said. I think they
Yeah,
just said
because-
that to meme.
it was like during one of the interviews, like even the official Cyberpunk channel, like they do like their talks about their projects, and one of the executives talking about Edgerunners leading up said like they were talking about getting rid of Rebecca, and she said, and Trigger she said the Trigger said like the lolly must stay.
The lolly must stay.
You know
That's
what?
where that
Good
came
for
from.
them, because Becca is a pretty fun character. I don't think she overstays her welcome, and she's quite an emotional rocketeer by the end, as she
Mm-hmm.
passionately.
I didn't
tells
even like
David
she's
to
just
stop being a Schmidt.
Yeah, I like even that she sticks around for David even at his worst moments. I think my favorite was at the time when she's just injecting him with the stuff and she pretends to be his mom while he's going crazy.
Yeah,
it
that
gives him
was quite
comfort.
nice.
Shouldn't have to do that.
And she has a personal reason for why she looks after him. She says that she entrusts her life to him on a daily basis, so she wants to make sure that he is of a sound mind, so that she can entrust her own life in a place that she knows is going to
Is
be
safe.
safe. Yeah. So she's got her own personal reasons to look out for David besides liking him, and I think that's neat. I really like that addition.
And I'm just glad I know what everyone's genitals looks like.
Yes. Oh, recently there was some AMA with like a guy that was in charge of the show, and one of the questions was, "Is there something you wish you could have put in the show but you weren't allowed to?" And
Don't
he
finish
straight up
this.
answered.
Don't finish this. I know exactly what you're gonna say, and I don't
He
really want to
goes-
say this.
He goes, "Man, oh, do you not want me saying it?"
Well, now I'm going to be left in suspense.
All right.
Type it in the chat. Type it in the chat.
I mean,
Okay.
no, you surely don't want to know. I feel like we.
I want to know everything.
No, please.
I always want to know. If the answer is you surely don't want to know, the answer is I
There it is,
knew it.
meme.
I knew it.
Proclaim it, meme. Proclaim it to the chat.
David's dick. He wanted to draw David's dick.
Why?
Oh, and he probably would have given it the best physics as well. Like that would have been the best animation in the show if they had done it.
It's just slapping around all over. That was the true uncut fight between him and Adam Smasher. At
Oh
one point,
God!
he
Did you just say on?
just starts-
Oh no.
I just
I didn't mean that.
Longer, harder, uncut.
Longer, harder.
The
uncut
uncut
and Kenny
fight
goes
with
next.
Adam Smasher. Smasher has a new meaning in this.
we are
context.
not gonna finish that 20-minute video, are we?
Fuck yeah, we are.
Oh Jesus.
In 3 days.
In
That's
3
doable.
days. Depends how many
longest
hilarious
knockout-
tangents we can go into.
The longest nut
You
got me
cast that's
here, pal.
existed so far. Let us
Hey
proceed.
Peter, remember the time that Liam Neeson said AIDS?
Spiderweb tattoo
I've got it.
radiating from her tarantula-shaved pubic hair, which I cannot show you. This show moves so
Obviously.
fast,
Coward.
I swear episode 7 feels like a season premiere, with the characters having covered a lot of ground between it and the preceding episode 6.
Yes, he is. Yeah, he is 17 for the first 6 episodes. He is 18 for the last 4.
Now
My
David
God.
is the boss, swole on tech, and with a posh apartment, which he shares with Lucy, who is no longer taking part in his jobs. You'd be forgiven if you thought Netflix accidentally skipped an episode when loading at the credits. Giancarlo Esposito shows up as himself, as he does in every streaming series. If you need an obvious villain who
As
will
himself?
work cheap, Esposito
He does kind of play the same character every.
Yeah,
He's one of those he's one of those typecasted.
Yeah, as the villain. I mean, I'm not against it. I think he does a really convincing job as the boogeyman of everything he's in.
I
But
love
I think
his
even
voice.
Moyler mentioned that he's kind of sick of seeing this person in that specific role, and he wish he would be more free to do other stuff. And I kind of
Introverted.
I can agree to that, but I'm fine with him being the bad guy if he does a good job.
Introverted robot gives a good point. How does the show suck again?
He sounds like he's
Yeah, I
compliment-
don't know.
Stop doing it.
Well, you would
That's the fact that I want more. Like he seems to be agreeing with us on terms of like
Yes, I was about
more
to
is better
say
on this.
you'd be forgiven if you forgot about the part where he said that the show was kind of rushing because we spent a long time talking about I can't even remember what other things, other
Peter
uncut
Griffin.
things for a long
Oh
time.
no.
God, I wouldn't know which eye to look in with this guy.
Mm. It's like talking to someone with a lazy eye. You don't know which eye to focus on.
Hmm.
It's weird that you say that because I work in an environment where I do that a lot, and I talk to people with lazy eyes, and it's always odd because I notice the lazy eye first, and I try and look there, and I notice that they can't actually see me in that eye, so I look at the actual eye that's looking at me, and I'm like, oh, that's probably why. Now I feel like a dick. I'm sorry. Here's your steal. Goodbye. And I carry on with my day.
Reminds me of a Family Guy joke where it was like, oh, they were all staring at me, Lois, except for the guy with the lazy eye. He was staring me and at the vending machine in the corner.
He really wanted that
Hey.
grape soda, Lois.
He really wanted it. That
It was
grape soda, Lois.
$2.50 that day. It was significantly
Lois, I killed
cheaper.
someone. Am I a bad person?
This is
No, Peter. Now come to bed.
I did not care for
Now,
the Godfather.
Peter, Cyberpunk
Who's busy
Edgerunners is
fucking
very
around with a
good.
switchblade?
That's not
Hmm?
Switchblade. That's meme eating chips.
No, that was me taking the thing off the thing because I need to open
Ah,
the
yes,
bottle.
of course.
Actually, that's a good thing. I will be right back. I need to go get a drink.
Quick, while he's gone, say all the racist things.
No,
No, don't do that.
We're only guessing. I'd rather not piss
I
off.
know.
I was trying to think of all my fictional racial slurs, and they just escaped me.
Clanker.
There we go. There we go.
That's one.
I mean, I just finished replaying Witcher 3. Puss Peeper showed up a lot.
Puss
Puss Peeper.
Oh yeah, because the Witcher's eyes. Okay. What about mutant? Mutie. Fucking mutie.
Is
Oh,
ghoul in
man.
Fallout a slur, or is it one of those things that people would say is a slur, but then the ghouls don't actually care about getting
The
called
ghouls
it?
go, no, I'm fine. The ghouls call you smooth skin.
Oh yeah, that's
Like,
probably
hey,
what I
you
was thinking
fucking
of.
smooth skin. You have normal skin that doesn't have gaping holes in it. You fucking loser.
You're not hideously irradiated, smooth skin.
Yeah, you're not hideously
Loser.
sterile, loser.
I am back with the alkaloids. Did I miss?
Alkaloid?
Yay!
Is that some kind
Hooray.
of bug?
Yes. It is some sort of drug in liquid form that makes you go funny. Makes your
Robot,
leg
don't
twitch in
encourage him
different
to
ways.
play.
Oh
Robot,
yeah,
don't encourage him to
Spoonhead,
play
but
Devil May
that's
Cry
one.
2.
Thanks for the awesome stream, Shandy. I gotta go. I'll watch the rest of your stream later. Have a good night playing Devil May Cry 2. Squirrely dinner. I appreciate that. Thank you very much for stopping by, Robot. You were very active in the chat. Love seeing you as always. And yes, I will try my best to enjoy that piece of shit game that I beat in 2 hours.
You can beat that game with just shooting Dante's guns.
Yeah.
Is that the one with the really broken difficulty mode? Like I know there's one of them that has like
Devil
an
May Cry
insane.
2 is the one I remember. The stinger is the worst thing that
The
they've
stinger
ever
in
done
that
in that
game
one.
is so pathetic that I think you could actually do more damage to enemies by actually hitting your monitor in real life. You would probably be able to do more damage to them. The stinger is useless in that game. It is a fucking wet fart of an ability. It is useless.
Yeah, when you see the stinger in Devil May Cry 5 and then look at what it is in Devil May Cry 2,
Even the
go,
stinger in Devil May
wow.
Cry 1
Yeah. In
significantly
1
better.
it was amazing, in 3 it was amazing, and 4 it was awesome, and then in 5 Stinger's the best.
Then you
And then
see
in 2
Virgil's usage of Stinger, and it's like, oh my lord, he's a
Meme.
Beyblade.
The Stinger in Devil May Cry 2, it's literally Dante doing a small thrust and going and looking like he's gonna trip and fall over.
Does he come his pants?
He's the first time comer
Maybe.
in that game, yes.
He might. I mean, is Trish around? Because then he can do it while going, mother.
True.
Meanwhile, in Cyberpunk,
Yes.
How many times are we gonna say that tonight?
I don't know.
I'm gonna take
What
a
are we,
shot.
some kind of cyberpunk?
What are we? Some
are we,
kind of
Edgerunners.
What are we, some kind of army of the dead?
Esposito is your guy. Has he set up a dojo in the valley yet? Esposito works competing corporations against each other and gets Netrunner Kiwi to betray David. With cyberpsychosis setting in, it's time for David to go out in a
I
blaze
feel like you
of
just skipped
glory
over a
to
lot.
save Lucy
Oh,
and pay
yeah,
for his
that's,
mistakes.
There's a
Um,
lot
Just
in
kinda
between
touched-
that.
A
There's
lot
a-
of stuff happened in between that. You just kind of skipped over.
You guys expect a person with 7 minutes and 30 seconds in his video to go into detail about the show? That's 4
You know
hours.
what?
Not
you're
even,
right.
not even the fact that Lucy just loves David so much she's willing to go full serial killer to protect him. That is a girl worth keeping.
If you say so.
I mean,
believe it.
believe it, Naruto. Now let's let bootleg Fry from Futurama finish.
I just think it's really weird that Naruto is an in-universe term.
Mm.
Wow,
Shit,
I can't
Pudan.
believe it. I can't believe that Naruto is an actual person in that universe.
One
and his
Piece
name
is
not
real.
just Fox Boy. The One Piece is a ball.
by the finale. We'd get more out of David's downfall if we saw him as a good student rather than just being told he's a good student while acting like an edgelord.
Well, I mean, you just naturally assume that he's able to compete with the rest of the kids in Arasaka University. He's able to get by with like very limited technology. He's 17 years old in his final year of high school.
I am
think you
grateful
get
the show did not even have the thought of doing like all the high school tropes. They just ran past that. I was like, thank God.
Yeah, no.
'Cause that wasn't
If
the
they
focus of the
had to
story.
look at him in high school, I would actually have spat out blood. I really want to avoid like high school topics in media as much as possible, just because I think it's fucking overdone to death with teenage characters. I get them at the fuck out of high school. Shit's gay.
They got that out of the way as fast as possible.
Yeah.
Yeah, like
also-
that's more there to sell the fact that he could take over the gang later and lead it competently, right? Like that's more just a character trait that we need set up, that he's like a really smart kid.
Yeah, but I mean,
Yeah.
you could have that be set up with him being street smart rather than book smart, but he uses his book smarts as an advantage, like when it comes to like finances, or it comes to resource distribution, or it comes to, you know, getting his way into clubs and stuff that other people can't, you know, just stuff like that. That would be cool. You get to experience him being smart without him being a fucking dork. Be great.
Yes.
Also, I'm halfway into this bottle of absinthe, so I'm already getting a bit spicy.
Oh my good God. Are you hallucinating yet?
Good luck with that. I'll just stick with beer.
How many gremlins are in the room with you right now?
4.
All right, that's just enough. gremlins.
Shandy is hallucinating.
I wonder who the fourth one is talking with us.
I'm about to cyberspunk all over the place.
Oh
Then his
God!
gradual transition into underworld boss and drug
I can't
avid
believe
psycho
Cyberpunk
would
is an
feel
in-universe
all the
term.
more tragic. He had
In
it
real
coming
life.
though, but seeing Lucy finally
had
make
it
a trip
coming.
to the moon
Wait, what?
alone,
Wait, what?
Just
He had his
David
death
had
coming.
it coming.
Kinda. It depends
Yeah,
on how he's
sort of.
arguing this. I mean, his death was very heavily implied in the fucking intro to each episode when
The show ain't
True.
subtle.
Yeah,
The show ain't subtle at all.
the embodiment
not
of the city literally shoots him in the face, and then the final scene of David is Adam Smasher, who's the embodiment of the Megacorps, shooting him in the face. So
Gotcha.
yeah,
No, yeah.
he
I mean,
gets what's coming
I know
to
from
him, sure, but
due to his own actions, but I don't feel like, maybe I'm not giving this guy much of a chance, but I don't feel that's the argument he's making. I feel like the argument he's making is, I didn't like him. He had it coming.
We'll see. I'm willing to give the benefit of the doubt.
kinda got to me. But maybe that was just her sexy grunting. I'm not wild
Welcome
about
to
Studio
anime.
Trigger's production. Sometimes I couldn't tell what the hell I was looking at. Character proportions are all over the place. Late in the show, there are some confusing flashbacks that play like real-time voiceover. Look, I'll admit, I have no idea what I'm doing, but my animation on this channel is smoother. Christ, some of you
No, I don't
Your
do
animation, your animation
do.
is smoother because
You-
it doesn't move, my guy.
Do not compare yourself to Studio Trigger. You are gonna lose that fight hard.
I don't know what I'm doing, and Even my stuff looks better. Just saying.
Isn't
Wait,
that
does
like
he do
just?
any animation outside of his guy just standing there with his fucking hair flapping in the wind?
I
Like,
don't think so.
I would
I
not
think that's
know.
what he calls his animation. Just the guy sitting
Oh
there
no,
being like,
there
"Ho
was an
ho."
animated segment in the last video where his mum stand-in was like, "Hey guys, if you think he did a good job, then you need to go watch the rest of his content right now, or I'll sell your house in front of you, in front of your kids. You'll be homeless."
Yeah, and that section wasn't animated. It was a still image of an animated woman with her mouth open.
But it was
actually,
still
you know
better
what?
animated than Studio Trigger.
If he's going to make that claim, he should at least show like what he believes is his best work alongside the cyberpunk stuff, so that people could at least make that determination for themselves. Surely.
Nostalgia Critic did that, and I fucking hate him for it because, oh my god. We were
Hello, I'm the nostalgia critic.
Yep. Oh god, please. No, I'd rather not talk about Nostalgia Critic. Oh
I
god.
remembered, so you don't have to.
Ugh, I can't wait until I get to cover another one of his videos, and yeah, it'll be great.
Look up
Do you hate
Melvin the
yourself?
Joker. That
Oh
is so
God,
fun.
do that
So much-
after the stream.
Is
No.
this still legal to show that?
What, Melvin, the brother of the Joker?
Like, isn't that under Geneva or something?
November
Like,
is past
cruel
us.
and
It's
unusual.
no
act of
longer
war.
no Nostalgia Critic November, so it should be fine.
It's an
Wait, hold on.
actual.
I need to know, chat. Are any of you aware of Melvin, brother of the Joker?
I'm the Joker, baby.
I'm the Joker, That's actually not.
That's the
Melvin.
one that even Doug said was bad.
Yeah, Doug even admits that video was bad. That is fucking saying
Melvin.
something.
Has he
Oh,
come
you
around on his
brother.
review of The Wall yet? Because that one was fucking atrocious.
Oh, Tony, I don't. Oh my god, the wall. That
That's a
was
whole other stream.
insulting.
It's a whole other wall. Anyways, let's keep going.
We need.
Way
Almost
to
done.
acting like this
Almost done.
budget series is Akira. I actually think this anime has a stronger story than the game it's based on, even if
True.
it's amazingly coincidental how
remember the
everyone is
game well
after
enough.
David's chrome. Come on, it's actually starting with David watching a BD of someone using the implant while his mom has it on her, and the babe he's lusting over happens to work with the guy who paid his mom to swipe it. What a bit.
It's a
Guys
very
look like
small-
Tombstone.
It's a very small world.
You know-
What can I say?
You could also argue that the reason she's in the area is because their client is known to be in that area.
That's just more implying, which
That is more
I'm
implying.
not. I don't really want to entertain that. I'm sorry,
That's
writer.
fair enough. Fair enough. I'm just saying that's a thing. That's an argument that could be made, but I'm not. He does have a bit of a point.
I mean, it's inconsequential to me because you could argue that Maine knew where she lived anyways because he's done deals with her in the past, and he'd probably just come and visit David in his sleep. Anyways.
Oh,
Well,
it's also true.
even comparing from his last video, his opinion of the show has improved at least.
Yes, this is what happens when
not-
you fucking watch the show in full. Don't behave like a fucking spastic the entire time. Tends to happen, yeah. I'm surprised, I know. Unless it's Rings of Power, She-Hulk, or anything else released from Disney in like the last 10 years. Then you're
I will
allowed to
admit,
hate it.
Rings of
more.
Power was
2022 has at least been a good year in terms of shows. Thankfully.
Name 2.
Edgerunners, Orville, Reacher, House of the Dragon.
I haven't seen most of those, so you're wrong.
I heard Andor was like, I've heard good things. but I
Also
haven't
Andor.
seen it.
Also Andor so far.
Also, Andor.
Well, I'm
yeah, we
going
went.
to hopefully be covering Andor next week on this podcast, and I need
Oh.
to watch
Have
the
fun with that.
entire show before that, so that should be great.
Have fun with that.
Have fun with it.
I will try my best.
It's pretty neat.
Yeah. I can't watch the
You know what-
show if I'm stuck on this fucking screen the entire time, so let's proceed.
Been nice to spend a game's length with these characters instead of Johnny Silverhand's bloviating
I mean,
over.
I finished Devil May Cry
Bloviating,
2
that is a-
last n-
That's a
Bloviating.
Bloviating. I'm gonna look that
Internet.
up. Is that a word? Oh, it is a word. Talk at length. Okay. Wow. Good. I'm impressed with your vocabulary, sir. That's one I didn't even know. Bloviate. I'm adding that.
Bloviate, to discourse at length in a pompous or boastful manner.
Hmm.
Mm.
It originated in Ohio.
Oh.
Oh, the made-up country.
Yeah,
Like Australia.
by President Warren G. Harding.
His name's got hard in it.
capitalism ruining his rock band or whatever, but maybe I'm too traumatized by the broken
Here's a
Xbox
hard
One release
ding.
I streamed to completion over Twitch. Hearing everyone in Night City share the same ringtone of impending glitched out side quests has flashbacks of Nam's side effects on me.
Sounds like a you problem.
Updates and
Yeah, I had that as
optimization
well, honestly.
That's a you problem, my man.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like every time the phone rang, I was like, fuck, do I have to? Is it a quest? Is it like, oh, am I getting called? Is it a? It's like, oh no, it's a TV show. It's a TV show, man.
It's
Relax.
a brain
The TV show,
dance
man.
experience where you just suffer fucking physical anxiety every time you hear that quest beacon.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Also, I didn't mean to scare you, Tyken, in chat when I mentioned Melvin, brother of the Joker. He was apparently falling asleep until he heard Melvin, brother of the Joker.
That's good because now he's awake to see the rest of this.
Now you're
Fucking-
awake.
You're welcome.
No, we will not
Wake
review
the fuck up,
Kick-Ass
Samurai. We got a city to burn.
You need to
we
review
have-
the whole trilogy. The whole
We got-
trilogy.
The whole Nostalgia Critic movie trilogy, yes.
There's
Yes.
3 of those.
But first you have to. Yeah, there's 3 of them. But first you have to go through all of the expanded Channel Awesome universe to see how the movies get their characters wrong.
Mm,
You're telling me
'Cause-
Nostalgia
'cause-
Critic
because-
gets his own characters wrong?
yeah.
No, because remember he's like taking all the content creators and instead of like making sure he gets like because they all play their own characters on their own shows, right? And instead of trying to get their characterizations right, he just turns them into broad caricatures of. He turns them into little mini nostalgia critics, basically.
Hello, I'm the Nostalgia Critic, and you just hear that echoed throughout like a massive room. Hello. I'm the nostalgia critic. It just carries on like that for miles, and it just gets progressively quieter and quieter and quieter and quieter until you get to the end of it, and then they just come all the way back, and then you just hear I review it so you don't have to, and then the video starts.
And that's the movie.
That's the
That's
movie.
the
Yeah.
movie.
It's a
But
12
out of
hour
all
long
of the
movie.
clones, there's only one that is Melvin.
He's the only person
Yes.
who doesn't say that, and it's like, "Hello, I'm Melvin." The oh, speaking of nostalgia, meme. For some reason, in this person's previous video, he thought that the people who made the show were marketing exclusively using nostalgia to people who played the games for when they made the show. He said that that was like a contributing, or like the main contributing factor for why the show was made is to appeal to.
It's to bank on
some sense of
nostalgia like
nostalgia,
all
yeah.
other things are doing nowadays.
It's either I just felt like it more was just appealing to the fans. Like as a longtime Cyberpunk fan, I was very happy with this show.
It felt well, for me. It was like, oh, it seems like it's a very effective marketing tool for the game more than the other way than trying to bank on like this is because this is like their attempt to get a fresh influx of players, surely, rather than like appealing to
Yeah, because like
Nostalgia.
any
if I
nostalgia.
think
Because who's
something-
going to be nostalgic for the game at launch?
if I think something that's banking purely off of nostalgia, my first guess would probably be something like Spider-Man: No Way Home. If you were a person who's never seen any of the Raimi movies or any of the Amazing movies, and then you go and watch No Way Home, you'd be like, "Who the fuck are all these people? Who's
Who are
this
you?
guy with 4 extra
How'd you get
limbs?
in my
Who's this
home?
blue man who
On-
suddenly becomes a yellow man who suddenly becomes a black man? Who's the Sandman?"
Couldn't I also make the same argument for Spider-Verse as well? Considering like all the
No.
other Spider-Men we see, and we like,
No,
if you
because
have
the
never
movie
seen
literally
Spider
start-
Noir,
No, because the movie literally starts with like a recap of who Spider-Man is, and then he has his consciousness like sent throughout the multiverse. So you just assume, oh, so
right? Then
these
you,
other
oh right, I
people-
forgot like those.
yeah. I'm
Those
not
quick
talking. I'm not arguing
montages.
like Toby or Andrew. I'm arguing like Doctor Octopus, Electro, Sandman, Green Goblin, all the villains.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah.
Also, Spider-Man Noir in that movie acts nothing like the actual Spider-Man Noir from the comics, because in the comics, Noir is like the darkest shit. You wanna know how Uncle Ben dies? The Vulture is a cannibal and ate him alive.
Yeah, I know
Nice.
that because I played the Spider-Man Shattered Dimensions video game, and that is a
That was
that
was
is a
awesome
piece
game.
of character lore that you get in the loading screen while you're waiting for the game to load. which
I
is
bet
why
he
it's
was
called a loading
delicious.
screen.
Hey,
I bet
you know what I
he
bet
ate
it tastes
him with
like?
Uncle
Ben's
Ben's fried
rice.
Yeah, why did you and me make the same fucking joke?
Yeah.
You know, if I had to sell a bottle of red wine at like a restaurant I owned, I would call it a Ben Noir.
Fair enough.
That
and
was
you
amazing.
I
served that
like
with
Well,
you served that with Uncle
just
Ben's
one more
fried
minute.
rice.
One more minute.
We got this. We can do this, gentlemen.
Have made Cyberpunk 2077 a playable game on next-gen consoles, and thanks to an anime series, it appears the formula for renewing interest has been found. Over on PC, Steam charts have it as the #1 single-player game. That's a lot of people wanting revenge on Atom Smasher. It
Very much
seems
so.
that lately
Very
anime
much so.
has been cracking my cold facade. I was moved to tears by Your Name, and I'm getting a little teared up
Oh,
what the
God,
potential
no.
Cyberpunk Edgerunners could have achieved had a creative super genius such as myself worked on it.
He should have probably watched Your Lie in April instead of.
Are we not going to talk about the last thing he just said at the end there?
I don't know if he's being serious or not. Is the
There's not
problem?
much
must
to
be a
say
joke.
besides a very loud snorting laughter noise that emitted from my mouth because fuck me, talk about hubris. Sheer fucking
That must be a
hubris.
joke. Sheer fucking hubris.
Yeah,
I don't know his
think-
sense of humor well enough to know if that's serious or not. I think is the problem because it's the first time I've watched this guy,
Where's
so
Abello?
maybe this is.
Abello, get in chat. Tell us right now. Is that him being funny or is that him being serious? We need to know. We need to know this for the annals of history. And
So,
Penny
his
no, that's
tagline
not what
for
I
his
fucking asked for you, Abello. You daft donut. Jesus.
Hey man, there's a delay.
There is a delay. Fuck. And Penny Parker was more like an Evangelion character in the comics than in the movie. I would have no fucking clue because I haven't read Evangelion comic book. Wait, no, that's not what you said. I haven't read.
There were
Penny Parker. I haven't read.
I
Spider-Man,
never
my
even-
favorite Evangelion.
real Chads remember Spider-Man.
I remember
Yes, Sonomi, the
by
video
the
is
man.
over. It was only 7 minutes and 32 seconds long. However, the last 15 seconds of said video is an ad for you to watch the rest of his content, which we won't be watching because why the fuck would we?
So,
So-
the tagline for his channel is unpopular opinions 5 times a week.
Ugh.
Five
Nailed it.
times? No wonder you don't get any substance.
I mean, how
Or any
long are
growth
his
in your
videos
channel.
each?
Or sustenance. He doesn't see the sun. He doesn't get sustenance. Ugh.
The
Does
longest
someone else
video I
edit his
see
video?
him,
God damn.
the longest video he has is a 40-minute video on Sonic the Hedgehog.
Oh, we should watch that with Jeb. He'd
but that-
love it.
That's a stream though. Him playing the latest Sonic.
Oh,
game.
is it a stream? Okay, never mind then.
But
Then
now,
commentate on his stream.
ladies and gentlemen, we have now officially reached the je ne sais quoi of this stream of ours. This is the video I saw Meme Repository recommending in the ecom server. He wanted them to shit on this video because he quite likes Cyberpunk and he thought that this person was doing a disservice to the show. Sky didn't want
Joy.
to cover it because she has no interest in watching Cyberpunk. I know this because I asked. So I was like, hey, do you mind if I cover this? And she's like, go for it. And then as soon as I got the go-ahead, I went and questioned the meme repository about it. I said, hi, would you like to crap on this thing with me? He said yes, tentatively, testically.
Yeah.
That was about 4 weeks ago. It's now today, 4 weeks later. We're now watching this, much to everyone's joyful glee. Oh, that's another thing I forgot to mention. My former co-hosts, Uvu and Darth, have not joined us today because they have their own thing going on. So during the week, I had to find substitutes. DB was kind enough to agree, and he invited Writer on, who also was a surprise guest. So technically, I'm the only non-guest here. Everyone else is temporary shows. So thank
Good to
you.
know you think of us as a backup plan at least.
Yes, they're the side hoes I invite when the main bitches are out of town. I really appreciate that they've managed to come here during their busy time. So thank you very much for that. And with that said, I think we should continue unless anyone has something to say about the last video we just saw.
I do have something to say. Breaking news. That guy we just watched, the last guy, I took a peruse through his channel. He likes She-Hulk.
Did he?
My disappointment is immense and immeasurable.
He has a video calling the finale of season 1 genius.
That has
Oh.
to, no, that has
He's
to be.
trolling,
No,
he's
hold
trolling,
on,
he's
hold on.
trolling.
So here's the thing. Here's the thing.
That's
That's
ironic.
what I
ironic.
thought.
Has to
That's
be
what I
ironic.
thought. That's what I thought. It's 4 minutes, and I clicked on it, and I was skimming. And I skimmed the intro. And he does refer to Critical Drinker in his list of naysayers, and apparently in the comments he responds to people saying that he feels like what they did with Jen was very much in character.
Oh,
That is
well,
the
but
that is the
but the
biggest load of
characters.
Horde Pelonia horse Pelonia Bologna I've ever heard. What the fuck? Why? He thought he thought the first episode of Cyberpunk Edgerunners was bottom of the barrel Netflix content, and he's praising the finale of She-Hulk? Are you
Maybe from the mirror
shitting me?
universe.
Is he from the fucking Peter Griffin universe?
So someone said, I seriously hope this is meant to be sarcastic. The show is ridiculously bad. And he goes, as a master troll, game recognizes game. She-Hulk's sick burn of clickbait troll bro critics is Herculean. The bar has been raised.
It's not. That wasn't. No. No. No.
I'm gonna need my stomach pumped after today. Holy fuck.
I'm gonna need another beer, man.
Yeah, no, I feel you. I'm opening up the 4th bottle.
They justified the show by making it stand out. If people want to complain that Jen breaking the fourth wall is an easy out, they actually go somewhere with it beyond throwaway gags.
I actually
No, they
think it would
don't.
be quite topical to talk about his Elden Ring video, since Elden Ring's just gone ahead and won the Golden Joystick Award for Game of the Year, along with Art Direction and Critics' Choice and whatnot. So that would actually be quite topical.
Here's another point of praise. Taking on critics as a villain is something new.
Wait, what?
What?
No, it's not.
No, it's not. No, it is not. It's been like
No.
Hollywood's been after critics. It's everything. God, there's been so
Fucking,
many movies.
there was a Siskel and Ebert fucking stand-in in the Roland Emmerich Godzilla film, and this is not new. Isn't Blazing Saddles supposed to be scathing commentary as well? I
was about to say, the Boondocks has better representation of real life fucking critics than that show did. Done diddly dude. That
There
shit
was
came out in like
literally
the
an
early 2000s.
There was literally a show called The Critic in the 90s, and it crossed over with The Simpsons.
Oh, that was a great
Zach
show.
thoughts on for Elden Ring Nuthouse episode. He loves that game. Sure, why not? I'll give Zachary Do a cracker redo, and see if he wants to come on for Elden Ring conversation. I don't mind.
Lois, this is worse than the time I liked the Game of Thrones finale.
Mm.
I'm quite surprised that show only ran for 4 seasons.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It ended on a good note.
Yeah. Speaking of ending on a good note, we're about to end on a brown note if we don't keep going on with this.
Oh, fuck me.
Yeah. The brown.
Considering how we turned 7 minutes to an hour, I can't wait.
Yeah, boy.
I'm excited to see how we get through this. I'm
Like the
excited.
My nuts
when the
are
brown
quaking. I mean,
goblin
quaking.
said,
I
"Are
mean,
you-"
quaking. I mean, what?
Armed to heavy mom spaghetti.
A Western anime brought to us by Netflix? What could go wrong?
I remember getting 2 minutes into this and quitting.
Oh, he's comparing it to High Guardian Spice?
Wait, Beeb, have you seen the first 2 minutes of this?
Well, scene is a. I think I can't even remember how long exactly. I just remember I got to a certain point because I was just like, oh, you know, I would like to hear.
Yeah, sorry, I'm very drunk at the moment, Sky. I forgot to take the cover off. I apologize.
Yeah, take the cover off, you sick bastard.
Yeah, take it all. In the ass. I just got to a certain point, and then it was just like, oh fuck me, I can't do it. And then that's when I just outsourced it to someone else to tear it apart because I was just like, I just can't.
And then he
I can't do
dragged
this on
you
my
on
own.
in here anyways.
Yep. Well, this is with friends. This is fine. Doing it on my own, I think I would slit my wrists and use it to hold my credit card until I died.
Yeah, and then Zach, and then maybe.
Wait, no, hold on.
pretty sure I'm
I
gonna regret
misunderstood
my
what you were trying to
decision.
say there. Were you trying to say that you would use the newly formed hole in your wrist to hold your credit card? Is that what you were implying there?
Well, it's got to be used for something while I bleed out.
So, in the Cyberpunk universe, you would be an ATM machine.
Yes.
Yeah,
Cool.
for myself. I would
For
self
yourself.
ATM.
Self ATM.
Instant
That sounds
money.
like something Canadians do nowadays.
Yeah.
Oof.
A Western anime? A Western anime brought to us by Netflix? What could go wrong?
Now,
It's
I
not
find this very
Western, though.
interesting because Western anime. First thing that I think of when it comes to Western anime from Netflix is actually Castlevania. And say what you want about the story for season 3 and 4, but the animation of that show, relatively speaking,
Fantastic.
fucking smacks. Oh, mwah, 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 mwah. In saying that,
I mean,
there's
the only
probably
thing
also
I can
some
ever
really bad shit on Netflix, but I haven't seen it because why would I waste my time watching bad shit on Netflix?
Like the He-Man show,
Like
or Dragon's
Cyberpunk.
Dogma.
like the new He-Man.
I haven't seen it.
There's a few new He-Man shows. I heard the one not done by Kevin Smith was
Who are you
better.
guys covering now? Mr. Obello, that would be in the description. This person is named Pax Tube, and this is a serious critique of Cyberpunk Edgerunners. It is a 23-minute video covering 4 hours of content, and he's somehow going to convince us that this show is pancake poon. It'll be great.
That's a word for it.
Okay.
Oh, that's a scathing critique right there. This is a complete and total
I'm looking
thing.
at his video on YouTube and his chapters or whatever. Interesting. Can't wait.
What? Earth.
Yes.
Human sensitivity to sour lemon increased by 20%. Oh no, please. An Earth 84 mode added. Friendly fire has been temporary. I just realized I'm reading this out without chat actually seeing what the fuck I'm talking about.
Yeah, what the fuck
Hold on.
are you talking
One
about?
second. 1 second, chat. 1 second. This is gonna be great. Okay. Hold on.
Is it?
Open copy link. Paste. Okay.
Don't show them that though. Don't whatever you do, don't show them that.
Show them what?
That.
What is
Ducks.
that?
That thing
Ducks.
there.
Ducks.
What do you want
Very
about?
NSF. It's very NSFW. You shouldn't show it.
Okay.
Susan will get
I think he's
So-
fucking with you.
Chad,
I
this is
could
what
be.
meme has just shared with us, and it's apparently supposed to be funny, so let's find out. Earth updates. Human sensitivity to sour lemon increased by 20%. An Earth 84 mode added. Friendly fire has been temporarily removed. Snail event 2.0. Everyone now has a personal snail. If that snail ever touches you, you're dead. Speed of snails increased by 6%. Then Mr. Santraz responds with touch grass event which Earth updates responds, it's live 24/7, but you refuse to participate. That is a scathing thing to say. However, I'm more
Yes.
personally afraid of the fact that I have a snail somewhere in my room and I can't see it. So if I wake up tomorrow morning surrounded by purple clouds and I'm stuck in the Loki universe, it's probably because of this fucking Earth update.
I don't know what just happened.
Man.
I've been swallowed up by the fucking universe-ending dwagon from Loki because of the snail in my room. But back to this lovely person's video.
Chat, what the fuck just happened?
Earth update. You know,
Oh, I see.
How did we get here? I don't know. Shandy is way too drunk. Sky, you've not seen anything.
Are you turning into Sean
Just
Connery?
wait until I go full Sean Connery.
Yes, and here's what I think of women.
I'm so proud of Shandy for learning how to use image links. I think I... Wait, like I taught... Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I can't remember.
Remember the last Western anime I looked at?
You are a girl? I'm transgender.
Oh shit! I remember High Guardian Spice. I watched like 10 minutes of it and it was the worst thing I've ever seen.
So is he actually making the comparison that this is the same
I think
in
he's
terms
just
of
being
quality?
cautious because the last Western animation he watched was High Guardian Spice. So it's like, I don't have high regards for this. And yeah, no, High Guardian Spice was one of those shows where you're like, oh, so you're pandering to a demographic of people who are underrepresented in media, and you're doing it very badly because apparently, like, a big portion of that show has to do with character identity, being trans, being gay, a whole bunch of other shite. But they do it very, very surface level-y with not much
So like most
grace.
woke shows, that's how they do it? Just very surface level?
Sure, I don't watch a lot of woke shows, and when I do, hopefully they're done well. So I don't notice.
Is a woke show called a woe?
Yes.
Because it should be.
It should be called a woe.
May I see it?
Sounds good for marketing.
Surely you
No.
can find a worse clip than a character just saying they're trans, but I'd woke the best word. Yeah, I think the
Oh, yeah.
person is
yeah.
just highlighting that being trans or being quote unquote woke is a big selling point for that show. Maybe he goes into detail on it.
I'll let you believe that.
Maybe. I haven't seen anything from this content creator, so I'm just going off of he said, she said on the seashore.
Cyberpunk Edgerunners is a new American anime that, from what I've seen, has gotten good reviews and been very popular. Being an anime and being made by a company infamous for its degenerate propaganda, it's right in my book.
Okay.
Propaganda.
Oh,
mean,
well,
is
that
he
illusion lasted for like
wrong?
3 seconds.
To be fair, he's not wrong because the most popular part of the trailer for the show was porn, as we discovered in the first video. So he's not
Yes.
As
incorrect.
God intended.
Not in the wrong there.
Degenerate
I don't know
propaganda.
about that meme.
No, that's more of
God
the fans being
intended.
degenerate. That's more of the fans being degenerate. It's not Netflix itself.
You're
Boy.
wrong. They knew what they were doing.
They knew. They
God bless America.
Oh, even to the whole point of the trailer being to some epic choir version of "Ode to Joy." It was-
Meme, dear Lord, why did you do this? Yeah, Sky, think of it like this. I'm covering this so you don't have to. I'm the nostalgia.
Hello, I'm the nostalgia critic. I remember, so you
Blame-
don't have to.
Blame the fucking algorithm for dumping this in my recommendations for whatever reason. I don't know why.
Blame-
I didn't look up Cyberpunk that much. God damn.
Blame meme for having wrists that aren't quite credit card shaped. Okay, that's who you
Yes.
should
Also,
blame.
underrated person in chat just said, I watched all of the episodes of High Guardian Spice, and it was one of the worst things I've ever seen. Why did you watch all of it?
Because you
Well,
wanted
surely
to...
it has to get better at some
Writer-
point, right?
Writer, why else would we watch all the episodes of She-Hulk? We don't.
Fuck, you're
fucking
right.
know.
Maybe it's just one bad episode. Maybe it's just 2. Maybe it's just 3.
Dude,
Also,
Oh,
I'm going to
no.
agree with Sky. There's definitely a worse clip they could have used to make that show look bad. I remember out of the 10
for
minutes
sure.
that I saw, fuck, Sean Connery.
Sure.
Shit.
You
Oh,
sure?
Lord. Okay,
Oh.
stop. Hold on. Let me get my thoughts. Okay, hold on. In the first 10 minutes that I saw, they explained the main plot as the main character being related to some of the other fucking demon or some shit who was killed by a sword or something. And then directly after that, it goes into a Pokemon chase where they have to go and find these two butterfly-looking creatures and have them mate together in order to save the species. It's so fucking weird. You need to talk to Uwe about that. He actually made a recording of their first time watching that, and it's piss. I actually think he's got it on his channel. I might link it later on. But yeah, it's fucking awful.
It's funny with my video.
But back to
Wow.
this piece of degenerate garbage.
Ballpark to critique. The anime has many flaws, which I'll be going over in detail, but it also deals
Oh,
with some
good.
serious themes worthy of looking at. Nihilism,
Uh-huh.
transhumanism,
What?
dystopia. All of these will be
Mhm.
discussed. Edgerunners also
Sure,
provides
those are
a great
themes of
opportunity to point out the
Cyberpunk-ish
problem
stuff,
with modern
sure.
animation for adults as a whole.
This is season 1 of Archer. It's not modern, you fucking shingong. The fuck?
Yeah, but it's an animation for adults, so it counts.
Also American.
I've
I've
seen
never heard that insult before.
I
I've
just,
seen
I
only-
just
I've
came
seen
up with
only-
it a minute ago.
I've
Well,
seen only bits of Archer,
I'm
and
stealing
every
it.
bit I've seen made me laugh.
Season 1 through season 7 of Archer is peak.
Gold.
I will not
Fuck,
take
how many seasons are there?
There's
Like
too many.
30.
All of them. Hey man,
know
I've
what?
seen 33 seasons of The Simpsons. You know that 7 is nothing to me.
There's no way you've seen all the seasons of The Simpsons.
But if
I
you
binged it
rewatch-
last year.
Oh
year.
my god.
It actually has a surprising amount of
Okay,
peaks and
hold on.
valleys, even in later years.
Meme, was
Nice.
Zack Snyder's Justice League not enough?
Well, you see, I committed to showing someone The Simpsons, and I said, "Oh, we'll stop after a certain point." And then I kept hearing about payoffs that happened in progressively later seasons, and it was like, "Fuck!" And we ended up watching the whole thing.
Can anyone
is
ask
amazing.
Meme if he's seen
Impressive.
RRR? I don't know what RRR is.
Oh, Triple
Oh,
R.
we do! We
Triple
know what
R
that movie
awesome.
is.
What is
Triple
Triple
R
R?
is awesome.
Fucking awesome.
I have not seen Triple R.
Explain
It is
your
it's a Bollywood movie, and it is. How long is that movie again?
3 hours.
It's a Bollywood movie. Of course, it's fucking 3 hours long.
Oh,
No, dude, that movie is fucking amazing.
I've seen
I don't want
It's
to spoil
ridiculous.
Bollywood
anything.
movies by this point, so I'm keen.
Oh, it is peak Bollywood stuff. It's got everything you would expect from them.
So it's got
There
like
was a
surprise
moment-
musicals from every single actor.
Oh my! The music
main-
is great.
The main actress
we-
is the exact same main actress
I-
that they use for every single other Bollywood movie.
I haven't seen enough Bollywood movies to confirm that.
So I
I'm
had
doing
never seen a
Madva
Bollywood movie.
Oh,
before.
Sky's stealing my fucking thunder. She she saw me do it, and now she's doing it too. To be fair, Madva movies is for everyone. We shall share the Madva movies in spite. As long as you don't steal any of the fucking silly, goofy comic book movies, I will rip your spine out and use it as a Sandevestein for my cat.
You know, Sky, I thank you for bringing up Triple R. Seriously,
kid ask,
that
man.
movie is
I
the
know.
movie is gold.
I just suggested, yeah. It should be fine.
Nice.
Just make sure he doesn't release that before his Flash video, otherwise he might actually get mobbed.
Oh no.
Because I remember
Mobbed.
people were like getting really annoyed with him in the chat and in the comments. He was like, "Oh, I actually lost subscribers because I released this before my Flash video." I was like, "Oh no."
Oh no.
Yeah. So,
Bum, bum.
anyways, back to the animation for adults.
Now, to be
Alright.
clear, I don't have Netflix and I don't watch their programming. However, I will critique popular media like
Wait, no, hold on a second. Didn't you give Netflix crap for the adult animation early on? You don't watch their
How would
content? What? Oh, so does he just mean
Yeah,
like
like
adult,
literally 3 seconds ago.
Unless he's just going from word of mouth.
unless
That's
he just
probably what's
means
going on
adult
here.
animation in the West in general? But then again, why would you use Archer as an example of that? Because that shit came in like early 2000s.
You could use so many, like Paradise PD or anything in that ballpark.
Yeah, JXE did a fantastic series of videos on that fucking god awful TV show. So
He did
use
more
that.
than one video on that TV show?
No, he did
Uh,
a trilogy for for those different shows, made by the same creator. No, it's basically the same show, 3 times over.
Oh yeah, but you know what I liked when he did the video on Smiling Friends and went the show is actually really good.
Yes, they watch some positive content for once. It can do wonders to you.
Are you a Doors?
Sky, can you confirm if Jay still goes by any pronouns or if they have gone to she, her, like officially now?
I will check Twitter.
I don't have Twitter, so
I'm not on it either. I totally forgot about that. I'll just say
wanna-
Jay.
Just want to make sure Jay goes by all pronouns.
I mean, no.
Yeah, they,
I mean,
they go
no
by
offense.
they go by any, like, you know, you can use
I will
whatever
now
pronouns you
use
feel like.
Z. There you go.
You
mean,
may
if
use
anything,
she,
I
they,
mean,
or
no
he
offense.
because yeah.
Yeah, I just go by she just because it's easier because woman. There you go. Anyways, back to this.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's
Also,
whatever.
that's one thing that was missing from Cyberpunk. We didn't see any female characters with dongas walking around like most people playing the game for the first week were doing. That was a shame. Shame on you, show. There was no
I
female.
mean, I don't want to
donga.
see that. I don't
Liar.
want to see that.
Liar. You say that and then you see that and you're like, oh,
No,
you know what?
you-
My life is
Shetty,
complete
you-
now. I saw this.
You don't know how pure writer is sometimes. I know he's made some weird and dirty jokes here, but oh boy.
No, I don't want to see a lady with a dick. That's weird. That's too much.
That's fine. Anyway,
Oh, this is a
That's where you draw the line.
quality.
That's where
This is
you
a
draw the
quality.
line.
I don't know how true this is, but this is just a quality tweet.
Show me, good sir.
this is
Show
one
us.
of the- oh god.
Marvel Studios is reportedly reevaluating the MCU's Phase 5 and 6 slate with, quote, quality over quantity following internal feedback about Phase 4.
That's
Right.
fucking fight. That's fight or shit. Shandy, go home. I am home. Shut up.
Are
how,
you?
How long do you think he's gonna last on this video? I don't
Not
think he's-
long.
I was in the same state. Like Shandy, I told you how I was my state when I was watching.
Don't worry. The
Wrath of
moment I
Khan with
finish up
Lecter.
with this
I didn't
trick, I'll
last
probably
long.
go back to just being stupid instead of drunk and stupid.
Hey, no.
Our-
No one
our-
said you were
But
stupid
I
before.
saw the list of TV shows and movies that were coming out for Phase 5 alone. It was something like 40 projects or some shit like that.
Too many.
Oh,
For what they've proven they can handle.
and all the Marvel animators are looking up and they shed a single tear. Please,
There
sir.
was a Phase 4 allegedly.
Allegedly, yes. Oh, and by the way, Black Panther 2 was supposed to be the finale of Phase 4. Did it feel like
Allegedly.
it?
That's one of
allegedly.
I didn't watch it.
I like this.
Oh, meme,
I
that
didn't watch
movie is
it.
so fucking god awful. Holy shit. It's 3 hours of piss. Mostly because I was watching it with
Oh.
friends on like a camera with like fucking Bollywood ads for casinos. It was great, but it was
All I've
piss.
seen, all I've seen is that one clip of Namor going like, "I go by many names,
I am
but
Bakugan.
but
God.
some people, but most call me Namor," and I'm just like, "Oh, we could have gotten so many other actors, and they chose you."
I would have been happy
Okay.
if you said, but they call me Shingong.
I go by many
Oh,
names.
oh, 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 oh.
People of the surface call me Namor, but the
Namor.
people of call me Ah.
I remember seeing a tweet the other day where someone was like, I'm really proud of Black Panther for being a Marvel movie with a predominantly black cast with like very few white people. However, I was quite disappointed to find out that it was literally a race war between Mexicans and black people, and I was like, you know what? Thinking about
Oh
that,
no!
you know what? Thinking about that, you're not entirely wrong.
Oh no!
That's when their logic just self-destructs. It's hilarious to watch from the sidelines.
To be fair, it wasn't a
I'm
race
just-
war because there was peace by the end, so it's fine.
Sure,
Yeah,
I
when
killed
one
your-
side
sure,
was
I
all
killed your
dead.
queen and a bunch of your citizens, but we're cool, right? Yeah, we're cool.
Namor's a neat
You know,
character until he
Ethan-
goes full Killmonger. I disagree. The moment I saw his fucking pixie wings on his feet, I burst out giggling and like fits of laughter.
Dude,
Oh,
I hate
I
that
see.
so much because yeah, I know he had it in the comics, but when they're gonna change literally everything about the character other than underwater and wing feet, why even bother keeping the wing feet if you're gonna change everything
Oh
else?
no. Using the actor who played Spock in the TV show, is that what you're implying?
Well, because I saw that because he's not the best Spock in the world, but then I saw that image and I was just like, if you
That could have been
got,
a
which
good
is
name more.
because like you see him next to like how he's meant to look, and it's like, you've got like the face shape for it, and yeah, you could
The
put
eyebrows too. He's got the eyebrows
yeah,
too.
yeah. I was like, there's possibilities there. What a shame. What a shame.
I
Whatever.
kind of forgot that we were
Actually,
supposed to be
he
covering
seemed-
a
he was
video
alright.
and that we should probably be doing that before we end up going full on. Before I
Tangents
go full on
already.
fucking.
Like,
face
well, you
off.
know the meme repository curse, right? Where like every stream I appear on ends up being the longest one of the show.
What? That's not true. Let me look that. Oh, it is true.
How long
Yeah,
have we been
like
going
Metal's
for?
Forge.
This one has been going on for
7 hours.
3 hours. Oh my
Yeah.
god, this might actually be true. The longest episode we've had so far has been 4 hours. Holy shit. Meme, what have you done?
I mean,
You-
is that completely a bad thing? I know, maybe just depending on me and Ryder. I mean,
You have done
right.
that yourself.
it's almost midnight for me, but fuck it, it's Friday.
We'll keep going as long as you can, but if you need a dip out, feel free to. I haven't got any.
I'm
plans
gonna
on
If
it.
ever I get to that point, I'll let you know. But I'm still good for now.
All good. Okay, but yeah, let's maybe just continue for a little bit.
This when it's warranted. I've also never been a fan of the Cyberpunk game franchise. I don't really know it, and I don't really care to know it.
I have never been a fan of the franchise. I don't really know it. Well, then how would you know you're not a fan if you don't know it? What the fuck?
Not only that, he says he doesn't care to know it.
So why should I care about your opinion of this?
I mean, yeah, you're
So you-
technically
you
not a
don't
fan
care
because you
about the
don't know
source
about
material.
anything, but why would you bother mentioning that to me? I already know that you're not a fan because you don't fucking... You're a dumbass. Fucking commit credit card wrist.
Commit credit card risk. The risk is a new one.
However, I think this puts me in an even better position to critique the show fairly,
No.
as I have bias either
no.
for or
No, hold on. I agree
mean-
because I feel like my lack of bias towards kicking Adam Smasher in the dick with a shotgun and a skirt makes me very qualified to critique Cyberpunk as a franchise.
What did he
against
mean by
Cyberpunk.
this?
And like any spin-off or sequel, Edgerunners should be able to stand on its own 2 feet and be judged on its
agree.
own merits.
Fair enough.
I
Being
agree.
unable to do that is failed writing. So
Sure.
ladies and gentlemen, in this video on PaxTube, I'll be giving a serious critique of Cyberpunk Edgerunners.
Cool beans.
The anime opens in a dystopian future in a run-down, but technologically advanced city called Night City. The
Okay, well-
streets are in complete
I just like that redundant fucking sentence.
Yeah,
from
that was
the
very
end there.
redundant.
It's like this dystopian futuristic city called Night City. You're not
You know,
wrong,
editing
but
your
it
script is for
sounds
chumps.
weird. It's like you're not wrong,
Why
but it
would you?
sounds weird.
Why would you edit your scripts like that? That is for lamos.
I mean, at one point you'd even say go to the point of like, oh, dystopian and run down.
I
You
just
don't need to say
finished
both those at once.
redrafting my 60-page script for the third fucking time in like the last 4 months because I wanted it to sound pretty damn nice. So
Yeah, I'd say 3 times is like the minimum for redrafts. That's
I
like
don't think
a
there's
good
anything else that I
passover.
can really change about it because I don't write the script then redraft. I kind of redraft while I'm writing because I think of
Yeah,
something and I go back and then I change it and I keep on writing. But like I've gone through it from start to finish, redrafted it once, redrafted it again, like 2 months later, then redrafted it again, just because I think of something new. I want to change the way I like approach things.
yeah. Sometimes I will tag a bit for additional redrafting if I feel like it needs the extra work. But as far as like overall thing, I think 3 is a good amount.
Does this ever happen to you where you're like just randomly watching YouTube, chilling on your bed, and then you see a funny video, and someone makes
Mm-hmm.
an argument in like a certain manner, and you're like, you know what? I like the way this person did the thing. I want to do that thing in my own work, and then you go and redraft your own
Yeah.
work to make it sound more like that. I do that all the fucking time.
You watch a YouTube video, go like, I like your cut, G.
Yeah, pretty much. At the moment, it's Matthew Matosis, which I think is really helpful because
Good choice.
that's going to be a very big inspiration for me talking about the Amazing Spider-Man. But most of the time, it's characters like Nakey Jakey, Chris Reagan. I can't remember the rest of them. Anyways.
Squalor.
Batman.
They're littered with trash, graffiti, and the homeless. This squalor
Yes.
is in spite of the fact that the city
They're littered with trash, graffiti, and the homeless.
It's almost like it's just litter. Like,
Oh, that took me a second. That took me a second.
Disgusting. Look at this place. It's got trash. It's got graffiti
Disgusting.
and the homeless.
this is what's gonna. It's gonna be one of those videos where it could be edited down by half.
Yes.
It can be
Sky
edited
says-
down by a lot more than half. I get the feeling.
Sky
But
says
I'll
she
let-
likes
I'll
Nakey
let
Jakey.
things
Well,
be.
Sky, you'll be happy to know that he was a major inspiration for like most of my content.
Dun,
So,
dun, dun,
yeah.
dun, dun.
has technology that's far superior to our own today. Really, if you just took away the technology, the city is just modern-day Los Angeles. I'll note right out of the
Yeah,
gate
it's not
that
far
while
off.
we're shown that Night City is a hellhole, it's never really explained why it's such a hellhole. It's just taken for granted
serious?
that
No,
the
it-
squalor
it-
is the way things are, and through
it-
the show, no one really questions it. Members of the audience who
Because it's shown throughout. Like there is crime written everywhere. Corporations are just on top of the ladder.
But why? But they never come out and say, well, this is the thing that really pissed me off. I think this is where I quit. And then I scrolled down to the comments. I scrolled into the comments and then I saw, oh, I'm not going to be happy watching the rest of this, am I?
Like, I'm looking
I
at like
hate the idea. Listen, the thing didn't explicitly tell it to me, so how am I supposed to know?
How did the Republic form?
I was gonna
in
make the same
Star
joke!
Wars? Where did the Federation come from in Star Trek? Where
What
did
exactly
Rule
are
the
they
galaxy
taxing?
as father and son.
it's even to the point. Okay, I just bringing up even in the cyberpunk lore where California and Texas are separate. Like they left the United States in this world. They're their own sovereign states.
Look,
Like, how did we get
I can
there?
be
I wanna know.
sympathetic. I can be sympathetic to this line of questioning because I do have a similar line of questioning when I watch something like Arcane, and it opens up with a confrontation between the high end society and the people on the down low. And watching the show from start to finish, I'm like, okay, well, why does this society hate the people down low? Why is there a confrontation like that? It is something that I question a lot while watching that show, and it's something I wish that they would address. So I can be sympathetic to this
I
line
mean,
of
they do
thinking.
kind of address it.
Oh no, let's not turn into an arcane debate,
No, no,
please.
no,
We're not going to be
alright,
here.
I'm
right
not
now.
ready.
I'll
I'm
agree
not
to
ready
that
at all.
that they might address. I'll pick up that on the rewatch. But what I'm saying is that I can be sympathetic to him, like wanting to know more about the world, and that's something I mentioned at the start of the stream, where it's like, yeah, I would appreciate more world building from the show, if which can only really be done if it was twice as long.
Yes, I think that what I should point out is that I think he's about to say this is like a fatal flaw, or he's trying to at least present it like this is a fatal flaw, that we don't get like a detailed backstory for how this show is, when really the important thing is that they establish the world is how it is. This is just the beginning of the story, and then the characters navigate this world as best they can. That's like the core thing.
Yeah.
But he's acting like, because we don't get this huge history lesson, the show is fundamentally broken.
Even in
thing
terms
that
of even some.
The thing that I will say
Wait.
that is applicable to both this show and to Arcane is that it makes sense why the characters don't question it, because they likely already know the reason why they're in that current situation.
Mhm.
Yeah, so that from an in-universe reasoning, it makes sense for both the show and for Arcane for characters not to question what's going on because they already know. So I do agree that it's not really a criticism, more so like wanting to know more about what's going on. But yeah,
Yeah,
DB,
and I think that's reasonable.
DB, what were you going to be saying? What were you saying? What are you saying?
I was about to just say something longer, but you got to the point quicker, so thank you for
That's
that.
what I'm always told, that I'm fast in the draw and fast in the schmall. What the fuck? I don't even know.
Members of the audience
You are
who
not
don't
gonna-
know
heard it here,
Cyberpunk are
ladies.
left
He's
asking
too fast.
themselves,
He's too
why
You're
fast.
not
are
gonna last
things
us
this
through the
way?
stream.
I understand that people
I just realized that David's mom was on TV. That's cool.
who are already Cyberpunk fans might know how the world got here, but the show still has a duty to at least give the audience a summary. I guess that would mean
What?
explaining complex societal
Yeah, this is the problem.
that Netflix
What?
So it has a duty to tell us everything about the world within this show. Like,
Okay, okay. I
It's
was
just a
going to
Lord
bring it
of-
up, but
It's just a Lord
Okay.
of the Rings style fucking, and then the world. Let me actually, Dark Souls would probably be more applicable, and then the world was in the Age of Fire, just like a little thing at the start with characters just describing the lore of the world. That could work, I guess, but it doesn't need
okay,
it.
I was
Do you
gonna
need-
bring it up last and like my last point, but a good friend of mine, he showed me some work of his, and he's improved quite a bit, but this is like early on in his writing career. And it just was basically, we've dubbed it the instruction manuals, where it was like this mecha sort of science fiction, and he went into such excruciating detail. It took everyone that was reading that out of it. And I'm talking like mechanics wise, and it's just, why do you need to go in this much detail at all? Like, you can show some things, but like, it's a mecha. I get it. It's a giant robot. It functions. It does whatever it's supposed to do.
Sky makes a good point in the chat. Even Lord of the Rings wouldn't work by this logic because how did the world get to the point where magic exists or whatever?
And you know what? I think every story doesn't work because none of them begin with the Big Bang.
You know, I find it really odd that a character like Spider-Man has an in-universe name called Spider-Man. It just really.
Oh my god.
I'm bringing it back, ladies and gentlemen.
He's bringing it back.
I think there's a lot of legs for that joke. I really do.
But yeah, I do agree with Sky. Like an introductory segment, or even like an opening crawl, a la Star Wars, it works for like setting up your story and getting people acquainted with the universe. It's not necessary, but it is helpful. If this is something that this guy is asking for, I don't think that that's necessarily a problem on his end. I can see why he would ask for that, especially if he's not familiar with the universe. And in all honesty, the show doesn't do a great job of exploring its world to a wider degree than what David is already familiar with. So I can again sympathize with that. However, I agree with Meme in saying that I don't think it is a flaw necessarily, because it is one of those things that you expect to learn more about as you go forward. And if the intention of the show is to have you only know what the main characters know, then that's really where your focus should be. It's just what
Yeah, it's about what's relevant to this story is
Yes.
kind of the meat and potatoes of it.
for something like Lord of the Rings, it's important for the audience to understand the nature of the world, because the nature of the world is important to the rest of the characters because it affects the decisions. Same with Star Wars, it gives you the reason for why the chase happens at the start of the movie, with the opening crawl being showing that they got the fucking Death Star plans or whatever. So you understand why that's going on. It's
But
quick,
how
it's
did the
effective, it's
Empire
snappy.
form?
Oh, that's explained in 3 movies made prior, several decades later, to much critical appeal, and I don't think that you'll find a single person on the planet who thinks those movies are cringe.
But
Somehow
how did the
Palpatine
Republic
returned.
form?
That's also explained.
But how did the before Republic form?
Read the books.
But
Oh,
how did it
yeah?
happen before that? How did people evolve? How did the
How did-
galaxy form?
How
Where
did
did stars
Obi-Wan
come
get
from?
such a nice beard?
How are babies made?
Who am I?
There's just some things that just are fine.
You just
By
get
By
into
the
Yeah.
way,
Neil
you guys
Breen
kind of
levels of
you guys
questioning
kind
at
of
that
missed
point.
it. You guys kind of missed it, but in the video at this point, when we paused it, he said that this quote unquote failure is because that Netflix can't handle complex topics.
Netflix is a distributor, sir.
Yeah, they didn't make the show. They kind of they published it.
They just paid. They
In a way.
just paid Trigger for it.
Problem with
Trigger.
Netflix is that they don't have the highest standards for what they put on their platform more than anything.
I'm just kind of
No.
happy that the show exists post Netflix removing their animation budget for animated TV shows.
Yeah, I don't know why
Yeah.
they did that.
No, there was and not just animation. They've purged a lot of themselves because they just can't afford it anymore.
Sky, I hope you realize what you said is funny. Netflix has distributed many complex shows, like Midnight Mass. That's it.
I mean, me and Red are watching that actually right now. It's
Yeah, Midnight Mass
No,
is
no, no,
pretty
no, no.
solid.
I find it funny that she's like many complex shows and then only lists one and then refuses to elaborate further. It's just
Well,
the
I
one.
mean,
There are
there
more. I
probably
know.
are
Sky,
more.
I'm making fun of you. I'm also very drunk. Things are very funny to me now that might not actually be quite funny.
he's drunk right now. Don't
But
question
what
it.
happened before the Big Bang? That's what Cyberpunk Edgerunners needs to explain to me for me to know what is happening in
Well,
this
first we
world.
need to explain the transhumanism first. We need to get to
How
that.
did you get access to my credit card? I need to know.
But how did the Earth form?
Let's find
Netflix is
out.
Scared to talk about. Instead, the most we get are references to the megacorps who run everything. But this still doesn't explain why the city is so bad. Why don't the megacorps care
need it?
whatsoever about
You don't
maintaining
need
clean
to.
streets?
I mean, isn't this
Why
classic
does the
wealth
Why doesn't the
distribution?
mega corporation care about the little guy?
We got to have
But this is
money.
just classic wealth distribution being the problem. You've got the super rich and the super poor. This is a staple in a lot of dystopian set pieces of media. It's not something that the show explicitly needs to explain. It's just something that you go, oh, this is one of those shows, right? I get it. Where the floor is littered with trash and the homeless.
Or public order.
Oh,
You can't just say they're
Hailfire, 13
corporations
Reasons
and that
Why is
alone
really
explains
bad.
why they're bad. Also, isn't it interesting that Netflix, a corrupt corporation, is here to tell us what corrupt corporations really look like?
What? No,
Netflix is a distributor,
No.
you tool.
They're a distributor. They didn't.
This has nothing like what? That's just him project. That's just it's projecting. It's
This is projecting at this point. Yeah.
He is
You are
a
outside the
projector.
lines.
Really makes you think.
Yes.
Edgerunners just
No.
wants the audience
No.
to take it for granted that the people running Night City are all heartless scum and nothing can be done about it.
Yes.
In reality, of course, things are never that simple.
That's called the
Poor living
premise.
conditions like those in Night City can almost always be directly traced back to human decisions and government policy.
There's a lot of factors other than those two. There's a
There's a
lot.
lot more than just those two, my guy.
Isn't
This
the
is
big
simplified
reason...
down to those.
Wait, no, isn't a big reason for why Night City is the way that it is because some dude nuked the fucking web back in like 2020 or something like that?
Yes.
Too much.
Yeah, Keanu Reeves did 9/11 again.
No. There's the other thing. Like, even in the
Oh.
show, like the original internet.
Also,
The internet. The internet was nuked out of existence. The internet in the Cyberpunk universe doesn't
Is
exist
like-
anymore.
Well, it kind of does, but it's just rated by rogue
Oh
AIs.
god, the last
Yeah.
time I saw someone giving such a fucking closed-minded observation on a piece of media that has like significantly more substance to it, I was watching a review of The Amazing Spider-Man 1 and 2 that may or may not have come out recently.
Oh, Hailfire. I see what you're saying now. I see what you're saying. Yeah. Hailfire, that's one of those things where, in my opinion, it's like they distribute shows by someone else and you go, huh, okay, like Midnight Mass or
Imagine if this guy watched Legion
Edgerunners,
and
and
he's
it's
like,
good.
wow, I can't believe that Netflix made a fucking show about a person exploring fucking mental illness when there's mentally ill people running the fucking company. Wow,
Makes you
hypocrites.
think, don't you? Makes you think.
Makes you think.
A
Makes
city
you think
being
how many
a
chromosomes you
hellhole
have.
is not
We're in for a big
inevitable.
brain. We're in for a big
This
brain
leads to the
video.
first
Sorry,
problem
Hellfire.
of the show. It promotes a nihilistic worldview. It gives us the idea that
Yeah.
people have no
That's cyberpunk.
Yep.
Not all of it, mind you, but a lot of cyberpunk genre is pretty nihilistic.
power to
Yeah,
change
because
the
Not all of it,
a big thing
but-
with people in the real world and media is purpose and wanting to find like the meaning of your existence. And the reality that this show has, and a lot of other cyberpunk style shows have, is that purpose
Nudity.
is
That part of it.
Meme. I lost my fucking train of thought. What was I
You're
gonna say?
welcome.
Oh god, what was I gonna say? Oh yeah. Fuck, I can't remember. I hate you.
systems they live in, despite the countless historical examples of that happening. For those unaware,
probably
nihilism
nothing.
is a philosophy that believes that nothing anyone does matters and that life is pointless. One of the core tenets of nihilism is its opposition to traditional Western philosophies, especially Christian philosophy. It's become a popular
Okay.
worldview
What does
among
this
the
do with
people with
Edgerunners?
power in America, and they love to insert it into basically all of their media. Rick
Okay,
and Morty
hold on.
and Big Mouth
All right. Okay, hold on. When Edgerunners is going with it, they're not going with it and promoting it.
No. Even the whole
Promoting it as
point,
a bad thing.
the whole point of it is like even David's is like he's nihilistic. He has.
And you just compared it to Big Mouth, by the way.
I
And
heard
Rick and
that,
Morty.
yeah.
Yeah, I heard that.
Yeah, but by the end of the show, he figures out his purpose. There is meaning for his life.
Yeah, even if that's what we were talking about early on, where he doesn't have an intrinsic purpose or he doesn't have like his own dream, but he has the desire to help other people fulfill their dreams, which is kind of like how Guts was initially in Berserk, where he didn't have a dream, and he, along with the rest of the band of Hawk, wanted to help Griffith fulfill his dream.
Yeah, it's
It's like-
not like Rick and Morty that goes, "Oh man, nihilism is cool." No.
Rick and Morty
Oh.
and Big Mouth, how the fuck did you put these two in the same sentence? Oh, Sky, were you here for the part where he says that all adult animation in the West is fucking cringe? And then he listed shows like Archer
Well, he was-
and...
Yeah, I used clip from Archer season 1 of all
Oh, you know
things.
what,
Yeah.
Sky? You're right. You're right.
Rick and Morty isn't nihilistic. Rick is. The point is how
Rick
much
is, that's
meaning
the
he
whole point.
finds from his friends and family, attachment to Morty over time. Rick and Morty doesn't do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was here. Okay. Yeah. I don't really know what is going on with here. Rick and Morty is a very different show from Cyberpunk. They do very different things, so it's an odd comparison to make. Thanks for reading everything I said. You're welcome, Sky.
are obvious examples of other Western animations with clearly nihilistic outlooks. I'll expand more on this nihilistic message as the video goes on. So in the first episode, we meet our main character, David Martinez. He's a young man who goes to a prestigious university in the city. His mother is a single mom and they can barely afford the school. Despite this, she pays for David to go there because she wants him to be successful. We're never told what happened.
How nihilistic.
Yeah.
True.
Son, I have an optimistic view of your
I want to
future.
hear his point. Like, is he gonna make the art? We never know. He said he's starting off with something. I wanted to see
Let's
what the rest
see.
of his point.
What happened to David's dad, and that is never explored.
Oh.
Seems like an important part.
It does not matter. It does not
Yes,
matter.
but where is the father? Where is he? What exactly happened to this
Wait,
figure that he's
DB,
missing
are
in his
you
life?
exploring a nihilistic viewpoint by saying that David's dad doesn't matter? Are you telling me
To the
you believe in
story.
nothing?
To the story,
Are
yes.
you telling me his dad is nothing? Are you telling me you believe in nothing, you fucking commie?
Sure,
Part of
we'll
his
go-
character
believe
development
in
would
We'll go
work,
with that.
But okay. Now
I've
I
been
should
called
point
worse.
out that David wears a visible cross necklace through the entire show. However,
Wait, no, hold on. Doesn't this contradict your fucking point earlier on about nihilism being like the Antichrist or some shit? If he's wearing this, then he's clearly like involved in
He
some
might
sort
be
of
ma-
He grew up in a-
religious viewpoint. Like what?
He might be about to criticize it for usurping or
or even like the
Christian
gang,
imagery or something.
like I don't know, but just what was the Mexican gang in the game? I forget their names.
The Buenos
Liberator.
noches.
Yeah, let's just go with that. They were heavily religious in the game, even
Yeah.
like.
So it
Well,
does
it's
exist
it's
in
a topic.
Cyberpunk. It's just it's not a focus of this particular story.
No,
It's a typical thing that's done in a lot of like dystopian set pieces of media where you've got like people who are pro technology, pro advanced humanism, and then you have the more conservative religious viewpoints who are like, no, we shouldn't tweak our bodies, no, we shouldn't delve further into the net, no, we shouldn't do this. I mean, prime example to use here would probably be Deus Ex Human Revolutions, where there's like two factions constantly at each other's throat throughout the game, which ends
Shandy,
up.
you don't even have to go. You can just go to 2077. There's Maelstrom, and then there's the
No,
monks.
I can't go to 2077 because I haven't played the game, you fucking grongo.
Well, I was just helping you out there.
Whoa, man. Whoa. Let's
we
not,
don't use that language around these
let's not use
parts.
grungo.
I'm sorry, I apologize for calling you a
He did it with
grungo.
a hard O and everything.
Yeah,
He doesn't have
Maelstrom is basically all that. Like they
Is there
want
such
to
a thing as a
chrome
soft O?
Yes.
Yeah,
Maelstrom.
yeah,
they
it's,
want to chrome the fuck
there's
up,
O
and
and
then
then there's O.
monks
A
just
Soft
are.
O
grungo.
is if you were to call someone a grungo. Oh.
It's a very simple metaphor for trans people, to be honest. But anyway, I mean, I'm going more like
What the wait,
transhuman.
what
but,
is? I missed something.
I don't know if it's
Wait,
the same
what is a
thing.
metaphor?
You could probably use it for some situations in this medium, but I don't think that one would be it. But I don't really care. Point is, this person.
Well, transhumanism is its own thing. It's the philosophy that
transhumanism
technology will inherently make us
Oh no,
better.
transhumanism is not the same as
transgenderism.
yeah, no, it's not
Yeah,
the same.
they're two distinct entities.
Very distinct.
It reminds me of that
Christianity-
Warhammer thing where it's like, when I found the solidarity of steel, I knew that my flesh could not take me any further. And then
That is transhumanism. Yes.
yeah, pretty much.
Before Darkseid took the throne.
Oh.
is never mentioned and plays no part in the story whatsoever.
It
If
wouldn't.
David is a
It'd make a
Christian
difference.
and Christianity exists in the cyberpunk universe, why
Why
isn't it
wouldn't it? It's like the most
Why
popular
isn't it?
religion. I
Wait,
don't
is he upset that it exists in this universe? I don't.
No,
or is he-
he's upset it's not being explored. That it's not that they showed
He's
it
a
exists, but
Latino
it's not being
male,
explored.
And like fucking Christianity is like the most popular religion in South America. What the fuck are you on about? Like,
It's true.
It doesn't have to be in here. It's just
It doesn't
if you
have
want
to be
that.
a focus. I mean,
unless David is a true G and he's a supporter of Allah.
The obvious explanation here is that being an infamously anti-Christian company,
Wow.
Netflix didn't want to have an actively Christian main character.
What the fuck is
they made Midnight, or they what they
Midnight
made,
Mass? Midnight Mass is honestly
Midnight
one of
Mass.
the best religious. Like it teeters the line between atheist and Christianity so well. That's produced by Netflix.
I'm a religious man. I like Midnight Mass, and
Hell, I'm an atheist. I like
Oh, yeah,
Midnight
and
Mass
Anime
too.
just makes a good point in chat. Has this
Daredevil.
person ever heard of Daredevil?
No.
Daredevil
Unless he
probably
has.
like your cake because Daredevil was
Oh,
released in what,
dying!
like 2013, and then it was like up until 2016 or something, 2017. That was like
2017.
that was
Yeah,
Netflix's
when Disney
most
took
popular
over
show.
Marvel,
Or
they
was it
were like,
second or something behind like Stranger Things.
it was doing really well when Disney went, yeah, pull the plug. And everyone's response was, but why?
But why?
It would interfere with Marvel's stuff.
Why?
Yeah, it would make
Why?
Marvel look bad. That's why they're starting over with a new season
Why?
1 with Daredevil Born Again or whatever the fuck.
Netflix has been dripping with anti-Christian content for years now, from teen dramedies mocking Christian beliefs to post-apocalyptic movies portraying Christians as diabolical villains.
Okay,
It's one of
Netflix does have a bad habit of doing that, but you can't say it's entirely.
What on earth is this
when-
fucking horrendous?
Oh, these are
shit?
all his other videos. These are all his other videos.
Right.
What are the videos?
I think we found a new like what crap? What was the one Bob was mentioning? The moon? I forget.
Oh
Some-
no!
Remarkable Republican.
No, not Marco Republican. It's another
this guy
YouTuber.
has
We
to
go with the name
unironically
Moon
watch
in it. I
fucking
can't
Andrew
remember.
Tate. I refuse to believe that this person is not a fucking Andrew Tate fan. Look at this shit. What the fuck? What caused the Spanish Civil War? All right, then that's an odd one to have.
The
How
racial
Wikipedia lies.
themes of Attack on Titan.
Oh, yeah, okay. His
Oh,
channel, right?
no.
The YouTube channel I was thinking about was it's just called Moon, and he has some.
Is that Attack
very.
on Titan video still up? Obviously, this is a screenshot from meme. Obviously, it's still up. I might actually cover that one with Nick. He would love to talk about that one.
You
That
know,
would- that'd be
guys, when we
great.
went into this, we were expecting a critique of an anime about
critique of Cyberpunk Edgerunners. It's not a critique of Netflix's stance on fucking anti-Christianism. What the fuck?
This is
Do you
big
see
brain
why I
right
gave
here.
up?
This is very big brain.
No, meme, I don't see why you gave up. You said you gave up 2 minutes in. We're 4 minutes in.
Yeah,
You
I
didn't
gave
hear
up 2
this
minutes in,
part.
then okay, so I gave up 2 minutes in, then I scrolled down to the comments, and then I was like, okay, I'm definitely giving up after this, like, because everyone was basically pointing out the same thing we are right now.
Oh dear lord, I'm excited to see what happens next. Let's keep going.
You know what? You know what? Hey, guy, would it have been an interesting scene? Probably. Am I mad that it's not in the show? No. It one way or the other.
I'm
What?
gonna find you. I'm gonna get you, one way or another.
You've
Meme.
been watching Madver movies, haven't you?
What? What's mad for movies?
Oh, never mind. Because
Who
I
am
did
I?
that exact same thing the last time I heard that. I don't know why, but that song just comes to mind whenever I hear one way or another. It just happens.
I think it's a very intuitive earworm that
Yeah, it
buries its
is.
way into your subconscious.
Hmm.
Well,
Have that, especially
I need to
in
go
a
get another
nihilistic
drink
show.
soon.
This, of course, begs the question of why they even included this necklace.
Because it just.
He's South
It's called,
American. It's the most popular religion in South America. His mom is like a. I don't know
It's
if she's conservative, but
garnish.
she's
It's
like,
character garnish. God damn it.
It's like, it's a nice.
it's just a little
introdu-
detail, man.
It just tells you a lot. It just tells you some info about his character and how he grew up.
Oh boy.
Like, what's the problem?
It's stupid. I don't like it.
Christianity isn't a look, it's a religion. So
Yes.
as the show goes on, we see more and more aspects of what makes Night City a true dystopia. One positive of Edgerunners' depiction of dystopia is that it shows some things we actually would see in a dystopia. Homeless people on the streets are strapped with self-masturbating machines, and VR porn is shown as widespread. People waste their lives away in VR fantasy worlds as they get plundered by the society's most powerful.
Yeah, I
Transhumanism
mean,
is common.
Hold on.
Okay, that is cyberpunk. Yes.
Technology is basically just a stand-in for drugs and alcohol in this universe. People are addicted to a certain substance that isn't necessarily like physical, but it's still detrimental to their health anyways. It's
They're masturbatrons.
Masturbatron.
now at your local
and
Delaware.
used by many people. Sexual liberation is shown as the political tool for control that it is. I, for one, would have liked to have seen this explored even more. Yes, tell us more about how a corrupt ruling class uses sexual degeneracy to weaken and demoralize the population. Alas, we don't get that.
Wow.
After
And actually,
seeing,
why?
after seeing the
mean-
rest of the content that was fucking part of his channel, this does not surprise me at all.
I mean-
Holy
Yeah.
fuck.
I mean, is he wrong, gamers? Is he wrong?
A little bit.
Maybe a smidge.
Maybe a booba's worth of wrong. A nice cupful.
But
Yeah.
what size?
The size. The cup.
Oh, that one. Gotcha.
D.
That's the
D
one.
for David.
Yeah.
Oh, that's actually
all
something that we've...
connected.
Actually, I'm not going to bring that up. That's stupid. Moving on.
itself engages
Moving
in
on.
the exact over-sexualization it criticizes here. More about that later. Another accurate dystopian aspect of Edgerunners is how there's absolutely zero, and I mean zero, respect for human life in Night City. There's war
Oh,
level-
absolutely. Yeah. No, that's
Yeah.
the point.
That
It's
you
a horrible place.
you have unlocked the show. Congratulations.
Well, he is saying that these are things he likes.
crime on the streets and no one cares. People suffer brutal injuries and medical teams only bother to help them if they're rich enough to be policyholders. Those who die are cremated without any funeral and have their ashes dumped into metal cartridges.
They can.
If
I mean, there's a
Christianity does
cemetery,
exist
but-
in the cyberpunk world, it went extinct in this city long ago.
You don't know that.
There could be someone in Night City that still holds out hope, and that would be, I think,
So I
personally,
just I don't
that'd
want to be
an
that guy
interesting
who
story
goes on
all
like
on
an
its own, honestly.
anti-religious rant, but I mean,
Oh boy.
not
Calm
every
yourself.
religious person is treated the same way in our world. Just pointing it out there, people with a lot more money are going to be buried in a lot nicer of a location than people with less money, even if they're religious. And Christianity is
That's
still
true.
the most popular religion on the planet, so just treat it how you want. No one's gonna be
I think
buried
what
in
he's
a fucking pyramid anytime soon, and those people weren't fucking Christians.
Yeah. Like,
Uh,
what
I
about
think-
Nicolas Cage? Because he bought himself a pyramid to be buried in.
That's baller.
He
That's
could
real.
afford it, apparently.
That is real.
That's awesome. But
If I
maybe,
can
maybe
afford
you
that
were gonna
for
say
anymore.
something.
Well, yeah. Well, I think what he's trying to say here, which is, I'm just like, what the fuck is I think he's trying to imply that the state of Night City is because with the state of Night City, it is impossible for Christianity to still be around because no society being where Christian morals still exist would look like this.
It still does. It
I,
still
I,
does.
I find the idea that, oh man, a city this horrible, it must have
Um,
gone
No,
extinct,
but
is a
okay,
little
hold on. This
insulting.
this
It's,
actually
it's
makes me
either
think
that
of-
or like hell. He's even playing into the whole nihilistic thing because even he's not the fact that he's just factually wrong because there is that still in here. But wouldn't the whole point points of Christianity be optimistic to just try to carry on through all this hardship?
Yes, yes.
Yeah,
So
that's
him
actually a
saying,
good point
oh,
to
yeah,
make.
no,
it
it's
was
not religion.
It
extinct.
actually makes sense
The-
for why David's mum would be religious in this situation because she's in a very desperate situation and she needs that extra bit of guidance and that extra bit of faith to help her get through her day.
Exactly.
Exactly. To imply that, oh man, things are so dire, it would just not exist, is insulting.
But I wanted to mention something, and this is something that he pointed out in his video, where he's like, he's not going to talk about the game because this is an adaptation and it needs to stand on its own 2 feet. But now that I'm thinking about it, that actually doesn't work here because this isn't an adaptation. This shares direct
Prequel.
continuity with the games.
Yes.
Yeah, it's more another installment in the same universe.
Yeah,
Yeah.
kind of like the way that Star Wars has the TV shows and the movies and now even the games that share direct continuity.
Yeah.
This is the exact same way here. So you can't necessarily ignore the game and it said that this has to stand on its own 2 feet because the game has, as DB mentioned earlier on, that there is explicit religious content in the games that are found in the gangs. So
In
yeah,
particular parts of the city where it makes sense.
yeah, so there is content in this universe which states that there are religious aspects, but that doesn't really matter in this case because it's following David, and David does not appear to be that religious, even though he wears iconography from his specific
Yeah.
religion. You could always argue that that's just something that was more akin to his mum, and it's something that she tried to incorporate in his life, but it's not something that stuck to him because he's nihilistic in nature.
Also,
You know-
Jackie from the game, there's straight up a scene where he's nervous about doing something and he prays before doing it.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, okay.
Uh-oh.
And in real life, I've known plenty of people who I've seen like a cross around their neck every single day. They didn't bring up religion once. Like
I'm
I
wearing
this
one
is-
right
mean,
now. I'm
I
wearing
thought you were
one
about to
right
say
now.
that you've seen robots in real life who are religious.
I mean, I've seen
Religious
robots in real life. That's something. Also, do you like his channel border? His channel header border thing?
I didn't see it. What is it?
Seemed like
It's in the
Sounds like
chat.
just the horny police.
You could say that
You're just looking at his
banner
channel.
packs a punch.
Yeah, I just
Okay,
like the
that's kinda
anime
fun.
character.
That's kind of
The
fun.
anime character holding the Holy Bible and how his title isn't centered properly in between the two pillars.
Or also the
no.
fact that her head is cut off a little bit.
This
Yeah.
channel just seems like it's
Remarkable
catering to
Republican
a
again?
very, very specific demographic of people.
Yes.
So, I mean, that's fine. Cater to whoever you want, but please be right.
In fact,
Just be
we
right.
don't see any
Yeah.
religion in the show. Most character motivations
no.
are money or power, and God or the afterlife
Oh, no.
are never really talked about.
It's almost like
Very
it doesn't
telling.
matter. It's not
Gone
part
are
of the story.
I mean, I don't necessarily agree with that last point because Lucy literally sees like David after he dies, like she's remembering how he was implying that that she's in a better place with her on the moon, and she kind of wishes that he was there with her. I don't necessarily agree with that one. I think you can go on as some sort of afterlife
It's a
symbolism.
valid viewpoint, I guess. You
Yeah.
I
can
don't
look at it
agree
that
that it's
way.
valid because you're implying that it's a problem when it's not. He's
I
trying
mean, I
to
wouldn't say
argue
it's a
that it's a
problem.
problem. No, I'm not saying you are. I'm saying he is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Since a healthy belief in God could provide some much-needed respect for human life to the city. As the story progresses, David's mom is killed in a random street shootout and he's left on his own. He's no longer able to afford rent or his education. Unlike Batman, who dedicated his life to fighting criminals after his parents
Are we
were
gonna get
killed
the
by
same
sexist
argument
crime,
as the
David
other guy? Why didn't David just
Why?
become the Dark Knight?
Why didn't he
That-
become Batman?
Because Batman would get his shit wrecked in Night City. I'm not. He
I like
would.
Batman. He would get fucking wrecked in Night City.
Dude, Batman took about a decade to become Batman. I'm this just pointing that
What
out.
if
I wanna
little
point
Bruce
out, why
Wayne
isn't
went to
there that-
Alfred and said, "Yo, inject this robot shit into me,
No,
Alfred"?
hold on. I want to point out something. Why isn't there a heavy focus on religion in Batman Beyond, which is a dystopian future featuring the
Oh my
Batman as a
God.
character? You fucking plebeian
Yeah.
nutsack.
I'm pretty sure there was a cult
Shut up,
episode.
DB,
I
I'm
wouldn't
trying
be
to make a point.
surprised.
Hey man, in epilogue, Amanda Waller kept mentioning the Lord, and that's set in the Batman Beyond future. So checkmate, atheist.
Checkmate.
Literally
Brings a tear to my
checkmate,
eye.
atheist.
Literally checkmate. Yeah.
No, but like, this
Yeah.
is so fucking stupid. It's like, it's not a focus. He's not Batman. It doesn't need to be hyper religious just because he's wearing a cross. You fucking nutsack with eyes.
to turn to a life of crime. Instead of hating the kind of criminals that killed his mom, he joins them. He then even goes on.
They aren't the same. They're edge
They're not
runners.
the
No.
same.
They have.
They have a rule. She got killed by the animals.
Yeah, the animals are fucked
The
up.
stooped up steroid jocks that just fucking murder everything.
In his mind, they are different. They are. I mean, they're both criminals, obviously, but they're not the same morally to him. There is
Not
a
just that,
distinction.
these criminals specifically were working with his mum.
Yes.
Why is he not
That is
against
a very
the very
important
people
detail.
who killed
Why
his mum?
isn't he
Maybe
Batman?
Maybe because they aren't the people who killed his mum, and maybe because they actually do sympathize with him because they were friends with his mum and they gave her extra money, which led to him going to the school that she wanted David to go, and he recognizes that they were helping his education. I don't know, maybe there's a reason.
By
for
the
this.
way, at this point in the show, this scene that he's showing here, it's not held up as something to be praised. It's to show how far he's fallen.
But is he Batman?
He is not
We're
Batman.
just like
No, he's-
animals,
how come-
animals,
I mean, how come
like animals.
It could be Ben Affleck.
grow.
It could be Affleck.
How come
Uh,
Peter Parker didn't become Batman?
Why is it that when Spider-Man looked up into the clouds, Uncle Ben's face looked down and said, "Kill them all, Peter"?
How come Uncle Ben didn't become Batman?
How come Uncle Ben's rice doesn't taste very good?
The hole in his chest was too busy just getting an ATM.
Why
Uncle
didn't
Ben,
Tony
what
become
happened?
Batman?
Green M&M pussy.
To kill innocent people who are just like his mom later in the show. He
Okay,
suits
he
himself up
acknowledges
with cyborg
remorse.
technology and joins a group of Edgerunners, which are basically criminal mercenaries. From here on
Yes.
out, all of the show's
Yeah.
protagonists are criminals. And not sympathetic criminals either. Some of these are
What?
very bad people who have no problem with murder or theft if it benefits them financially.
They have no problem with murder or theft in a city that runs on murder or theft as a means of producing wealth.
This
I
is
mean, as long as
essentially
it's the right people. If it's just another psychos killing psychos,
Well, I would just
Yeah,
argue that it's fucking survival of the fittest in this fucking place.
oh, for sure, Night City. That's all. That's the only rule.
the show goes out of its way to show them killing other criminals and Militech and stuff, so that when David does finally shoot an innocent person, it's like a wake-up call for the audience, like, oh, fuck, right, these aren't the good guys.
Bello asks, Shandy the Squire, who's worse? Vaughn Jog Vlog or Paxtube? Easily. Paxtube fucking easily. He takes the cake on this fucking Uncle Ben's rice cake. This dude is a
Um,
fucking
Hailfire.
This man is
Hailfire.
making terrible arguments, while the other guy made no arguments. Bad arguments to me are just worse than no arguments at all.
Why didn't
Hailfire
Namor
brings up-
become Batman?
That's true.
That's amazing.
Oh my god. Hailfire brings up a neat thing that Uncle Ben at one point in the comics became Spider-Man.
Oh yeah, that's probably
There's a what
in the
if.
multiverse somewhere. Yeah.
Yeah. I've read that one. It was kind of nuts.
This guy can't handle anything more morally complex than Sesame Street.
No,
Oh.
no, no. More
Sesame
complex
Street has,
than
like-
Sesame Street. That's what
I
she
don't know.
said.
You got like Oscar the Grouch in Sesame Street. I think you know you can't glorify that kind of trash bandit.
Don't you mean Soymacy Street? Hey.
Hey,
No, I'm talking about Semisi Street. Like the
Seaman
Semisi-
Street,
You talking
Like the
about
Semi-
Sneed Street?
No, I'm talking about the
Sodomy
Sesame
Street?
Seed. I'm talking about the Sesame Street seed that was on the burger in Zack Snyder's Justice League that was going in slow mo.
The burger.
insert your sodomy seed.
Insert
very
the
important.
sodomy seed. Oh my lord, we're gonna be here for
Sodomy
fucking
seed?
ever.
It would be one thing if they were only criminals because they were fighting the tyrannical corporations that rule society,
mostly
but it's
do.
not even that. In some cases, they actually work for the megacorps. Some of what they do
Yeah.
for the show, in terms
Yeah.
of heartless killings,
Who do you think
are
pays the
actually
bills?
Very messed up. Now, one issue I have is that David didn't have to become an outlaw. Even though he was poor, he was still a healthy young man and probably could have found honest work.
You're
Oh
right.
my-
He could have, but that's not the life he chose, and that's kind of the point.
I think this guy has
This-
a problem with the show going against his own moral ethics and dubiosities, which
I would
I
say
mean-
you're correct.
I mean, it's not like the show is saying, "Man, these characters, they're totally 100% morally in the right." It's not doing that. I mean, the scene I just talked
I
about
think my
before was supposed to be a moment for the audience to go, "Oh, right, yeah, these are not good people."
I think my favorite form of criticism from people is people who say, "Oh, this character didn't do the morally thing, the moralist thing that I would do, so therefore they are bad and this is badly written." That's my favorite. Fucking love
I
when people
always
do
hate that one. It's
By the
I
way,
just
I'm
love that.
They aren't
I
arguing
just love
for
that PAX
character's
Cube's
standpoint.
apparently. I love that PAX Cube is apparently selling this show to Sky at the moment.
Everything he
Yeah,
says
he's-
about the show sounds dope. Sky, I fucking told you, the show's fucking the bee's knees, the elbow
It's-
bees. It's
Hey,
nice.
you ever seen it? Yeah, he's right. It's Seinfeld's knees.
Yeah,
It's the sodomy
What they
seed
said.
knees.
Sodomy seed knees.
the seed.
The
Seed supreme, come in my sleep.
Through David,
my
the show
God.
presents it as common sense.
You were
that
worried
someone
about
may
us
partly
going
Later.
therefore
overboard with
resort to
stuff.
crime, but that's just not true. And ironically, this idea that poverty justifies crime is itself something that perpetuates the crime
It doesn't.
poverty cycle. The chaos and crime
He gets
Or is
chased
this-
by the authorities
It
all
doesn't
fucking
justify-
show.
It doesn't justify it though.
Shandy is 80
By the
years
way,
old.
I'm getting sick in real time as this stream has been going on.
Yeah, we
More-
get to see you
Drink more
decay.
beer and no, right. You don't drink, right? Poor you. Poor.
You good Christian boy, you.
Oh, good. Oh, good.
We need to expel him from
It's
this
funny.
podcast.
It's funny
He's
because
not lining up with that.
I'm old enough to drink, and every now and then my mom just goes, "You really don't want at least one?" And I'm like, "No, I'm good."
You get
I had to tell my mum to stop pressuring me into drinking.
That's the joke we have. That's our in joke. Me and her.
caused by criminals ruin people's lives and take away the trust and security which is vital to a healthy economy.
They also live in a city where they own governments and mega corporations do that to them anyways. This is just
They
a
live
fucking
in a
part of
city
their
that was
daily lives.
ground zero for a literal war between
By
corporations.
the way, I know I already mentioned before, because California in Cyberpunk is its own sovereign state. So pretty much the corporations own the state. They are basically the government of this place.
Yes.
They make the rules. They are the top of the food chain here.
Fucking
So great. I know that's not exactly explained in the show, but just gotta lay that out.
No, there is something explained. Like the first episode has David's mom being like, "Oh, I really want you to be an honest worker, work up the corpo ranks, and then you'll be at the top of Arasaka Tower. And then throughout the course of the show, we found out Arasaka is just filled with people who are significantly worse than the people David associates himself with.
They're really bad. Like, as bad as the people David associates himself with, everyone else is just so much worse. Now, it doesn't make what they're doing good. It's just to put into perspective, yeah, no, this city's
I
not great.
honestly can't think of anything David does in the show that's that morally reprehensible in comparison to anything else that I've seen.
Killing that innocent lady, probably.
No, but
the
that's
worst
not
thing,
necessarily something I chalk up to David. I chalk that up to cyberpsychosis. That's not if
Ex-
David
He pulled the trigger.
if
Still
David
pulled the
was
trigger, though.
conscious in that situation, he wouldn't have done that. So I'm not chalking
Exactly.
that up to him. But I mean, like,
Yeah.
one of the first jobs you see him doing is hostage rescuing. He murders an entire fucking warehouse of just cyber psychos, I guess, or cyber demons or whatever.
Just bad guys. Just
Just
bad.
bad
Oh,
guys.
Maelstrom,
The
the Maelstrom
the
dudes,
triple,
yeah.
the
Bad boys
triple
making
tit
noise.
gang, if you will, the triple tit duet or triple tit triad, whatever the fuck their name is. He just murders them all because they're holding a room full of hostages, and he rescues them. He does it for money, but it's a pretty good thing, I guess, to rescue people from being a hostage, even if you turn everyone else into decorative mints. So yeah, I mean, fuck this guy, he's wrong.
David's mom is actually the perfect example of how crime creates poverty. She was paying for a promising future for David, but after criminals killed her, he lost all of those financial opportunities. Many people in David's situation then turn to crime as an easy way out, as David himself did, and the cycle continues.
I would not
I'm
argue
just
the
saying
only
that-
way
to
out.
break this cycle.
Oh my God.
And crime was already happening as a result of David's needs anyway, because that's how they were paying for his schooling. So
Yeah. She was doing it through crime and her job because her job
Yes.
wasn't paying her enough.
Do the ends justify the means? No, but how else am I going to
No.
pay for my shoes?
Yes.
Do the ends justify the means, Batman?
Why doesn't this guy just become Batman? It's a plot hole.
That's true.
Why? You know what, Shandy? Here's a fucking question for you. Why aren't you Batman?
Because I'm a squirrel.
Yeah, Shandy.
I'm not a man.
Fair
You can be
enough.
Squirrel Bat then.
Squirrel Batman.
Bat squirrel.
Man, bear, pig. Man, bear, pig, squirrel, Batman.
Cocaine bear.
Oh,
Why isn't
can be
Cocaine
the
Bear
flying
Batman? Answer me that.
Well, Cocaine Bear just.
Who's
Oh
to
my
say he
God,
isn't
How do you know-
Batman? Exactly.
How do you know that
think
I'm not
Batman just
Batman?
goes around revealing his identity? I could be the Bat. You
Although,
wouldn't
hey,
know.
if Cocaine Bear did show up in Gotham, the crime rate would significantly drop.
well, yeah, he'd be like the bear from Condemned 2.
We are Batman.
We are Batman.
He said we.
Cycle is for
Yeah.
criminals to be removed from society and for society to collectively agree to follow moral rules. Without
Wouldn't that be great? Wouldn't
It
that
would
just
be nice, wouldn't
dandy?
it?
That'd be
That's not
lovely.
this
I'd
world.
love that. However,
Watch Star Trek then.
go watch Star Trek.
The
Without these
dystopian,
things,
fucking
cities are slowly
nihilistic
hollowed out
city.
until they're the very
morals.
hellhole that Edgerunners is portraying. You could argue that Edgerunners isn't endorsing the lifestyles it portrays, but I don't know.
You
It
don't
isn't.
know.
It
Oh,
explicitly
no.
shows that. Right, you finish it.
Most
You
of
can
the
take it.
cast fucking
Explicitly
dies
shows
by
you.
the end
you
of
It
the
finish.
show.
explicitly goes out of its way to show you, hey guys, this sucks.
The
This
show
this
literally
is not
ends
a
with
great
the
place
only
to be.
surviving member of the group leaving Night City and spending the rest of her days on the fucking moon. Alone.
Yes.
If you think that that's a fucking happy ending, my guy, then you are sniffing crystal meth. What the fuck?
Friends are turning their backs on each other and stabbing each other in said back. Due to
Friends
the
are
way
there
of
when
life
They
you
were
in
need
Night
sliding
City.
their credit cards in their friends' wrists, okay? It's
I find
not
that,
a good
I find
time.
that so.
And then the squirrels are making callbacks to jokes.
I make it so fun. I find it funny that he mentions that. Like, I don't know if it's supporting nihilism when showing this particular scene. I find that very funny.
Oh yeah, the scene where Rebecca's pretending to be David's mum just so she can ward him off of cyberpsychosis that little bit longer so he can go and rescue his girlfriend. Oh yes.
that's
Yeah.
What a morally
Sodomy and
reprehensible
Gomorrah.
character.
Hey, wait a minute. This show's very nihilistic. I guess we just forgot about that part where the subplot
This is the
later
kind
on
of
is
guy
that
who would
David
think
David
that
wants a
Guardians of the
better life
Galaxy
for
is
him and
bad because
Lucy.
they're criminals.
Yes.
Fucking. I piss in your shoe.
Sodomy and Gomorrah.
Sodomy, Batman. Why didn't
Yeah.
you sodomize me, Batman?
Like I said, they did make every protagonist a criminal. We eventually meet Lucy, the show's main woman. She's a
Main woman.
She's the main woman.
Oh my lord, the
Main-
phrasing of that couldn't even be worse.
Our main woman.
How
Wow.
disgusting! One of them.
The resident vagina owner?
I mean, look at her.
The
Such a
local
woman.
booba bouteur.
I want to hear how he. I want to further hear how he describes Lucy. Then I can figure out how often he actually talks with women. I want to see it. I want to hear that.
This
you
guy's
rewind a little?
Sherp. Fucking tell me I'm wrong.
works in the cyberpunk group that David joins. She's
I don't
both
know.
a
You haven't seen
and a
Sharp's
smoker.
writing. His writing is not that bad.
No, but he is a fucking creep of a human being. Oh my lord.
There's a
I find
There's
it
a
very
town-
surprising my server's actually been able to tame Sherp. I find that very surprising.
Yeah. well
There's a
done.
town in Texas called Plano, and I thought it was a town called Piano, and I'm very disappointed now.
Okay, as the resident Texan, even I didn't know that.
Yeah, well, Candace Patton was
fuck?
born there, so that's how. So now you know,
Now I know.
The more you know.
and knowing is half the battle.
And
which is a
knowing is
bit
half the battle.
contradictory to say the least. Her and David
Wait, what's
gradually
contradictory?
develop a romance.
I don't know. Let's go back in time.
Styles it portrays, but I don't know. Like I said, they did make every protagonist a criminal. We eventually meet Lucy, the show's main woman. She's a pickpocket and hacker who works in the cyberpunk group that David joins. She's both a runner and a smoker, which is a bit contradictory to say the least. Her and David.
Wait,
That
what?
was a joke. It was a joke. Attempt at a joke.
It's just a
I
joke.
hope it was a joke, but
I
calm
mean,
down.
all this is making me think of is that one Australian who fucking ran a marathon and he smoked like 13 packs of cigarettes while running the entire marathon or something stupid like that.
Hey, you
He
know
just,
what?
he
You
was
can
just
even-
constantly fucking smoking.
That nicotine will give him a bit of a jolt. All right.
You know what, guys? You can even explain it away, even if he wasn't joking, because guess what? There's augmentations in this universe, and in this
Yeah.
universe, you can augment your lungs.
We literally
Yeah, you
see
just
David
filter
do
out
it,
the ash.
So, okay.
Contradictory statement though. He's big brain. He's too smart for you. The Sean Connery is
Yeah.
coming back.
You don't have a high enough.
gradually
IQ.
develop a
Fucking
romance,
Sky in
and
the
she
chat.
confesses to him that she really likes him.
Oh, Sky, you missed the part we were talking about what would happen if characters could experience ADHD through fucking VR headsets in this universe.
Through the
It was
brain dancing.
It was a great conversation. You should go back to
That's
that
fine.
part. It was funny.
It was really funny.
But she's afraid
I
he'll
like
die.
how your
He
logo
promised-
like crops out the bottom message a tiny bit, so it can look really funny out of context.
Wait, so blank the problem with that? Oh wait, no.
Memes
What?
ting up.
Fill in the blank.
That's pretty good.
That's
This is
pretty
her,
good.
he
Not gonna
won't.
lie.
Oh my
Now,
god.
one thing to note about
The
these
hell?
mercenary groups is that they're unisex and women work right alongside men.
Why
Cool.
the fuck? Okay, I'm not.
Thank
I'm
you
not gonna
for
bring.
mentioning.
I'm not going to
no.
bring any
Oh,
attention to
no.
it. That way, YouTube doesn't bring any attention to it, and we should be fine.
Now, I understand that they're all
Was there like a
cyborgs,
giant
but
boob
women
at the center of that
Yes.
woman's chest?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
She had 3. Is there a problem, sir?
I've never been a fan of the 3 boob sci-fi trope. It's just like, I don't know, where does my face go? Like, the other boob is too much.
I got 1 for one hand, 1 for the other, and then I don't know.
One for your third hand
Yeah.
that you have augmented in your chest.
Exactly.
But where does my face go?
In
My
the
face
fourth
is supposed to
boob.
go in between, but there's just another boob. I can't do that.
and
You gotta
men
pick
being
one of them.
perfectly equal fighters as they're shown in the show is still a
Cool.
bit unrealistic. Even with
What?
Tekken
What?
We're getting
Oh,
into this.
What
We're-
about
we're
the
going,
technology?
we're going there. We're
Oh,
gonna go
no.
there.
Oh, he's one of the. Oh.
I don't even understand what the fuck's happening, but I'll pretend like I do.
enhancements, women would still be behind men due to natural biology.
No.
We're going there. We're
I'm
going
face
there.
Here's
palming.
how-
My
Here's
actual face
here's
is
how I
in my
debunk this.
desk
Here's how I
right now.
debunk this. He doesn't exercise as often as Lucy does.
You don't even need to go there. She's been fucking augmented out the arse since she was like fucking 4 years old. There's a scene in this show where a character who's like fucking 13 feet 4 versus a character who's like 6 foot 5, and the 6 foot 5 person wins because she stabs the other person in the fucking mouth with a hidden augment. This is a world where technology rules all. Who gives a fuck if you're a man or woman? If you've got the
Isn't that the
right,
whole,
if you've got the right
This
gear,
sh-
you're going to win.
isn't that the whole
Yeah.
point of transhumanism? That is
Yes.
that is the
This isn't
idea.
even transgenderism anymore. This is fucking an entirely different catalog of shit. You could be the fucking skinniest bitch on the market. If you come out there looking like Adam Smasher with your head attached to a fucking canoe, you're murdering everything.
It's just, look, bro. Maybe in another story, sure. But you're talking about a cyberpunk universe where people can augment themselves all to shit. How in the fuck can you make this complaint?
Because he's an idiot.
Sky,
Good.
Tony Stark is stronger than Nebula because Nebula was born woman. I fucking.
Oh,
She's
Sky,
like
did
a
you see that
robot.
tweet where the guy asked James Gunn, how the fuck did Nebula manage to beat Bucky up and steal his arm? Bucky's a man and he's a soldier, so he should be stronger than Nebula. And then James Gunn's just like, well, she's a woman who's made out of mostly alien technology, so I don't see why it's a
She's
problem that he's...
also a trained assassin just as much as him.
Yeah, no, these people,
Yeah.
these kinds of fucking people are super
Bucky Barnes was
shilly.
trained and brainwashed by Hydra, and then the response is she was trained by Thanos.
And she's way more augmented than Bucky. Bucky has the soldier serum and one mechanical arm. That is it.
And yet she was able to beat him up enough to get a Christmas present for
She was
Rocket.
feeling
Merry
extra
Christmas.
Christmassy, so
And
she
I've
was.
seen Falcon and the Winter Soldier. I know how easy that arm is to detach.
It's pretty easy.
Yeah, you just give a
Surprisingly.
little 1-2, buckle my shoe, and then the
You
arm
guys are
comes off.
thinking about this way too much. Teenage boys are weaker than grown-ass men, yet Spider-Man was able to beat up Bucky and Falcon. Please explain that, transhumanist liberals.
And he was stronger than Cap. Remember, he was able to
Yeah, and
just
Cap's like an
hold him
80-year-old
down.
man. He should be like a bajillion times stronger.
Oh, you want to know
Yeah,
what
like-
it was? He's from Queens.
Oh,
Ah, I
right.
see.
There.
But
Right there.
Queen, but he's not from Kings.
Ah,
you're right!
shit. Fuck. Yeah, we should have thought about that.
King's
Logical
Landing,
fact.
more like
You know,
Queens
the woman
Let's stop it.
field in Queens would depower him.
Yes.
Is this why King's Cross Station is the gateway to Hogwarts?
Yeah,
It's the
But-
gateway drug.
It's the male
it
vagina.
used to be called Chad's Cross Station.
Mm.
Chad's
And then the
Cross
wolves
Station.
come.
And think about this logically. If technology affects both of
I just like the irony of him putting on the thinker while he says, "Let me think about this logically."
the
let
sexes
me think,
equally,
hmm.
then doesn't it follow that men would retain most of their biological advantages over
Not when you
It
remove
depends
on
those
augments you
biological
dick.
The
vines.
rules are
Why would
changed
they
here.
retain anything if they're going to be augmented?
This is a fucking universe where a dude with like 3% gray matter can turn into a fucking mobile tank. Are you telling me women can't inject themselves with fucking hormones that turn them into fucking bulldozers?
They
They
already
don't even
do.
need the hormones.
Yeah, they do that
just
in real
put
life
robot
anyways. I've seen
parts.
women on Tren, I've seen women on fucking testosterone. They're fucking
And they look weird.
huge.
They look fucking weird.
Irrespective, they're built like brick shithouses. They lift more than I can in my entire life. Add fucking chrome on top of that? Dude, this guy's on fucking...
Not everyone has the same augments either, so she probably has. Like she was raised with augments as a child. You would like the fucking big
This is
corpo
the
place.
kind
You
of
would think
guy
she would
who
get the top
smokes
tier one.
shoe. Like, he literally takes his shoe off, lights it on fire on one end, and then smokes the end of it. Fucking...
It just seems like he's more just knee deep in his ideology and just can't
But you know
See
what,
it.
guys? Maybe he's got a point. Look, she's not even driving. Hmm.
He's
I just
he's
saved
knee
it
deep.
because
in
And
it's
yet
an
somehow the
audio
car's a
file.
wreck.
Okay, Sky, calm down.
Yet somehow the
No.
car's still a wreck by the end of it, Ryder.
I mean, I'm not one
Might
to
be
talk Sky.
horny.
I'm not one.
The
I'm not
only
one to-
reason this
okay.
car is a wreck is because there was a woman in the car. Changed my mind.
True. True.
She was
Something to
distracting
think
him.
about.
The only reason
Yeah.
David's mom died is because she's a woman. Change my mind.
Yeah.
The group
you
is
see,
led by
the uterus
Maine, a
makes the
heavily-
woman
The only
weaker.
reason Maine died is because he's a woman. Change my mind.
suited up cyborg. Other members include Kiwi,
You see,
a
having
hacking
having a
expert,
uterus
and
gives you a
Rebecca,
-20 on defense.
You're just
Love.
a fucking RPG character by that point. You chose female, so therefore your defenses are reduced by 20%, and everyone hates you. Actually, no, you're a South Park
However, your
character by that
charisma
point.
has gone up by 20.
You also have a monetary advantage every time you walk into a door.
Oh no.
group is led
Is
by
this the kind
Maine,
of guy
a
who
heavily
would
suited up
unironically say that women don't belong in the workplace because they're too distracting for the men?
Oh no.
Maybe.
I'm actually kind of scared to hear what his take would have been about the whole Activision Blizzard shit.
Uh-oh.
At least what we can say is this person likely doesn't think She-Hulk is good, which is the only saving grace I can think of so far.
Well,
Not a high
right.
bar.
Broken clocks and all that.
They're right twice a
Broken
week.
cocks and all that.
I don't
Yaren.
want
Other members include Kiwi, a hacking expert, and Rebecca, a tiny female fighter. Some people have called Rebecca a lowly, but fortunately, her character is actually a grown
Lowly.
woman who's just short. Her size actually varies wildly from scene to scene, like in this scene here. In the first frame,
You mean like when she's bending
She's,
That's
down?
perspective.
she's bending down. Yeah, she's bending. She's like kind of like bending down, to surprise him.
You literally see her raising her head. I'll go back.
a lowly,
Look, fucking shoulder length or shoulder height.
but fortunately, her character is actually a grown woman who's just short. Her size actually varies wildly from
She's
scene
bending
to
down.
scene, like
Yeah,
in
she's
this
bending
scene here.
down.
In the first
And then
frame,
she raises
head
her
only
shoulders
goes up
back
to
up.
David's stomach,
And there's
but in the next
perspective
shot,
there.
she's up to his neck. 0
Oh,
points
you're-
for continuity. The team
Wait a
ends up
minute, they're
going on
sitting on the stairs.
This is a
They're
point
standing
I
on,
would
like,
make, but
steps.
for the lols.
I'm not the point of her
Cringy.
being captured, but like, oh fuck, yeah, let's see. What is he gonna say?
many jobs together, though this is mostly shown through a montage and not actual scenes. One major issue of the show is
But
how
the montage
short and
is technically
rushed
is a
it
scene.
It tries to tell its entire story in just 10 episodes, and this naturally causes a lot of time crunches.
It's going to be the
Edgerunners
unifying
is actually
criticism,
a
isn't it?
textbook example of how montages
It is a good
and time
criticism,
jumps
but-
don't replace real character
Yeah.
development.
Be nice to get
Another
some
issue with the
more.
anime is that most
Yeah.
of the fight scenes are clearly meant to be more like a video game than
I wonder why.
Wait a minute, you mean to tell me this thing?
anything realistic.
Based
The blood and gore
on a
is
video
off
game.
the charts and just unnecessary. You can have
No,
a
it's
perfectly
very.
good
no,
fight scene without
I mean, what is and is not necessary?
I don't know. I feel like
you
if
know,
someone gets shot in the face and there's no blood, I'm kind of like, yeah. But if someone
I
gets shot
mean-
in the face and there's a lot of blood, I'm like, oh yeah, because we are actually just meat puppets.
I mean, there's two
Yeah.
extremes. There's too much blood, and then there's the first Black Panther where the lady gets her throat slit, and then there's nothing.
She's African. She's immune.
Oh no.
Yeah.
heads
Oh, no.
exploding and bodies getting torn apart.
That's
Using
Studio
it once or
Trigger
twice
for
to
ya.
make a point is one thing, but when it's every scene, it's just excessive.
It's
And
not every
besides the
scene.
gore, some of the fights are just downright ridiculous. Take this scene where
That's
David
Studio
and
Trigger.
Rebecca easily wipe out a small army of 20 to 30 enemies without even breaking a sweat. Rebecca stands in the middle of the room and just unloads on them with multiple weapons without getting scratched. I mean, seriously, these guys can't hit the broadside of a barn.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Carry on.
that's probably something I would say in a review. Like you could
Yeah.
have worked harder for that.
Yeah.
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 Oh, it's 11 minutes in, and we finally have a yeah.
Yay! We did it, gamers.
Yeah.
Can't wait
Yeah.
till the next section.
It ends with Rebecca all to bits with blood and gore spraying everywhere. Fight scenes being this unrealistic suck any tension there was
Oh my
right out of the
god.
I like how he says fight
It's-
scenes being this unrealistic as he shows a frame of a person literally being able to see people through walls.
And it depends what you mean by realism, right? Because there are parts where like there's not much wiggle room for stylization, but then there's other parts like that can totally be stylized without sacrificing stakes. Like you need to be specific, my dude.
You need to be Pacific, my dude. Wavy.
the
Yeah.
situation. But the pro-crime message and the silly fight scenes are just some of the
Pro-crime?
issues with the anime.
Pro
Another big problem is how
crime.
it handles
Yeah, here we go. This is the part I've heard about.
Oh, I can't wait.
It's
Let's
not
hear it.
unusual to want to fucking die from cringe.
sexual content. Edgerunners has a lot of nudity in almost every episode, which is
And God bless
completely unnecessary. There's also implied premarital sex. Another word.
Ryder. Oh my god. Ryder, even I asked you, because I know how you feel about just needless sex. You even felt like most of the nudity in this show wasn't like pointless. It was just there. It wasn't sexualized.
My opinion on the new, because here's the thing. Whenever I usually see gratuitous nudity, I go, eh. But this show, it's like, okay, it's there. Who cares? But that is, like, I don't know what to say. I kind of just sat here wide-eyed for a bit.
It has premarital sex. That means it's bad in the name of the Lord.
Oh my god! Look,
I mean-
it's premarital sex as a criticism of a story.
Like, guys,
Wow!
like, I'm not.
A friend
Wow.
of
Like,
mine's
no
asking me how
God.
a friend of mine's asking me how the stream is going, and I'm just gonna respond with premarital sex.
Go ahead.
You do it.
I did. He's gonna have no fucking clue.
Look, I'm not gonna go around
Response.
encouraging it.
Oh,
I'm not gonna go around encouraging it. But you know what I'm also not gonna do? I'm not gonna say this show as a negative towards it implies that premarital sex has happened off screen. What?
No, it would be
I'm going
gratuitous
to
if it just cut to them doing the deed.
Like,
But
it
no,
would be a
like in
criticism.
episode, what was it? In episode 6, like it cuts from when Maine punches out Kiwi. It cuts to David and Lucy in their apartment, and like after, I can only assume they did it, and then
All
it's
right.
just-
It's not just
And then
premarital sex.
Maine
It's
is like,
implied premarital sex.
Maine is like, hey, you got your dick wet, hey. And the main character's like,
You got your dick
"Don't
quick.
talk about that."
you got laid, didn't you? Yeah.
Can we just appreciate that he was not just saying premarital sex, but implied premarital sex?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like, here's the thing. You know what? Hold on. In Cyberpunk and all the mega corporation shit, some of it has to also do with the sexual content because sex sells. And Cyberpunk is usually like an exaggeration of things being advertised. Sell, buy. And the sex sells thing is upped to the nth degree usually in Cyberpunk stories. Hell, you see some of it in the Blade Runner movies. In the second one, there's a scene where he's at a diner and you look to your right and there's just a building where you watch people getting screwed. Because it sells. So it would make sense that in a Cyberpunk world, that kind of thing would just be something that no one even gives a second thought about.
But have you considered
Congrats, my guy.
premarital sex is a sin?
Sure.
And David is religious.
Okay.
But we don't. There are liberal religious people who don't strictly follow that. Like,
Man, I've been friends with Muslims who eat pork. This guy needs to shut the fuck up.
like this would be a valid criticism if there were a bunch of characters as the main characters here who were actively saying, yeah, premarital sex is wrong, I'm saving my cherry for my berry, and then they just have a bunch of premarital sex they never acknowledge
This
Please
is
don't
as
talk about-
happening.
Sky
Please
just
don't
says,
talk
I
about the
woke up my
Flash like
parents
that."
from laughing at that. Sky, I think I might have done the same thing. I'm pretty sure my
This
parents
is-
were napping and I laughed so fucking
This
hard
is
they woke
freaking
up.
Cyberpunk. This isn't God's Not Dead. I'm sorry.
Sky, I wouldn't say traditional Christians are the worst. I would just say that this guy's arguments are poor.
I disagree.
Feel
I think that
bad.
they are genuinely the worst people on the planet.
Okay. That's a little cringe.
I know, right?
Despite criticizing hypersexuality being used to abuse the population, Edgerunners does exactly that to its own audience.
Wait,
This
what?
is actually a big problem with so-called adult Western entertainment. They believe that sexual
Oh no. I'm getting
What
kind of
is happening?
flashbacks. Oh, this is a scene in season 1 where a new guy
Oh,
gets
right,
hired.
the
Oh.
Yeah,
spy.
he gets hired to be the diversity hire for the group because they aren't ethnically diverse enough. So he gets hired as the black Jew, so he's double diversity.
Oh God.
It's
Oh,
literally the joke of
apologies,
the
Sky.
episode.
Apologies.
And then Archer gets jealous because every woman in the office is like, "Oh wow, this guy's a fucking stud." So he comes in here to like intimidate him. And then at some point, their towels come off and they just start comparing cock sizes.
Like, damn, look at that one.
And then he
Yeah,
reports him to HR for inappropriately touching his penis because he decided to fucking wrestle him in the fucking bathroom.
I'm more just going like, what is this criticism he
I
is
don't
levying
know.
at?
It's
What is this?
projecting. It's that's all it is. It's just projecting. It's
I think he
not
wanted an
anything
excuse to
inside.
use this clip. I'm not going to lie. I think he wanted an excuse to use this clip for some reason that I'm not going to say. But I think you can.
He tries to advocate for.
Association.
He tries to
I think
advocate
he's,
for Christianity, but all I see is just a whole lot of nihilism. Like Jesus.
Well,
I
that's
think he
a
wanted an
bunch of
excuse
black
to look at this
Jews.
clip for an extended period. I think that normally his good Christian boyhood would not allow.
You know what else is I'm not gonna finish that. Never mind.
Degeneracy equals good content for older audiences, but it's
Oh no, this is the first episode of season 2 where he gets accused of groping a 16-year-old.
Oh no.
The good times.
not. It's just degeneracy. What makes a good story for adults isn't
Oh
mindless
God.
This is actually a
Big
good
Mouth.
argument for degeneracy. I will give him that, but I don't think there's a single
Yeah.
person on the planet who likes Big Mouth.
Hey, if you're out there and you like Big Mouth, stop.
Just stop. Just stop.
sex or nudity. It's a deep story, complex characters, meaningful symbolism, and a positive message. You don't need sex or gore to do any of that.
You don't have to not
You don't.
have it though. Like that's, you can have all the above, my dude.
Sometimes
I don't know.
sometimes sex and nudity go hand in hand with positive messaging and deep philosophical themes. Just putting it out there. If you're looking at a story that's looking at transhumanism and what it means to be human, and you feature nudity and then say, look, this is no longer something that's applicable to us anymore because we're beyond the need for the desire for the flesh. You could go really, really far with something like that. It's there. You can do it, but obviously this man's allergic to tit. So
Yeah, like I don't think that you need any more reason to have it in your show or movie or story than sex and nudity are just like a part of the world we live in, and showing it is gonna be like a natural byproduct of showing some form of reality. Like there's not really, it's kind of an agnostic element. It's kind of like, you know, blood or whatever. You don't really, it doesn't really say anything about your story in general to have it present as an element.
you know
Like,
what? I
don't
don't
know.
think you need excessive violence or usage of blood to tell a really meaningful, deep story. And my citation here is Kung Fu Panda. So the fact that you use Lord of the Rings as an example of a good story, despite the fact that there's blood and guts and gore all over the place, means that you are fucking cringe, my dude. You,
Oh my
sir, are a tit basket, and you deserve to be thrown in the river.
Okay.
Simple
listen.
reality is that
listen,
nudity is put into these
listen.
shows.
Oh my god.
boomers to
He's going on about how, oh man, it's just degeneracy. There's no way it could possibly be told in like a positive, wholesome way. Here's how you do it in the way I plan to in a book series I'm working on.
Yeah.
where it's a cyberpunk thing, right?
Oh.
And it's all like there's all these artificial things everywhere. Like there's artificial food, artificial people sometimes, and it's just the characters themselves, the two main characters that I have, they struggle to hold on to the things that are real because more and more the things around them are being replaced by things that are artificial. And when I have these two finally get together, originally I was just gonna have and then a fade to black thing between the two. That was it. But the more I thought about it, it's not gonna be graphic, but I wanted an intimate scene between the two, not for the funny sex. No, I want it to be because this is something between the two that's real, In a
Yeah.
long time, it is something real. The sensations they were feeling are real, as opposed to all the things that they've seen in this city that they live in this story. That's a moment where you can do it, and guess what? It isn't gratuitous. It's a wholesome moment between the two. Because after living with all this artificial shit for the past couple years in this city, these two find something real in each other. There.
Beautiful.
Thank you.
Much like the third boob.
Exactly.
To gawk at and to demoralize the audience. It's an attempt to make people think that sexual immorality is normal. It isn't necessary for anything else.
Oh
It
my
act-
god.
Okay, listen.
My brain threw up a little
Why,
bit.
okay, why are we on Spy Family now? Okay, I get this. It's a wholesome show, but
Wait, what? Hold on. I paused it and all I see is Lucy. Hold on.
Actually, one of the big strengths
I think you might be like a second behind us.
might want to refresh.
I'll refresh it. I'll refresh the
Premarital sex.
Yeah, I was like, what? Okay.
It's
Sure, I'm
scary
just
and
trying
it's
to.
spooky. Premarital sex. Uh-oh, it restarted. Oh, never mind. There it is.
Degeneracy.
I was
There it
trying
is.
to like understand like what is he gonna try to connect the dots between Cyberpunk and Spy Family of all things.
Please. I have never seen Spy Family, but please.
It's cute. It's a really nice.
It's just a wholesome show. That's it.
I
wanna get a
disagree
toaster.
because Cyberpunk proves that anime fans are degenerates. So
Fuck
therefore,
me running.
Well, if you've seen the fans of the show, then yeah, you'd probably be right on that.
Where's
anyways,
this toaster?
writer, are you good to go?
I'm good to go.
of
good
the
to- I'm
anime
good- I'm down to
genre
clown.
is that it strongly avoids premarital sex. Western anime should take note.
But they are married technically,
Ironically,
though.
They're
premarital
married.
sex is part of
They are
what leads
married.
to dystopia.
I'm sorry.
Premarital
Are we really
sex leads to dystopia.
Are we really having this discussion?
I didn't know I was going to get the discussion on
I
this.
think
I thought I already,
dystopia
I thought
leads
I already
to
had this
dystopia.
with my parents a few years ago.
Oh, I'm really contributing to the dystopian then.
As it creates
Oh, no.
fatherless children.
It took me a minute.
It creates fatherless children. Oh no!
Oh no! Oh
A lot of people going out looking for milk.
David is an example of premarital sex because he has no father.
no! Fatherlessness!
Oh no! Abort.
Oh god!
I just wanna appreciate this word.
I want to see the full
abort.
list. I want to see the full
Let's
list.
look at this full
Infant
list. Let's
abortion.
go.
Oh, there we go.
Oh
Wait,
god.
number 3.
knew it
What's
was
number
coming.
3?
This is gonna kill us.
STDs.
STDs.
STDs and infidelity.
Okay, infidelity
Incest.
probably.
Infidelity, and a
okay.
general breakdown of family culture.
Oh no.
I mean,
Abort.
I mean, out of anything
What is he
that last
defining
one's
as
probably
family
the most
culture,
like.
though?
STDs is also a one that's pretty. I don't know.
How did we
like-
get to this point? I don't know,
Yeah.
Abello. This man's a fucking
I
machine.
mean, if we're just trying to go from like his logic and ideology, and I'm just like the typical kind of Christian family you'd find out there.
yeah,
I think those
Sky
were-
mentioned trad
Chris
Christians,
definition
so that's kind of
Man,
like
he's gonna
his
hate me.
entire vibe.
I don't
You know,
hate you,
we're
meme.
not trying to knock on trad Christians. You know, you guys live your life. Just stop making YouTube videos for us to respond to.
Oh no.
Stop,
It's that- it's
stop
that
talking about
easy.
media.
Oh, then I can't make my God of War video. Oh no.
I mean, we'll make an exception.
We'll make an exception
Oh.
for you, writer. Yes, as long as you don't talk about premarital sex or STDs.
Yes,
I don't
I-
know.
abortion, or
Atreus had
infidelity,
to
or
come
breakdown
from
of family.
somewhere.
Hey man,
Yeah, but
they
at
could
least
have
he's
gotten married.
he has a
then.
father. So what do you call a motherless child?
An abortion.
An orphan.
Okay.
Those are 3 very different answers.
I don't
All
know. I'm
roads
I'm
lead to
doing word
Rome.
association at this point.
I'm feeling fucking. You know what? I need another drink. I'll be right back.
Holy
True.
shit.
Where's this toaster?
I did not think we were gonna go down this road, but
I didn't either, honestly. I thought we were gonna have funny ha-has talking about the Cyberpunk show.
I knew what was coming.
Like
thank you,
him
Meme.
him
Thank you,
saying
Meme,
that
for
this show is like it's not pushing casual sex. It's not saying, "Oh man, look how great it is." That's just another aspect of cyberpunk.
Oh, it's not even like his problem isn't even like casual sex. It's just the entire branch of premarital sex, meaning that you can live with someone for 20 years, but just technically not sign the piece of paper, and you're still like horrendous to him.
Yeah. All right, look, you listeners out there. As a religious man, I can tell you, you're not a bad person if you've had premarital sex. Okay, don't listen to this person who tells you you're bad. We
I
don't
would even
encourage.
recommend it.
We don't encourage. Hold on. I can't even finish. You fucking can't. Oh, I got a strep throat.
I've committed murder live and in
I
color.
got strep throat, so every time you make me laugh, it gets caught. Oh,
You
I have
like
to go
getting
get
stuff
a.
caught in your
Disgusting.
throat, don't you?
Fuck you! I gotta go get a glass of water.
You should have premarital sex because it'll allow you to inform your likes and dislikes in the bedroom, and it will mean that when you actually get married, it won't be awkward as fuck. There, I just taught you things. They're not teaching you that in school, but your Uncle Meme, I'll teach you the way. But do it when you're ready. That's the important thing. When you're happy and comfortable and not feeling under pressure. When you feel like the time is right. It doesn't have to be after signing a piece of paper or a big ceremony. It's just about when you connect with someone. And that is when you give them your V card and insert it into your wrist.
I'm pretty sure this guy still has his V card. I would not be surprised.
I would not be
am
surprised,
back.
no.
And I am back with something which is quite interesting. Meme, have you ever heard of Nitro?
The Discord thing?
No, not the Discord thing, the distilled vodka.
I don't. Yeah, I mean, maybe I've passed it in a store, but I don't like spirits in general unless it's Fireball whiskey. So
Fair enough. So this is a 1.25 liter bottle, 7% triple distilled vodka and guarana seltzer. It's a new flavor that I've not had yet. This was meant to be saved for tomorrow when I actually record my audio again.
Oh no.
But I think I need it now.
Well, I'm going to take some speed.
Also, I've heard call that there's a based meme in my call. What is this written reference to?
No, I was just giving an impassioned endorsement of premarital sex.
You people should fuck more.
Yeah, I was just kind of saying that you should do it when you're ready, but saving it for your wedding night will make it awkward as fuck, and it won't allow you to inform your own preferences and stuff like that. You know, just standard
I
stuff.
just got back in the middle of Shandy saying, people should just.
Oh,
fuck
you
more.
fucking shitting me, Sky. You didn't tell me there was a drinking game involved. Now I want to be a part of this. But I have work to do tomorrow.
Uh-huh.
There's gonna be a drinking game involving triple R?
I can only imagine how that will end.
What is a drinking game, Sky? I have to know.
Sky, am I gonna die?
She hasn't made the rules yet.
Oh,
Ha,
God.
get bent. Fuck you, Sky. Actually, no.
Yeah, get bent over.
Unlike most people, Meme was referring to, you do not get to have premarital sex, you fucking whore.
Okay, calm down. Susan's gonna hear you.
Yeah.
You're disrespecting a woman. Susan's gonna get upset.
Hey, you should play the room drinking game.
Oh,
What is the room drinking game?
Let me get the rules up here.
Every time you see a spoon, you take a shot.
Let's see, because TV tropes sometimes list drinking games, and it has a killer one for the room.
Hailfire, your chat message is half based because you said 8 redheads.
Oh no!
Whenever a character says, "Oh no," oh,
hold on. What is
this will
drinking game?
kill
Let's
me.
see.
This would
Whenever
actually
a character
kill me.
says, "Oh hi, drink." Whenever Lisa and Claudette are about to have a heart-to-heart talk, take a sip. Be sure to take a gulp when Lisa explicitly states that she doesn't love Johnny anymore. Take a sip whenever Johnny laughs. Take another when he says, "Huh?" When a blatantly unnecessary scene draws to a close, down your drink. Drink when a character shows up with no introduction. Drink when Mark says, "What's going on?" whilst Lisa is trying to seduce him. Hell, drink whenever a character says one of their catchphrases. Well, that one's fucking mean. Take one sip for every time a character, including Mark and Johnny, say that Mark/Johnny is best friends with Johnny/Mark.
Okay, we don't need to keep
Drink.
reading the list. I just want to get to the bottom. If played correctly, you shall be utterly plastered just in time for the first agonizing sex scene. I've seen this movie. The
Oh!
sex scene happens like 10 minutes in.
I've played this drinking game
It's not
before. I
wrong.
can confirm.
It's not wrong.
We died
not
after
wrong.
the first sex scene.
I was reading it for the chat.
The chat can go fuck him. We're not
Oh,
reading
no.
this.
Done.
Yes, we are.
It's
yes, we are.
He usually does this on a Reddit server.
Oh, and you have
He's
to down
just-
your drink for every sex scene as well.
Oh god.
If I had
No,
one of
it's
these
just-
fucking 1.25 liter bottles and I opened that up before the sex scene, I would actually die from alcohol poisoning.
Yeah.
I'd like to
sex
keep.
scenes is the fact that he fucks her belly button, and it's like, dude, do you know where the vagina is?
Oh wait, no, it's not when a sex scene happens. It's when a blatantly unnecessary scene draws to a close.
Blatantly
sex scene.
unnecessary premarital sex scene. Get it right, me.
Hey, they're. Oh wait, no, they're not. Oh no.
It's not implied.
I love
Drink-
police, huh?
Oh, but
The
don't worry.
chat
There's
can go
an
fuck,
out.
but I
You drink.
cannot, damn you, Shandy.
You drink water after being shown parts of San Francisco, so that's your out. That's your
helpful.
reprieve.
It's helpful.
Your-
There's a lot. There's a
Oh,
lot
and you
of
throw
that.
spoons whenever you see spoons, and then you take a drink.
You get
No
into
one can
the,
survive
you
that.
get into the big spoons position whenever you see spoons, and then your friend gets into the small spoon position whenever they see spoons, and then you carry on from there.
And apparently,
Yes.
it was a tradition whenever that movie would be shown in theaters that when the spoons show up, you take spoons with you to the theater and you just throw it at the screen.
Wait,
Yep.
no, hold on, that doesn't make any sense. When spoons show up, then you show up to the theater with spoons?
No, you throw the spoons.
At the screen.
Yes,
Oh, okay. Fair.
I might have
Guys,
fucked
if
that
you
up.
want to prevent a dystopia, one way to do that is to discourage premarital sex.
Wait. Wait, no, stop.
I am
If
discouraging
you
premarital
want a
sex, but for Sky
dystopia,
specifically.
discourage it. Like, he's getting mad that this stuff is in the show because it promotes a dystopia, but the show is a dystopia, so it would make sense that this stuff is in the show.
Also,
I
wouldn't
was a
say that it's-
dystopia once.
I wouldn't say it's promoting a dystopia because Night City sucks.
No, that's what he's saying.
Yeah, but he's an idiot.
I'm trying to go with what he's saying, please.
The dystopia pipeline that starts with premarital sex.
She says pile line.
I was a pile.
I was a pipeline.
What?
Hemorrhoids.
This video
I don't know.
sucks.
Yes.
I don't know
Now,
why
to
that
Edgerunners'
went in there
credit,
twice.
David and
But
Lucy
okay.
do stay in a committed relationship for the entire show and don't get involved with anyone else. It doesn't erase the problems I
Also, I
mentioned
didn't.
earlier,
Wait, hold
but
on.
it's
stop.
not as bad as
I didn't see any penetration between these two, so how do you know the premarital sex was involved?
Yeah, they could just like talk for a long time
See,
and then
they
kiss.
someone linked him to a site that shows you those scenes.
Penetration?
Yes. Everyone can find it. You see, it's called Rule. Oh.
Sky,
Pre-penetrative sex?
Sky, you are a massive fucking hippo strite for telling someone to stop pointing out typos. You do it to me and Madvocate all the fucking time. We have
You're also
in-jokes
telling a
about you
writer
doing
not
it.
to.
You're a fucking meanie babini, you shilly schmite.
You know, there's arguments to make against this show. These aren't them.
Yeah, I mean, we spent like the first 30 minutes making them.
Yeah. And then talking about other things.
We've been
to the
spending
point
like the
where
last
chat
2
will vote.
hours making arguments against watching this person's content, but that's for a different conversation.
it could have been.
Yeah, we were...
The two really should have just gotten married, but Netflix can't have that. Two
Okay, Netflix is not against marriage, you fucking weirdo. The
Yeah,
people
just let-
behind this... Okay, the people behind this show aren't against marriage. They aren't.
What if you're married, but then you fuck another woman? Does that still count as premarital sex?
Yes.
It counts on you
Of a
cheating.
kind.
Counts on you cheating and being an asshole.
Yeah,
What
but
if
you're
it's
cheating, but
consensual?
you're also you haven't married that woman, so it's pre-marriage to
What if
that
you're
woman, therefore
cucking the
premarital.
wife and she consents?
And your wife is fucking weird.
No, but does that make it premarital sex?
I don't fucking know.
Yeah.
You see,
Technically,
these
technically
loopholes
speaking.
need to be discussed before we can make sure the
No,
dystopian
they do
world doesn't
not.
exist. No, you don't
God's
understand, right?
loophole?
We need to make sure the dystopian future doesn't exist. So I need to know
We're fucking
right
living
this
in it.
second, does it count?
Do you know about God's
Traditional.
loophole?
Now, one good
I
thing
know about a shoot hole. Wait, what?
in Edgerunners is its
Oh, fuck
commentary on transhumanism.
Fuck me in the ass
Transhumanism
because
is
I
an
love
ideology
Jesus.
that
The good
believes
Lord
that
would want
human
it that
beings should
way.
be
He died for my sins, which means I can keep making them.
biologically enhanced
not how that
or
works.
I
outright
don't
replaced with technology.
That is so fucking creepy. Oh my god.
That was pretty. This movie, I don't want to see that again.
It
Cyborg
sees the
babies.
natural human form as inferior and undesirable, and as such, it seeks to modify it in extreme ways. So, for example,
Yeah, that is a aspect of cyberpunk. Thank you. That
What is
is very much
polyamory?
in
Wait,
my
I don't know what the fuck
genre.
that is, Sky. Stop using your made-up language.
a technology installed into
Yeah,
the human body
Sky.
that allows it to carry 10 times the weight of a
Ignore
normal
the
human
stupid
would
shit
be an
I've been saying
example of
off stream.
transhumanism. The cyberpunk dystopia is the definition of a society that has fully embraced this.
I just want him to end
Yes.
it there. It's the definition of a society. That would have been perfect.
That
We live in a society
We
where
live in
honor
a
is a distant
society,
memory.
Batman.
that's the whole point of like trying the cyberpunk. Like
Hi, Randy.
the
Thanks for
punk
showing up. Appreciate you sticking around for a little bit. Hope you had fun listening to the ramblings of a drunk man and his guests. Bye. Anyways, DB, you were saying? Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Like the whole point of why they embraced the whole cyber because it's advocating for like the punk aspect, like the rebel. It's cool, the style. That's why they want it. That's why they keep modding themselves.
In high schools across America, Christian girls are saving themselves for marriage. Many of these virgins are having anal sex because the Bible does not specifically forbid it.
And then there's an entire song by Garfunkel and Oates, as you can see, about God, about the loophole, about, you know, and it has, and the lyrics go, fuck me in the ass because I love Jesus. The good Lord would want it that way. Give me that sweet sensation of a throbbing rationalization. It's just between you and me because everyone knows it's the sex that God can't see.
By the way, you're so getting
I
demonetized.
honestly wish
Shannon,
there was a
yourself.
fucking face cam of me right now.
You're
I'm
so-
trying.
I think we were demonetized maybe like 3 hours ago.
You were demonetized the second I came on.
You,
No, it was
you're
like
right.
you weren't here.
We
We
were
were-
demonetized the second you came on. Haha.
I'm not joking. I managed to get Metal's last Metal's Forge demonetized in the first 5 seconds.
How the fuck?
Well, you see, as soon as he said we're live, I immediately said without thinking, "Fuck me in the ass hard, daddy," and then somehow the ads got limited as soon as it stopped streaming.
Ladies and gentlemen, peak content has arrived.
Yeah.
I feel so sorry for him. Oh my lord. Actually, no, I don't. That's hilarious. Oh my god, that's actually. You got an Ecom Shorts with limited ads because you say piss monster.
Oh, the meme repository curse goes further than I thought.
Oh my gosh. We surely have surpassed the last fucking. Oh yeah, we're like half an hour over the last one. Let's just keep going.
We still got plenty.
But none of my
So-
streams have been
In order
demonetized,
to
so I
engage
don't
in
know
his
what's going
mercenary
on.
Lifestyle, David has to fuse cyborg parts into his body. These parts give him amazing superhuman abilities, but they also come at a horrible cost. You see, people attached to these cyber systems eventually lose their minds and become what the show calls cyber psycho.
The thing with this
Yes.
is that there was no cost to David because he was special in that regard. The cost came in when he pushed his already tested limits by adding even more chrome onto his existing hardware. And this
Well-
is something that gets pointed out to him by several characters in the show, including Rebecca and Lucy, that he maybe needs to tone down his chrome. So if he only
he
had
needed
the
tone-
San Devastan, he would probably have been fine.
He needed to tone down because The show kind of goes against the idea that he's special. He just has a slightly higher tolerance, but he's not special in any way. That's kind of one of the whole things of Night City as a whole is in both mediums. Is people come to Night City thinking they're special, but they all end up the same way.
See, I can see something good being done with that and a general positive message being shown as a result of no one being special, because I think you can have characters like David who think that they're special just because they have a high tolerance and do good things because they think that they are special. And when it comes to that
So
they aren't special and they still did the good things anyways, that still can be a pretty uplifting thing for a lot of
the
people.
people
Like,
that the people that are special in Night City and don't fall into the trap that most do are the people that leave Night City.
They don't last long.
Well, they leave. They don't stay. They
They
go
kill
from where it
themselves?
is. No, they leave the city.
I
That's
just have
leaving the city.
I have a question for those of you in chat and in the stream. Do you think the Bat credit card can work on the Batman wrist ATM?
Yes,
Sure.
Go.
always.
In other words, while you may get a temporary boost from becoming a cyborg, in the end you lose your mind and your soul. One of the characters even tells David the technology pushes your soul to the edge until you lose yourself forever. I find
That's why he's called an edge runner.
Oh wait!
Oh.
He likes it. He likes it. He likes it.
this to be
Oh,
a
he's gonna
solid
take it
warning
ultra
against
literally.
transhumanism. And as the show progresses,
Wait, what? Hold on, I need to listen to that again.
technology pushes your soul to the edge until you lose yourself forever. I find this to be a solid warning against transhumanism. And as
Well, he's
Yeah,
not.
most-
He really
most-
won't like me. God damn.
Most Cyberpunk does this.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be like cautionary about not abusing the technology and like how
I would
and
say a lot of
exploring the
Cyberpunk it
implications.
warns against transhumanism.
And there's a few that fail, like Black Mirror, like
Oh yeah, like a lot of Cyberpunk is warning against the kind of technology that's in a Cyberpunk thing. Like you don't want a Cyberpunk future.
I
You
actually
don't.
find it really refreshing to have writer Anya as someone who is more inclined to be like pro religion, pro Christianity, because the fact that you're dunking on this fucking sperm bank of a person, the rest of us, same as the rest of us, is like, oh yeah, cool. So this is actually getting a stamp of approval, mostly from someone who
Mm-mm.
thinks that this person is a fucking nutter. Not
I
the
don't
good
think he
kind.
understands the genre. He doesn't understand it,
No,
and
he
he's
clearly
trying to
doesn't.
come at it through an angle that doesn't fit. And
Yeah.
here's the thing: the story I'm writing would probably confuse this man because the main character. So here's the thing: the main character of my story, while he is a religious person, it's not going to be overt. It's not going to be a thing that's hyper focused on because that's not the point of my story. It's just another aspect to his character. Hell, his love interest in the story that I'm writing, she isn't. So what does he have to say to that? But it's not like a thing
engage
that's
in premarital
focused
sex.
on.
That's what.
Oh, he really wouldn't like my story because that's what they end up having.
I don't want
Oh
androids becoming the
no!
norm in American society because stories like Detroit Become Human showed us what they could look like. I mean, the only thing I know about Detroit Become Human is that one meme of the android painting a picture for the old guy, and the only thing I have to say about that is we already have AI art which looks better than a lot of fucking people's art, so, have fun
I
with that.
disagree. I find AI art extremely obvious, and it's noticeable that it's not created by a human.
You're allowed to have that
I
opinion.
already said my bit on AI art on my podcast. Shameless plug.
Oh, interesting.
Don't worry, meme, your channel has been added to the description. So people can go and check that
Hmm.
out if and when they feel like it. I will
Detroit
Yeah.
Become
remind you
Human
all again
had
about it at the end of this once we reach the end.
De- Detroit Become Human, Hailfire. It had potential in my eyes, but I feel like it fell flat because it wasn't very subtle. Uh, Especially when the uh civil rights android, the first level you play as him, you're picking up paint for his master, and you pick up paint and you're beat up by a bunch of guys, and when you get into the bus to be transported to his house, The androids have to stand in the back of the bus because that's where the android compartment
You're
is.
not being serious, are you?
No, I'm
it's-
dead
he's-
serious.
He's
That is-
serious. He's
I'm
serious.
dead serious.
Or writer. Also, writer. When that same character has to write graffiti when the revolution's starting up, you have a choice.
Oh
to
my god!
say,
Yes.
I have a dream.
One of the options for graffiti that you can pick as that android is "I have a dream."
That's beautiful.
Also, to be more on the nose, at one point the revolutionary android and his fellow civil rights androids are climbing up a building using a grapple, and then the camera zooms
So they're
out,
Batman.
and they're the camera zooms out, and the building that they're grappling up, on the side of the building is a football advertisement that says "Rise." Do you get it? Because they're rising up the side of the building, man.
That's great.
Also the chapter I talked about before, the first level you play as a civil rights one, and you have to stand at the back of the bus. The name of that chapter is fucking Shades of Color. Also, that android in particular is a black man.
Wow. Very on
Oh
the
my
nose.
God.
Beautiful.
Did
Not
not
only is it
like
on
that.
the nose, David Cage is super in denial that that game has any link to any real civil rights movement.
Just watch the Star Trek TNG episode Measure of a Man. You will get
Yes.
a more
Yes.
fulfilling experience.
Yes.
I
David
think
Cage is how you don't do cyberpunk.
That's how you do cyberspunk.
That's right.
As
Well,
the
when
show
the androids take their skin off, they look like they're covered in coom, so.
Hell yeah.
True. That was ripped off from Aliens. Yeah. Probably.
David gets more and more symptoms of cyberpsychosis and has to resort to extreme drugs to alleviate them. What the cyberpunk world gets wrong is its idea that humanity embracing transhumanism is inevitable. That is by no means the
No,
case.
no,
No.
no.
It's
I'm
an
getting
exploration
mad.
of
I'm
what
fucking
if.
irritated. This man does not understand the concept of the cyberpunk genre. If they're showing this to you and they're showing the negative side effects, that's not them going, well, you see, this future is inevitable. It's a fucking warning.
I just took my
My
socks
guy?
off
What
because I
if-
was getting too angry. My feet were getting warm.
Your feet are getting warm?
Yeah, so I took my socks off because I was getting too angry. Or too flustered.
Oh yeah, someone in chat just reminded me. David Cage's next game is a Star Wars property because Disney gave him Star Wars.
Set in the
Good.
High Republic.
Good. I'm glad they gave him the role of making Star Wars well written again. Good job.
Also,
Disney.
David Cage is an unironic misogynist.
Yes, that's
Yay.
very praised. Hell yes.
Not
Let's just continue.
yeah, that's another discussion for another time.
If our society
Alfred Hitchcock
continues in
was a
its
misogynist and he made high art. Prove me wrong.
Did he hitch his
atheistic,
cock?
nihilistic approach,
Well, you know what? Maybe you'd have a point about David Cage if not almost every single one of his games was poorly written.
That's your opinion.
then it might. But many religious worldviews condemn transhumanism as evil. Catholic
Like the show.
Like the show did. Good job.
Cool.
philosophy
Believe it.
condemns transhumanism
Dude,
because
most people who aren't religious can look at the shit going on in Cyberpunk and go, yeah, I don't want that. What do
Like
you mean?
me.
Hey, look
I
at us, right?
personally-
Look at what we're doing. We're shitting on this video.
I
Good
personally
lord.
don't want to live in a dystopian era. That shit sucks. It's not good. Very stinky.
Dystopia is bad. Dystopia
Wow.
is bad.
By the way, one last thing about Detroit chat. The only good thing about Detroit is Connor there.
Oh, nah.
unlike medicine, which takes the natural human form as a baseline and attempts to restore it, transhumanism wants to replace man, to
Wait, what the fuck?
No, it
He's
doesn't.
right.
It wants.
Wait, hold on. What?
surpass
Natural
him,
human body
and
must be
views his
replaced,
natural
surpassed,
bounds
and-
as unwanted limitations. Transhuman
Okay, well, replaced isn't right. It's supposed to be like a fusion, like an improvement.
Man and machine.
Oh well, I read that as some forms of cyberpunk genre. If a person doesn't like, let's say, the way their arms are, fuck it, just take them away. Take them and give me robot arms. That's what I want. I don't want real arms. I want robot arms. I want better, stronger robot arms.
Yeah, that's kind of how it works. But
Yeah.
like it's not. But it's not like the way he's framing it here is like you got to replace the whole human body, and like that's like a very extreme version. But it's
Mhm.
more just using technology. The fundamental baseline is using technology to improve, and which we're already kind of doing. Like we're communicating through vast distances using technology that we would have never been able. We would have never. None of us would have met if thanks to technology. So at the baseline
just
of
look at how
transhumanism.
we use pigeons now. We're no longer tying notes to their feet. We're now tweeting. Birds
Yeah,
are
and,
extinct
like-
because of our desire to communicate across platforms, okay? We murdered the bird so we could
Wait a
use
minute.
the
Yeah.
bird.
Hold on a second. You mean to tell me you guys don't attach messages to birds anymore?
Only for
No.
very special occasions.
Unless it's a coconut. I attach coconuts to birds, but that's more because I'm a monster.
Shit, I'll be right back.
Okay.
Okay, I freed all my birds.
The coconut man is a special man.
Humanism thus
Hey,
despises
you know
mankind.
what I wonder? I wonder if this guy wears glasses.
Why do you think he wears glasses? Oh,
he sucks.
That's-
I see.
I refuse to get eye surgery. I
Why is this
refuse.
person communicating to me through a microphone instead of standing on a fucking box on the corner street yelling out his message to the rest of the world? Fucking transhumanist piece of shit. Hatui! I spit on you.
Oh god.
God has left the planet. He saw
No,
this
True.
video and he left. He spit.
He saw this video and went, I don't know.
It's gone to Shakari.
Shakazu.
So I have excellent.
Do you guys think God is a kazoo?
Oh,
fan?
Crusader!
Oh
Nice.
good god. I hope that's what he looks like in real life. Like he was born that
That's
way.
what he envisions. That's definitely what he envisions himself as.
No,
that's
I
for
think that
sure.
came out of his mum's vagina.
Damn, she must have
Full
hard time.
sized.
Full sized?
Yeah.
Okay.
Excellent news for the people discouraged by Cyberpunk.
I'm not even gonna lie. I want that
Oh,
armor set. I
Tim.
want to wear it. It looks like so much fun.
Oh, I agree.
I want to
Yeah.
walk around in a full Crusader outfit. That'll look fucking cool.
Crusader outfits are cool. I'll fight you. They're awesome.
Yeah, I know. I
No
want to
one's
fight you
arguing.
in
No
a
one here's
Crusader.
arguing.
I want you to
No
wear a
one's arguing
Crusader
with-
suit, and I want to wear a Crusader suit, and I want to fight you because that looks like fun.
In a
I want to
Crusader
dress
suit.
like Ned Kelly.
Just go out LARPing with each other. It'll be great.
You know, I see the Crusader outfit and I can't help but think of the meme videos by that guy where he's like, "Hey, Dad, check out this thing I
The
like."
Red
And
Boys.
it's a fucking anime girl, and the Crusader dad pulls out a fucking shotgun.
Yeah.
Heresy.
What have you been doing?
Heresy.
If Western
the Red
society.
Boys.
What are you
didn't have
doing,
the
Kyle?
then Cyberpunk's world could not become a reality. All the transhumanism
Doesn't need to be
technically
strictly
good.
realistic.
I mean,
and
Lucy
crime
the
that I've
kind of
discussed
Let's
girl
just
to
let him
have a
continue,
bit of a
fuck it.
booty cheek poking out through her thong when she's walking down the street, and I appreciate that.
who does?
As do I.
Lucy.
Rebecca.
Oh.
Rebecca.
There's
I
just
like
too
that
many things
Everyone
wrong.
said Lucy, and then there's DB that goes Rebecca.
Look, man.
I mean, they both had it. Okay.
does start to
probably
catch up to.
legal, I don't
It
know.
begins in a very nihilistic scene where one of the crew members has his head blown off out of nowhere by a random cyber psycho. Despite this brutal murder, none of the characters, even the guy's own sister Rebecca, seems to care that he just died.
Are you fucking with me
What?
right now?
Are you
What
actually
the-
fucking with me right now?
Are
She has
you-
a fucking breakdown because of this. What are you
They
talking
all
about?
have a
Goes
breakdown. Oh my
insane.
god.
Oh.
He didn't watch the show. He didn't watch it. He didn't watch
Look
it.
at this face she's making. Right, she is enraged.
She gets
She's
fucking
a-
pissed. Hey,
Fucking
remember
cyber
that part
psycho
where
piece of crap.
remember that part where Maine tries to hold her back because she wants to go kill the guy, and he
No.
almost fails in holding her back, and she just runs in
No.
shooting at the guy with everything she has.
No.
You guys remember that shit?
No.
Oh, it didn't happen, man. I don't know what you saw.
Whatever I'm sick with, it's getting worse because of this man's video.
Oh my! This is like if he was reviewing Return of the Jedi and like Luke's getting the shit
What the fuck
fucked
did
out of
you
him with.
just say?
So
Regina,
this is
So you
like-
watch Return of the Jedi.
Regina,
So-
Regina.
so- So this is.
I'm gone. I'm so
he's-
fucking gone.
I mean, I kind of envy Shandy because he's gonna forget about this whole video by the
He's
end of
gonna
the
forget. He's gonna forget.
I'm gonna be playing Devil May Cry 2 wishing I forgot about this fucking video.
Are you gonna stay up and play fucking Devil May Cry 2 after this?
It's only
Right.
like 7 p.m.
Yeah, right. It's not that late for him
It's
yet.
kiwi
Okay.
land here for me. Also, I found out recently that kiwi fruits aren't actually native to New Zealand. They are Chinese fucking pepper pickle things.
I agree
Oh.
with you. I agree with you.
I also agree with Hailfire, who says this guy's pulling a CinemaSins. He's not even
Also, I
playing the full
just
scene.
realized it's probably past midnight for DB, so we should probably wrap up.
Oh, it's like 1:30 for me.
It's
But
like 12:30 for me. So
Let's keep
we're-
going.
I mean,
lads.
it's Friday. It's Friday.
it's
so
a
just-
Friday.
You're wrong. It's Saturday. You fucking idiot.
Oh my god.
No.
Fact,
No.
Rebecca's only
Thinking I was the
complaint is that
smart
she
one.
didn't
It's not late for you. It's early. Get it right.
get to
Mhm.
kill him herself.
Oh my god.
Dystopia or not,
Did
What
he
is it?
really take that line literally? Are you fucking serious?
What do you say?
despite this brutal murder,
Wait, Meme had a compare. Wait, Meme, what was your comparison?
Okay, so this is like if he was watching Return of the Jedi and Luke is getting the shit fucked out of him by the Emperor's Force lightning, and then he turns around and goes, the Emperor is like fucking the shit out of Luke with his Force
Stop
lightning,
it.
and his father doesn't give a fuck about Luke in this scene. Like, what the fuck? That's kind of what he's doing here. It's like, oh, I mean, that it does happen if you don't watch the scene, sure. If you haven't watched the show and you made up another scene, yeah, but if you
You
watched
guys-
it, no.
You guys didn't even hear the next thing he said. It was even more outrageous.
You guys think
Oh,
Star Wars
Christ.
is pro-transhumanism?
I think Star Wars is a movie.
I mean, if we're talking about the Rise of Skywalker, then yeah, because like at that point, like, what's the point of even being alive
True.
if you
I'm
can
a
just be a
ghost.
all powerful Force ghost?
Do we need to go back so we can actually hear what he said? Or have you
We're
done
at the
that already?
we're at the proper point right here.
We were.
So we're
to the
good.
group. It begins in a very nihilistic scene where one of the crew members has his head blown off out of nowhere by a random cyber psycho. Despite this brutal murder, none of the characters, even the guy's own sister Rebecca, seems to care that he just died. In fact, Rebecca's only complaint is that she didn't get to kill him herself. Dystopia or not,
That something doesn't mean she's not pissed.
Yeah, when she
So,
says that,
think about it like this.
guy-
Why do you think she wanted to kill the guy who killed her brother herself? Why do you think that might have been at the
No,
forefront
he's saying-
of this hyper-violent, hyper-aggressive little lady?
no, he's saying that her complaint is that she didn't get to kill her brother herself. Because that is a thing she says, but it's not like she actually means it. It's just something she's saying because she's angry.
Like no one gets to hurt my brother but me.
It's yeah, that's what it is. He's my family. I get to
What
hurt
do
him,
you
not
call cyberpsychosis without mechanical transplants? So just
Insanity?
Just
Insanity.
insanity.
this
Just
man
insanity.
has that disease.
Ah, cool.
Mm.
Just plain old psychosis.
My first choice would
someone
have been
should be
dementia.
distraught that a family member was just murdered in front of them. But I guess that's not nihilistic.
Some people handle trauma differently.
Or maybe you just
Her
absorb.
handling of this trauma is pretty fine,
enough.
but okay.
Yeah, like
And things for the
it's-
group only-
whatever.
Yeah, meme. Speak.
Just you know, just everyone handles. It's a valid character choice. You know, it doesn't need to look a certain way, unless it's contradictory to something else we've established.
Yeah, internal consistency is king, as we say.
Yep.
It makes sense with how she. What is cyberpsychosis without the cyber part? Shut up, Sky. You know what I am.
Go downhill from there. Maine begins losing his mind to cyberpsychosis. He gets several opportunities to scale down his equipment and possibly prevent the insanity, but he decides there's no going back. He basically resigns himself to his own doom.
Yeah, and I kind of wish there was more of an explanation for why he does that, and more of an exploration into his character for why he continues to chrome up, as they say.
Yeah, we needed more of a slippery slope for him, I think.
I wanted to see him skating uphill.
Because of this, he ends up going insane, kills his own girlfriend, Dorio, and gets himself killed too. Maine's refusal to seek help
Flumpa.
and his resignation to death are behavior patterns common in drug addicts. Many convince themselves they're in too deep to
Yes.
stop, or they've damaged themselves beyond the point of recovery. This hopeless
Uh-huh.
outlook prevents many of them from making the hard but necessary changes to turn their life around. In Main's
Correct.
case, it ends in tragedy for him and his entire team. Now, you
Yep.
would think that after this catastrophe, David would learn from Maine, leave the life of crime, and stop
Oh,
dabbling
you
in
don't know how
transhumanism.
cyclical
However,
behavioral
he does not.
patterns work.
He decides
Okay.
to go in even deeper and become his own mercenary leader. He gets larger and more extreme enhancements to his body.
And the show makes a point to go, this is bad. Lucy even
He
Lucy
almost
even
dies because of it.
he almost dies because of it, and then Lucy is upset he's doing it. She doesn't want him doing it. Rebecca, his friend, doesn't want him doing it. His friends don't want him doing it.
I've now reached the
So
part
don't
of
go
my
don't go
day-
on saying that the show's promoting this shit.
I've now reached the part where I can no longer feel my right bicep.
Excellent. Now,
How's
do
your left
do a
leg
bunch
doing?
of
It's now numb.
yes.
Okay, you might be having a stroke.
Okay.
No.
Call like your emergency line and get back to us in the morning.
Yeah,
No, I think it
transfer
might just be
life alert.
because it's sunburn.
Oh yeah, that could
Okay.
be it too.
This leads
Well, he's
to a
not slurring
disagreement
his
with
words, so
Let's fix that.
true.
Lucy, who wants him to scale everything down.
Oh,
A
okay,
word of
good.
advice: sometimes you should listen to your woman. The main villain of the show ends up being an
You know what? I was not expecting him to say that.
You should listen to your woman.
You should listen to women. You should listen to women, guys.
No, not to women.
No, you're a woman.
To
To your
your woman.
Well, I
That is
mean-
the only time the woman earns the right to speak is when they are inserting the dick into themselves, and that is the key to unlocking their speech freedom. There we go.
Yes, it is literally. Wait, no, hold on, me. You might have just cracked the code. Women who walk around with vibrators all day up their cooch, they might be the most powerful creatures on the planet because they've unlocked the freedom of speech. So
But the
too
speech
he-
freedom only applies to the man that has unlocked. So, therefore, they have unlocked nothing.
So okay, but hold on, no. What?
So, it is the speech freedom only is unlocked towards the man that has unlocked it. But there is no man with vibrator.
What is
Ah,
happening?
I have no idea.
I see.
I'm in the Twilight
Wisdom.
Zone.
Wisdom beyond his years. I'm going to give it another 25 minutes. All good.
Don't
DB.
worry, we've got only another. What is that?
25 minutes.
mega corporation
No.
called Arasaka. They develop body modification.
I want him to say something super racist towards Asian people just because of the
He's
name
not gonna
Arasaka.
do it.
I
Come
want him to
on.
do
We need
it.
to complete it.
He has to.
And cybernetic technology.
Okay,
They're
we need to get a
ruthless
bingo
and
on this. Come on.
atheistic with no regard for human life whatsoever. Just some of
Speaking
the crimes
as an atheist, I totally have no regard for human life. He's so
they
right.
commit
I don't
I
agree
have
with
more
that.
regard for squirrel life.
include murder.
I have a regard for
kidnapping,
penile life.
Only the penile. It is the only thing that.
The
belongs.
giant horse conch.
child
conch
slavery.
shell in the sky.
list goes on. We learn that in Lucy's child
I like how wide the black kid's eyes are on the fucking right-hand side. Look at him.
Well, yeah, he's scared.
Oh,
I like the fat kid.
Wait a minute, isn't that the guy from Wii Sports? Just as a kid?
Yes. Yes.
He's the only
This is
one
his
to
origin.
survive, and he ends up becoming the most powerful creature in existence.
Yeah.
Yeah. The Wii Sports guy.
He was
she
the only one
raised as a
smart enough
minion
to
for
not go to Night
Arasaka
City.
and
He
sent
went
on
to
dangerous
Wuhu Island.
missions that almost got her
And he went
killed.
back in time.
She eventually escaped and now lives in Night City to avoid being found by them. She believes that the city is the best place to hide, but I do have to question that. Would they really go to look for you out in the random countryside?
Well, if you're the only
take.
hyper fucking, if you're the only person or one of the only people with fucking what am I looking, cyber implants advanced enough to belong to a mega corporation like Arasaka, and you're hiding in fucking middle of bumfuck nowhere, people are going to notice. However, if you move to a city where that kind of enhancement is not like uncommon, and a lot of people can afford it, or at least there's a lot of people who walk around who like have acquired the wealth necessary to afford those kinds of enhancements, you'll blend in significantly more.
Has he not heard the term hiding in plain sight?
No, I don't think so.
Eh.
Like if she went to a place like this, it's no longer a wolf in sheep's clothing. It's just a wolf running amok sheep. People are going to be aware of what's going on. There's a very high chance that they would alert other people. I mean, in a world like this where technology is as quick and easy as just inserting a chip into your neck and being able to telepathically communicate with people on the other side of the planet, yeah, I don't know. I feel like authorities might get word of Lucy if she was just chilling on a fucking hill somewhere.
I do
I'm
agree. We
skeptical.
do need to stop her from fucking sheep.
She's not Welsh.
Also, we know
Yes.
the Arasaka headquarters is right there in the city, not far from where Lucy lives. She basically put herself right in the belly of the beast. She and David also have many opportunities to run away together and start a new life, but they foolishly choose not to. David even tricks himself into thinking he's too unique to ever fall into cyberpsychosis. This is despite the fact that he keeps getting more and more symptoms.
He's in denial.
Well, also
Yeah.
Lucy does have a reason to stay in Night City for a bit to like protect him from people who want
Yeah.
to use him.
And he's in denial for a very good reason as well, because he was like, before he reached that extreme level, he was able to deal with implants in ways that most people would just fucking die doing. So, it's very, very natural that he would, continue to tell himself the same thing that was originally seemingly true.
Yep.
This
Believe it.
refusal to recognize reality will later cost him and Lucy greatly. Eventually, Arasaka takes notice of David and hatches a plan to trick him into testing their new war cyborg suit. In the final few episodes, David is tricked into doing it after they kidnap and threaten
Wyborg.
Lucy. With
Ooh,
this new
she's
suit
wet.
taking over his body, he's
And if there's anything a woman should never be, it's.
If your
Oh,
vagina
fuck
is
you,
wet, then
Cobb.
you
You
need
ruined my
to talk
joke.
to your local doctor because that's clearly a problem.
That's no good.
now guaranteed to go psycho and die. He makes it his final mission to
Yeah.
rescue Lucy and get her to a better life. In the end, he
Good
does
on him.
rescue Lucy, but he and almost all of his other partners are killed by Arasaka. Even
Yep.
That's less
Rebecca
good.
doesn't survive the chaos. Lucy is able to get to the moon, where she always wanted to go, but even this rings hollow. She said
the
that
moon.
her only true fear was David dying as an Edgerunner. She only wanted him to live, and now her
Oh,
worst
David, I
fear
was
has
talking
come
about
true.
crypto.
Oh no, character development for a person who wanted one thing and then realized, oh no, I actually want another thing. But now that that other thing is gone, the one thing that I wanted is no longer that meaningful to me.
This is called tragedy, and it's done pretty well here.
Yeah.
Like-
It's supposed to be bittersweet.
You know what he's been doing in the past 5 minutes? He's been
Wanking.
doing the thing that the guy from before did, where he's now just summarizing the final episode, not making any critiques.
Yes, I've been noticing that increasingly.
She's alive.
Same premarital
but David
sex or
is not.
racism.
The ending of Edgerunners is a sad one, but it's also a hollow one. Almost all of the
Oh.
characters we met in the show die.
Yes,
Yeah,
that's how
Called tragedy.
this particular tragedy works.
yeah. Do you-
That's the point.
hey,
is-
let's
is
let's
the
show him
ending of
Romeo
the-
and Juliet.
Is the ending of this hollow because they're all dead? No, it's sad because we want to see them happy. We want to see them with in a better life, not being edge runners.
You
But
are
that wasn't
left
in the cards
feeling
for now.
hollow
Yeah.
after you watch it because there's something missing.
Mm,
You know,
When the
what would
world
he
is-
think if he read the Scottish play?
I don't know. But what gets
Scottish.
bigger the more you take away?
Barely different from when the show began.
Cock.
The Megacorps still rule,
They have a
they're
place.
just as
Oh.
heartless as ever, and David and Lucy weren't able to have a
Hey.
happy ending.
Yes.
Yeah, then you go play the game or something or
welcome
something.
to. All I have to say is welcome to Night City.
Yeah.
Isn't the
This
last
thing.
song of the show here in Night City?
Built
I
the
don't
city
know.
on rock.
I know there's a song in the game called "Good Morning Night City," but I don't know if there's one called "Welcome to Night City."
No, no, no,
Take
not
me
not
down
Welcome
to
to
the
Night City.
night city.
I'm pretty sure the lyrics of the song that plays in the scene are like, "Here in Night City." I don't know the name of the
I
song.
did a
That's the
shitty.
song.
Yeah,
That's the song I was
yeah.
talking about. It's called It's called "Good Morning Night City."
Oh, right.
It's a really good song. Um, but yeah, Night City eats the people that come to it expecting to make it big. Shut up.
No.
People who come to Night City expecting to make it big, expecting to be the next hit thing. If they don't have what it takes, the city eats them up and spits them back out. And it happens to like 95% of the people that go to Night City.
It's almost like
But
a
there's still
metaphor for.
tons of people foolishly chasing that dream. That's the whole point. These people chased that dream. David was one of them, and he didn't make it.
Hey,
Whole point
Shandy,
of
you're
it.
going to have to recap this to your co-hosts, by the way, like your normal ones.
No. They must
In
just
many ways, it's a
suffer
hopeless
in
ending that
silence.
aligns with the nihilistic
They're going to wonder
themes
why
of
you're
the show.
traumatized and unable to speak.
Oh my god. You guys gotta rewind what he just said.
Oh, God.
Technically, today is crate day, so I am allowed to drink. Except it should be beer, and it should be a crate of beer.
You know.
Rule, they're just as heartless as ever, and David and Lucy weren't able to have a happy ending. In many ways, it's a hopeless ending that aligns with the nihilistic themes of the show. If we
True.
Yeah, huh? Is that a negative? Because it fits the tone of the show.
Yeah, but he doesn't like it, therefore it's a negative.
I don't
Um,
necessarily agree with that. I mean, yeah, sure, it's nihilistic to a point, but there's still.
well, maybe not. I would say it's
The show ends
bittersweet.
with
You could
one
say.
person sacrificing everything that he has, his mind, his body, his soul, to rescue a person that he cares for deeply. And other
Yeah, you know what?
people
You're
who
right.
trust him and put their lives on the line to help this person that they share a deep connection with are willing to do the same for him because they see that person as their comrade. If anything,
So
that's a pretty wholesome
that's
message.
optimistic.
Yeah.
Is he about to
It
show
all
the Konami?
it all depends on your point of view and what you got. I got a very sad but hopeful message from the end of this because I recognized a lot of the stuff that the episode was doing and a lot of the hopeful messaging that David himself was displaying because of the amount
Excuse
of
you.
effort that he went through to save Lucy.
Mm-hmm. You're right. It's
Which one
you
is
have
worse,
hope for
Anomaly
what
Inc. or
Lucy will do with
Oh,
her
sorry.
life.
Yeah, yeah. So I didn't mean to interrupt you. I just read that out and you were speaking at the same time. So finish up with what you're saying.
No, I was just saying, to complement what you said, the show's ending gives you a bit of hope for what she will do with the life she's been given, having been saved by David.
Yeah, it's not nihilistic. It's not happy.
You're right.
It's
I don't know why I agree with that.
bittersweet.
It is bittersweet. Yeah,
Yeah, it's
I think
bittersweet.
that's the
Like
best way to describe
you
it.
can recognize the good things that were done, but you can also recognize the bad things that were done. And if you
Yeah.
spend all your time focusing on the negative aspects, then it would come off as nihilistic to you. If you spend all your
Mm-hmm.
time not doing that, then you might actually recognize that there's a little bit of good mixed in with the bad, like a little bit of cherry coke mixed in with your Sprite.
Is he about to show the Konami? Because I want to see the Konami again.
Karnami.
The car
to be
tsunami.
I
charitable,
wanna see
we
the
could say that
abort.
Edgerunners is
There
a
we
cautionary
go.
tale about the
Arasaka,
dangers of
there we go.
mind, transhumanism, and a society that doesn't value human life. But if the anime really wanted to solidify
A society that doesn't value human life as they send a cyborg made of like 3% biomass to rip apart a person who's trying to save his girlfriend. Gee, I wonder what they're trying to imply here, guys. I have no fucking clue.
They're trying to
this, it
imply
could
that
have shown
David
some
cares
other
about
ways
life.
out for the characters.
How dare
Instead,
he?
it gives us a
Oh, if they wanted to properly get their themes across, then the character should have lived. What?
No.
Eat
pretty
my
hopeless picture.
fucking.
They could have given the audience a bit more to feel like things weren't all for nothing. They ended up writing themselves into a corner where if they had given David and Lucy a happy ending after all the immoral things they'd done, it would basically be saying, crime does pay.
No, it doesn't.
No.
If I push my
Because-
dangus in, it keeps coming
because-
back out.
Because if David had lived, what do they have? Really?
Also, is this technically a situation of crime doesn't pay when they're working for mega corporations?
Uh-oh, Spaghetti-O.
But even then, when we look at the villains, since Arasaka never suffers any real blowback for its many crimes, the show
Yeah,
kind of
that
does
comes
tell us
later.
that crime pays.
Oh.
In an interview, one of the anime's screenplay writers explained that the gangs in the cyberpunk world attempt to use violence to overcome the
Do you know what
inequality
happens
of
to
wealth and
Arasaka
status
in the
their
game?
society.
He
Points out that this life of crime comes with its own set of problems. This does explain some of the show's philosophy, but I still think it could have been done better. The problem with this explanation is that in the anime, the Edgerunner crew doesn't take a principled stand against all megacorps.
Why would there is no point in that? Like it's mega corporations, hey, they pay the bills. It's just, we want to live.
What kind of
Yeah.
stance could they afford to take against the people who pay them?
Also, if you step out of line, you're dead as well. That
Yeah,
that,
you
that's
know
an
how
important
as
factor.
we saw with
Mercs and
Tanaka.
Edgerunners are... Yeah, do you know how many people are under the employ of Megacorps? If you're gonna be that one Edgerunner group that goes, we're gonna take a stand, they're gonna hire like every other group of Edgerunners to take you out because you're a problem.
Yeah, because money speaks louder than ideology. It's just how it is.
Money speaks louder than edge.
Welcome to Night City.
Here in
Da-da-da-da.
Night City.
In fact, most of their time in the show is spent working for one megacorp against another. That's
Yeah, so how could you
Yeah,
argue
they're
crime doesn't
mercenaries.
pay?
That's called... So to the corporations, see, that's another thing about, Cyberpunk. The corporations, that's something that they see as competition. Hey, how many of your dudes can kill my dudes? Like, because nowadays, corporate competition is how much more can I sell than
If
you?
David wasn't needed to test out the gravity suit, he would likely have still been hired by these mega corporations to continue doing odd jobs for them because they need people who me.
Scary one.
What? What I miss?
Checking
Big one.
checking the chat, not in the
Oh,
YouTube
no.
chat, that one, yeah. But yeah, if they
Oh,
didn't
God.
need David to use the gravity suit, they would probably have kept on hiring him to do the odd jobs that they can't afford to send their own people in, because that's what the edge runners do. They take the jobs that other people won't, and they take the flack because they know that they have to, or that they know that they can. They get paid well for their services so that they keep coming back for more work. And I don't know if you know this, but mercenaries typically do the same. And they also typically get paid relatively well for their services so that they are enticed to keep doing it. It is what it is. Take it or leave it, champ.
Yep.
not revolutionary, it's being a hired gun for the establishment. In the end, as you can tell, Edgerunners has a lot of flaws. It didn't take time to properly flesh out the characters with the precious time it had.
That has been the only thing you've stated that I can actually agree with. The other thing you said was premarital sex is a sin, and I fucking busted my toe because I accidentally kicked my desk when I was laughing so hard. Fucking
And all the
Well,
other things that were said.
I said a
all
lot
the
of
other
things that were very weird.
A lot of things were said in this video.
Expand
Yeah.
on gory fight scenes and nudity.
Degeneracy.
Those things don't replace character development or having a good message.
But they can complement it beautifully.
Depending on how it's done.
David
Yes.
goes from a very timid guy who is not comfortable with violence and freezes in the sight of violence to being arguably the most violent character in the show in the span of like 4 episodes. Do you not think that his usage of violence is an indication of character growth or development? And if you don't
No,
think
violence.
that it is, then I'm sorry, sir, but you've been sniffing the wrong kind of glue.
But have you
Oh.
considered premarital sex?
I have
What's
considered it.
what's the
Every
right
day.
kind of glue?
The right kind of glue is the one where you agree with what I'm saying and makes you sound smarter.
Okay, but
Do you
which
think Becca
brand is
turned
that?
into a glue when she was smashed by Adam Smasher?
That
Yes.
explains all the white goo, jizz,
Yes.
goo.
Oh, what the hell is wrong with the internet? Oh
Dude,
no,
it's
I don't even know if you can show this, but whatever.
No,
Whatever,
don't show
Trevor.
it to me. Oh.
I'm not going to show
Revenge.
that.
Man, the
because
artist
of-
went and got every detail, didn't he?
Yeah, though I do appreciate what she's landing on. That's clever.
her ass.
That's clever at least. Oh, like look at the
I
person
know
she's
me.
landing
I'm
on.
fucking with you.
Yeah, but you are fucking full stop.
Stupid. I know. Wait, what? I am.
Chat, don't worry about it. Don't worry about what they're looking at. Don't worry about it.
You should
I
worry.
know.
will point out that unlike in other Western
Oh
shows
no, we're not back to this fucking show, are
I've
we?
looked at, like
Damn
High
it.
Guardian Spice, Edgerunners lacks anything LGBT. A surprise to be sure.
Oh, don't.
welcome one. Oh.
Oh, just say something racist. Just say something racist. Come on,
But a
buddy.
welcome-
We got 2 more
All
minutes.
romances
Possible.
are straight, and nothing LGBT is
Wait, go
at.
back.
Like High
I won't.
Guardian Spice, Edgerunners lacks anything LGBT. A surprise to be sure, but a welcome one. All the romances are straight.
You got the
and nothing
homosexual, now we
LGBT
just need
is
like
ever even mentioned.
racist. That's all
I
we need.
suspect this might be related to how the show also was released in Japan, but I can only speculate.
I don't know if that holds any water, my guy, considering
No.
just how
There's
many
plenty of
It
gay
was-
people in anime.
Produced.
how many
It
gay
was
girls
created.
they like in anime.
I don't even consider this a Western anime or whatever. It's just it was produced. No, Netflix produced it, but Trigger, a Japanese studio, developed it. So
One of the most
There's a
popular
reason there's a dub.
mangas in Japan
Pretty good dub.
currently, and one of the most popular pieces of requested adaptation from Japan is Berserk. One of the characters in Berserk performs sexual acts with men while being male in order to benefit his own army.
for good reasons, or at least
This is
he had
this
good
is
reasons
this is
for him.
displayed as a good thing for him to do because it means that fewer members of his party will die as a result of this action. And he later points out that he holds no ill will against the person he performs this act with, and the only reason why he is against this person is because they just happen to be on the opposite team. That's it. You can't make this message. You're fucking stupid.
And isn't there a gay couple in fucking Sailor Moon that they had to cut out in the dub because
Yeah.
it
Yeah,
was-
and they became
yeah.
sisters. Yeah, in the American dub, they were sisters, and it's like that's why they're so close, guys. Don't worry about it. And you go, uh-huh.
Do you appreciate this image?
What image?
The new one.
Oh, yes, I do.
Ah,
You look like a cut of fuckable meat.
To
I don't know
those
why I
of
made
you in
him sound
chat,
like fucking-
don't worry about what we are currently discussing.
The
Let's
way
just
High
finish up
Guardian
this
Spice
video.
handled sexuality was more of what we could call 2020's degeneracy. It
No, it's an example of a show that does tropes like this fucking poorly, and you can make fun of it for a really long time for just being utter fucking garbage. Meme, for the love of God, stop it.
Meme, these are fucking cringe.
These keep coming up. These keep coming up. I'm
Oh,
not
I-
stop
alone.
scrolling down.
I need to cleanse the palate. Here you go.
Jordan Peterson on Murray Franklin show.
Up yours, woke
yours,
moralists.
woke
We'll see who
moralists.
cancels who.
Oh my God.
pushed homosexuality and transgenderism. Edgerunners, on the other hand, has more of what we could call 90s degeneracy. It has more drugs, gore, and naked women. Of course, both of these depictions of sexuality are unhealthy and are subversive in their own ways. A core flaw of Edgerunners is a
Did you
flaw
just call
that's inherent
LGBT unhealthy?
in dystopias.
I mean,
Yeah.
Like, unintentionally, but yeah.
yes.
No, I don't think he did it unintentionally. I think he did it intentionally.
I think he did it because he's thinking about AIDS.
Well, he said that they're both a degeneracy and both are unhealthy.
Yeah, he even said about the straight couple.
Okay.
So,
Anyway.
Peen in vagine, but only when married.
Dystopia genre. This flaw is that writers have decided that dystopias have to be inherently doomed. They can't have a happy ending. You see, breaking out of a dystopia would mean the characters rise up, end
That's
the
not this
society's
story,
corrupt
though.
leadership, and lead the people into a new.
I honestly hope he
Motherfucker, did you
doesn't
just
use-
show Aaron from Attack on Titan as
Yeah,
rising up against
yeah. No,
dystopia?
I honestly hope he's not using that as a good fucking example because holy shit.
Considering what he does. Oh.
Aaron becomes worse than Hitler.
Yeah. Probably. I don't know. I'm more.
I wonder if Kanye
No,
will still think
meme
he's a good
genuinely, Aaron from Attack on Titan becomes worse than Hitler. He like massacres like 80, I want to say 89% of the planet.
That's not good.
No, it ain't. And then Armin goes, "You did it, Aaron."
You
Thank
saved the
Thank you for
city.
becoming a killer for our sake.
I don't like the
That's what
fact
he
this
says.
guy likes the same stuff I do. That makes me upset.
Did
We
they
don't
Man
know
of
if he likes
Steel?
Lord of the Rings.
Everyone should like Lord of the Rings. There is no exception for that. Like it or die.
No, there should be an exception to that.
You know what that sounds like? Fascism. Can't have that. Wouldn't want to.
The guy who's advocating for media not to display certain aspects that he
No,
doesn't
I think
find
he's
to be
upset.
appropriate is anti-fascist. How about that?
He's
Funny world we live in.
he's upset that they don't like fascism.
I don't know.
I'm upset
No.
that they don't like
don't.
fascism. But I'm also
I got
retarded.
really.
confused. But okay.
to give people watching any ideas, would we? So
Wait, bro, do you want fascism?
My man's dead. Look at him. I'm
That's m-
dead.
I'm
I'm
almost
faded in
with
a
him.
hole. I'm almost
Well, who's
there.
Lucy?
Oh, Lucy. Oh, Lucy
yes,
Gooshy.
Edgerunners is a deeply
When you've
flawed
nutted,
show
but she
with
keeps on sucking.
Quad show.
Oh,
that's it.
Lucy.
many things in
Gooshy.
it that shouldn't be there. In the most charitable interpretation, there are a few lessons that could be drawn from it. It also had great animation, which is expected from a professional anime studio like the one who worked on it. It's just a shame that that animation couldn't be backed up with better writing. My thoughts on this
Oh,
anime are very
no.
mixed, but one thing is crystal clear. We don't have to be like the characters in Edgerunners. We
Really?
You don't want.
Really?
You really don't want to.
You don't want to
have
be
more
like these
power to change our
people.
lives.
Sky wants us to
I-
rewind. Sky, where do you want us to rewind?
If I could turn back time.
I think she wants
If
to
I
rewind
could
for the fascism
find
bit.
a way.
Oh no, fuck that. I'm not going that far back. Go watch the video yourself, you dickhead.
Than we often think. Never give in to
Shandy.
hopelessness or think you're too far
I
gone to
kinda
change
wanted to hear
something
it.
bad.
Why do you want to hear? Oh my god, do we have to go back like fucking?
I could
No,
read
I'd rather
the
not. I'd rather not.
stars.
No.
Yeah, no, DB's fucking faded to the hole. Just leave him be. Let's just keep going.
The story of the prodigal son reminds us of how it's never too late. Whether our civilization
Sure.
goes the way of cyberpunk,
The funniest thing is he's gotten the moral of this show unintentionally and he's criticizing the show for it.
Yeah.
He's got the spirit, but he's just a little confused.
Mm.
Yeah.
down to
We were this
us.
close to
If
well,
more
no,
of us
no, we weren't.
changed our philosophical outlook of the world and mankind, maybe we could prevent it. This has been PaxTube. Please leave a
I
comment.
mean, just
letting
be a
me know your
decent
thoughts
person
on
to your
everything.
neighbor.
I plan to
I want everyone in the comments section to go and leave this guy a comment telling him exactly what you thought about this video, and just a little bit of positive reinforcement that he needs to keep making this stuff. Be nice.
Yeah.
Be nice, Sky.
Unironically, don't be a dick. Don't do it.
critique and review more shows in
Be
the future.
a good
So if you
person.
enjoyed this, hit that subscribe button. God bless you all, and as always, I will see you in the next video.
My
We did it.
God.
No,
We
thank
did it.
you.
So as you can see, that
Um,
went in the exact direction you expected, right?
Meme, I'm glad you got someone to watch out for your cats, but absolutely fuck you for recommending this.
No, I didn't
Very
recommend it.
true.
I just brought it to Shandy's attention, and then he
You
is the
started this
one.
ball.
Oh, yes.
You started this ball rolling. You're the thumbnail.
Yes. Also, he made a video called "Abortion Rebuttal Debunking." He went up to
I'm not
ASAP
doing
Science.
I'm not even
He went
going
off
to entertain that.
I'm just
not going
I'm just
anywhere near
astounded
that.
that he went after ASAP Science.
I am just very
Okay, then.
curious to watch this guy's video on the racial themes of Attack on Titan, and I might invite Nick over for that because he might actually die.
Well, if it's anything like Just Right's opinions, it must be hilarious.
You know
It
what?
can't be
You know
like
what?
Just Right because at least Just Right had the forethought to delete his video.
Yes.
This is this was a podcast episode featuring a few colorful characters. You fucking
Micro.
Christ! What the hell was that?
I'm
It's all
glad I at least stuck around to the end. That was-
nearly 5.5 hours.
That was an interesting video. He offered very little of substance. He made one thing I agreed with. However, to counteract that one piece of goodwill, it's the one thing fucking everyone who watches the show agrees was a problem because we all wanted more. However, I don't think this guy wanted more. I'm actually surprised he complained about the length. I actually half expected him to be like, yeah, no, I wanted the show to end faster so that I could stop seeing degeneracy on my screen. But you know what? Good
Oh,
for
no,
you
primero
for
no sé.
being...
here's an easy way to solve that. You grab your remote and turn it off.
Shows. I hate using this argument, but dude, clearly wasn't made for you.
No, that's true. I
Yes.
mean, there's a lot of media that's not made for people. I can acknowledge that there's a lot of media who's not made for me, and that's why I won't bother watching it or won't bother playing it. Like FIFA, I don't fucking give a shit about FIFA, so I'm not gonna play it. Why the fuck would I care?
Coffee.
I'm not gonna call it bad. I'm
honestly.
just gonna call people who play it cringe, Sky. But that's about it.
Sky plays FIFA.
No,
Oh,
what made you think that? I'm playing
She just
FIFA.
said
Sky,
How
I'm trying to
dare
cover for
you.
you silly goose.
No. Yes.
But yeah,
But
no.
no.
I
Yes.
think I'm going to start wrapping that up because DB sounds like he needs sleep. My brain is currently melting, so
my head
will-
hurts because
You got to
like,
wrap it before you tap
I'm
it.
more like if I were to like on my normal schedule, I'd be waking up in 2 hours. I'm like an early bird, but oh well.
I think I'll start from
streams-
left to right. So, for those of you who are interested, DB is a friend of mine who is a co-owner or co-host or something of a writing server. They look at people's writing who have intentions of writing screenplays or books or, just a little bit of
Or anything that kind of stuff. If anyone's interested, just try to get in contact with us. If anyone else is interested in it.
they host weekly get-togethers where they review your writing, tell you how you can improve it, tell you what they've done, what they think you've done right, what they think you've done wrong. They're very helpful community.
We are not exactly the covenants of that stuff, but we want to give like I'm an advocate for good storytelling, and I just want to organize and just make the best out of it.
They also
That's-
occasionally host movie nights. I know for Halloween they hosted a movie nights for a few movies. They had The Shining, they had The Lighthouse, they had.
Did you? Oh yeah, that's
Sleep.
Oh, Doctor Sleep was great. That was the first time I ever watched that.
So yeah, if you guys are interested in that kind of thing and you'd like to be a participant, then try and get in contact with DB. He's available on Discord. Same with the aspiring writer who was kind enough to join DB as my emergency co-host. They are both a part of the same server, and I feel like much of what I said about DB can be translated to aspiring writer. Writer, is there anything else that you wanted to add there?
No. I'm willing to encourage people who want to push their creative muscles in their writing. And don't be afraid to show off your writing.
Oh my God,
because we all have to
please.
start somewhere.
Oh, trust me. Like even the first people we have some people that show off their first writings. They're not great. Like we try to give it as soft a landing as possible. But if you to actually see some of the people that have been on that server for a while and see the improvements of it, like I think I already mentioned one of our friends. He had what we called the instruction manual. His writing has, oh man, it's amazing right now.
My writing used to be shit. Now it's good.
And the final guest or for today's episode would be the meme repository. For those of you in chat who are fans of EFAP, you might recognize him as the person who regularly gets asked to edit together EFAP movies such as Mandalorian, such as Resident Evil, such as the Snyder Cuts, which I remember you had quite a lot of fun with, meme. Was that not correct?
Hey, yes.
I knew that would be the first thing you said.
Yeah, that was yeah. I made sure to bite down on that bait nice and good. Yeah, I do the videos on the channel, and I also do a podcast which
Yes, that's correct.
usually is every Wednesday, but we've been having some issues. But the next episode, when that hopefully airs in a couple of weeks, will be like a big old memorial tribute to Kevin Conroy.
Oh,
So
that's nice.
That's nice.
yeah. Part of the reason it's been taking so long because I wanted to make sure it was done right. But then also a bunch of other shit came up. But yeah, go to that. I also have the VOD channel for like re-uploads of those episodes, and yeah, it's a good time. Good
Meme's
time.
channel will be linked in the description if you guys are interested. I know that
Cool.
he's recently been playing through the Transformers War for Cybertron games, and they were quite a lot of fun from what I managed to see while I was at work.
Yeah.
He's also been attempting
Paul Cybertron
to
yet?
play Alien Isolation. I don't know how well
Are
that's been going for you, Mr. Meme. I kind of tapped out after like episode 1 and never got back into it. But
Hey man,
yeah,
I got drunk in episode 2.
hell
Hey,
yeah.
what difficulty are you
Um,
doing Alien
But
Isolation
yeah,
on?
no, I would very much like to thank everyone in this call for participating. I'd like to thank everyone in chat for coming to visit.
Bye.
And yeah, I will see you guys all next time.
Hey,
Why?
we're here.